The world was suddenly filled with trials for its players, and the young man before you has regressed a total of 99 times to reach this trial. After defeating powerful gods, he stood before the final trial. He could only freeze in place because this trial required 5 people to even open, and they had to be found within 5 seconds. Otherwise, he would be annihilated. But for a loner who had climbed his way up over the corpses of others, how the hell was he supposed to have teammates? And so he had to regress for the 100th time. And this would also be his final regression. But this time would be different from all the others. He was going to find himself some teammates to finally clear the god's trial. Okay, enough with the intro, let's get started. A voice arose from the pitch-black darkness, sound that seemed to echo from the netherworld, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone has a desire to live. That's a given. But the stench of death rose from the ground, where countless skulls were piled up like a mountain. This was definitely not an atmosphere for the faint of heart. From beneath that giant mountain of skulls, a hand sudden. Lai reached out slowly, grabbing onto something. It was trembling yet resolute. That young man, looking as if he'd just been fished out of a pot of old stew, began to move his limbs. At that moment, a firm resolve formed in his mind. He swaggered into the room, like a returning mob boss. He mumbled to himself as he walked, "After 99 tries, I've finally made it here." His eyes glinted with a strange conviction. He truly believed that this time, he would be able to witness the end with his own 2 eyes. The 20th match was the final one. He stepped inside. His eyes flashed with unconcealed surprise. He thought about the figures up ahead. Golems. Are these the guardians of the 20th trial? Watching from a distance, his face tensed as he silently made his calculations. This place is filled with such giants. It seems they're guarding the door behind them. He held out his hand as if summoning something. He summoned a brilliant red magic. His expression was serious. He thought to himself, for sure, these guardians won't just step aside easily. That red light transformed into a giant scythe. The air immediately grew heavy. When the golems saw him approach, it was as if they were woken up by an alarm clock. Their eyes lit up. Their bodies began to shake. All the golems in the area moved in unison, charging straight for him. He dodged their attacks with incredible agility. Without hesitation, he activated his skill Reaper's Eye. A pair of eyes with glowing red skull-shaped pupils flashed across his forehead. It looked both cool and a little haunting. He then hurled the scythe with great force at the golems. He acted decisively. He thought to himself, if I cast Reaper's Eye on an enemy... His eyes immediately flashed with an arrogant red hue. A smirk appeared on his face as he thought, and then land a successful hit. No sooner said than done, Reaper's Eye began to unleash its power. A wicked look was clear in his eyes. He was certain of it. The damage will increase by 100%. And just like that, a golem disintegrated. He continued to calculate his next move. His eyes scanned the area like a machine. The guardians were rushing toward him in droves. He leaped into the air, his face serious. But inside he thought, well then, time to act. With his small frame, especially when compared to the giant golems, he remained completely unfazed, confidently saying nightfall. Immediately, the surrounding space turned pitch black, just like a power outage. Suddenly, the group of guardian gods couldn't see a thing. He sprang into action. He slashed relentlessly at the guardian gods. His movements were terrifyingly fast. Suddenly, the main character's face paled slightly. Filled with anxiety, he thought, damn it. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw one. The golem in front of him used a skill. That attack was so powerful it shredded the hem of his clothes. His face contorted with worry. That was way too fast, he thought. He immediately analyzed the situation in his mind. Ice magic and fire magic. They're coordinating their attacks using those 2 spells. But he quickly regained his composure. A thought sparked in his mind. In that case, I'll just have to speed up too. His eyes turned cold. His entire face seemed to freeze with determination. Not wasting a single second, he instantly used his speed to dodge the attack. His movements confused the group of golems. Finally, he charged forward, smashing hard into the golem, and created a massive explosion that echoed throughout the room. He laughed arrogantly. His face was filled with confidence as he said, "It's not that easy to land a hit on me." Suddenly, the color seemed to drain from his face. A look of worry was clear on his face as he let out a soft breath. He looked down and suddenly froze. It turned out there was a circle under his feet, a magic circle. He began to panic. His expression tensed, knowing he couldn't dodge in time. And just like that, he was frozen solid inside that circle. Inside the magic circle, his eyes darted in every direction, able to see everything. But his body couldn't move an inch. Right at that moment, a massive golem lumbered toward him from the front. He frowned. Aside from me, it's clear this thing wants to attack someone else. It was preparing to attack him. But in that very moment, the ice around him shattered. His eyes turned sharp and serious. He uttered the name of his technique, Destructive Moonlight. From within the ice, an incredible slash erupted, piercing straight through the golem. His technique sliced through everything in its path, including that poor golem. As it died, he sighed. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, it's finally dead. If I had to face that thing head on, even I would have taken a lot of damage. He silently calculated in his mind. If I just kept blocking its attacks one by one, this would never end. It's better to end this fight with a single blow. Another golem menacingly raised its arrow, aiming to shoot the main character, when suddenly, a girl on the opposite side intervened using an ice technique. At that moment, the main character stomped his foot hard on the floor. His eyebrows furrowed. The main character shouted, "Activate Destructive Moonlight," combined with Blood Moon. The main character's entire body lunged forward, slashing relentlessly at the horde of golems. The golems shrieked in pain. They fell one after another like dominoes. The main character exhaled, looking around with a sense of pride. Finally, I've dealt with all of them. Now it's time to see what these guardians were protecting, the main character muttered calmly. Then he slowly advanced deeper inside. Walking through the main hall, the main character looked up ahead, his face full of curiosity as he wondered, what is this place? Looking around, it seems like a temple. The main character was hesitant. I wonder if I have to go through that door. Is on that platform or not? Or will something suddenly appear here? The main character's mind was filled with questions. His face tensed as if he was about to ask another question. But then he let out a soft sigh. He thought, well, let's just go in and find out. After that, the main character slowly moved forward. As he was stepping into the circle, his surroundings suddenly lit up. A hidden mechanism was activated. The main character smirked confidently to himself. Can I be the one to end this game? The system's cold voice immediately announced boss room entrance. Entry requirement 1 out of 5 players. To open the boss room, at least 5 players are required. The main character's eyes widened. He stared in shock at the system notification. A cold sweat started to form on his forehead. What is this? The system didn't let the main character think for long. It continued with a confirmation notice. 1 player has reached the boss room. The main character's eyes flew open, unable to believe his ears, and his breathing became ragged. As he heard the system continue with its heartbreaking words, because the entry condition has not been met, the player will be eliminated in 5 seconds. The main character's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. His face froze. He could no longer remain calm. What do you mean? The system ignored him. As the main character panicked, it coldly began the countdown starting from 5. The main character's face flushed red with anger as he shouted, "This is obviously a trap, you bastard." Then the main character slammed his fist hard on the floor. But the system remained as impassive as stone, continuing its count 4. The main character froze, his eyes glazed over. No way. Is it really going to end like this? The system steadily counted down to 3. At this moment, the main character's body began to slowly disintegrate. The main character looked at his hands, his face filled with rage. The system read out 2. The main character's body had almost completely vanished. The main character grit his teeth, letting out a damn curse. A system to 1. Then the main character disappeared completely, and the system announced, "You have died. You have met the conditions to activate the ancient rune of time reversal. You will return to the moment before the round." Number of uses for the ancient rune of time reversal. You have used 1 charge. All remaining charges have been consumed. The ancient rune will now automatically disappear. System. Under the pitch-black night sky, a deep voice resounded like a whisper to fate itself. It's finally time. In the square down below, a massive crowd was packed together. The MC's voice boomed with energy. Everyone with 5 seconds to go. Count down with us. Everyone excitedly shouted along. A bustling atmosphere filled the entire space. Suddenly, a man appeared in the middle of that crowd, but no one bothered to notice. The lively countdown continued to ring out 4. His face was clearly filled with anger. Veins bulged on his neck as he cursed, "Damn it." As his eyes looked down at his own body. I'm back. My hands are trembling. The expression on my face is a mix of shock and disbelief. I've returned to the day right before I got dragged into this damn game, even though I made it to the final round. 4, while he was lost in a swirl of confusing memories. The world around him was still bustling with activity, as if nothing had happened. The crowd paid no mind to his presence, and the countdown continued to 3. Amidst the lively chatter and laughter, the man stood frozen in the middle of the crowd. In his heart, he made a silent wish. If only I could make time stop. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Number of times you have used the ancient language to reverse time. 100 out of 100. At that same moment, the entire crowd roared as one. They were still cheering wildly, but his mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts. Regardless, this was the last attempt. He was going to end this game one more time. To do that, he needed 4 more companions to reach the final round. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp and calculating. Who would be the most suitable to team up with? Let's rewind to a few minutes before New Year's Eve. A festive atmosphere filled the air, but one man stood there with a look of utter boredom. He was wedged in the middle of a crowd shouting, "Hooray!" We've finally become adults. In South Korea, that's the moment you turn 18 right at the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve. A group of energetic youths were laughing and chatting excitedly. The kids' faces were all lit up with excitement. We don't need fake IDs anymore, right? A guy in the group burst out laughing. Of course not. The two friends up ahead were daydreaming as they walked, asking each other, what should I do after graduation? Should I try being a food delivery guy? The other guy just looked around and exclaimed, hey, that girl looks just like Sel Aaron. The actress Sel Aaron, where let's go. Listening to his noisy friends, the bald guy could only let out a weary sigh. He turned to his friend beside him with a thoughtful expression and asked, hey, young Ben, what are you planning to do? Ignoring the two guys behind them who were still rambling on about Aaron, young Ben squinted and smirked. Me, he said it without a second thought. I'm going to be a gangster. Hearing that, his friends behind him were stunned. Are you insane? If you do that, all it takes is one mistake, and you could end up dead. So you're not kidding, huh? But young Ben was completely unfazed. His expression didn't change as he casually remarked, look, I already told you, screw it. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want to live. The bald guy scoffed as if he couldn't understand. Ha, that's insane. But in his mind, he was already cursing. Fucking psycho bastard. Meanwhile, his friends were all thinking the same thing. Once we graduate, I'm cutting all ties with this guy. He's lost his damn mind, Baldy calmly asked again. So after you graduate, what are you gonna do about the errand boy? An image of the main character flashed into Yongmin's mind. You mean that poor gloomy bastard? Thinking about the main character amused him, and he unconsciously smirked. I can't just let him go because I'm graduating. The friend next to him gave a cold laugh and said, damn, that's harsh. He probably thinks once he graduates, everything will be over. Right? The bald guy next to him chimed in jokingly, this bastard is evil. For real. Yongmin was a bully through and through. He said, referring to that gloomy kid, the main character. He doesn't get to decide when this is over. I have to mess with him as much as I possibly can. His group of friends gathered around laughing and joking cheerfully. Then one of the guys in that group said in surprise, isn't that your errand boy? At that moment, the MC's voice rang out through the crowd. It's finally time. The crowd eagerly looked ahead. The MC shouted to everyone, when we get to 5 seconds, count down with us. Youngmin glanced to the side, smirked, and said, oh, look, it's my errand boy. 4. The MC's voice boomed, filled with everyone's anticipation. 5. At that moment, the main character's body began to change slightly, because everyone was eagerly awaiting the New Year's countdown. No one paid any attention to him. The MC continued shouting, 4-3. Young Min looked at the main character and suddenly saw something strange, his face frozen in shock. Even as time refused to stand still, the MC shouted, 2. Young Min gave the main character a strange look. That bastard is acting a little strange. Out in the square, the MC shouted, 1. At that very moment, the main character took off his gloomy hat. All of a sudden, he stared directly at Yongmin with a profound look in his eyes. Yongmin found this a bit odd. That errand boy is acting so different today, isn't he? The MC continued to shout, Happy New Year. Yongmin, feeling a little uneasy, said, Is he crazy? Why does he keep staring at me? But his friends, ignoring him, said excitedly, Hey, it's New Year's Eve. Just let it go, man. Another friend beside him dismissed it. Yeah, you'll have plenty of time to bully him later. Just drop it. Hearing his friend's reminders, Yongmin finally looked away and said, You damn punk, I'll let it slide for today. The 4 friends hugged each other, exchanging well wishes. Dude, I'm finally an adult. Happy New Year, guys. Yeah, hope you have a great year, too. A voice from the empty void rang out, reaching all the cheerful people down below. Humans are so amusing. They're celebrating the new year? Completely unaware of the danger they're in. Yongmin's group was puzzled. What did you just say? Another friend asked, confused. I didn't say anything. What's going on? I swear I just heard something. An angel from high above? Took in the entire crowd with her gaze. She said, Look. They're clueless and completely shocked. She continued with an arrogant smile. It feels just like watching monkeys in a cage. Some of the guys looked up at the sky and asked, What the hell is that, an angel? Or maybe it's the TV station. Holding some kind of New Year's event? Whoa, they really went all out. If they told me this was real, I'd totally believe it. Seriously, she's way too beautiful. The MC also looked up at the sky, but he was much calmer than everyone else. He felt a little irritated inside. She's appeared. Even after going through this 99 times, it's still really irritating. The angel let out an arrogant laugh. Then she looked down and said, You filthy humans. You all? It seems you've all fallen for my beauty, haven't you? The crowd below heard her malicious words, and they were utterly shocked. That angel continued to speak. But don't get any funny ideas. I have no intention of associating with insects like you. She cupped her beautiful face and let out a laugh that could drive mortals insane. Judging by your reactions, I'm sure you can all hear my voice. Down below, a middle-aged man finally lost his cool. He screamed, "Hey! What the hell is wrong with you? Are you cosplaying as an angel or something? And what do you mean by insects?" He yelled even louder. "What the hell are you trying to say, you bitch?" His face flushed red with rage. His eyes bulged, as if he wanted to tear apart the very air around him. The MC just listened quietly. Inside, he felt the humiliation of being insulted like this so many times. But he just remained silent, not saying a word. It was just too depressing. The beautifully smiling angel suddenly lost her good mood. She scowled, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her voice dripping with irritation. Down below, the middle-aged man's head suddenly exploded in an instant. A loud bang rang out. Blood splattered everywhere, spraying all over the people nearby. A young man standing close by now, covered in blood, was absolutely terrified. The color drained from his face. His whole body trembled with indescribable disgust. He screamed at the top of his lungs. It was so loud that everyone turned their heads to look, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. From a distance, young men also witnessed this scene. Damn it, he was worried. What the hell is that? His eyes widened. It felt like he had just witnessed a horrifying sight. The angel. She no longer had a beautiful appearance. Her eyes blazed like a wrathful demon's. Her voice rang out full of anger. "How could a lowly human like you dare to speak to a superior being, a higher being like me, with that kind of attitude?" She spoke as if her words could tear space apart. Her voice was sharp and full of power. She continued to unleash a tirade on the humans. "You have no right to question me. Don't you dare act as if you're on the same level as me." Her words were like a ticking time bomb, echoing everywhere. The people around them panicked when they heard that sound. It made them feel as if they were standing before a hurricane. The angel wasn't done being angry. She said, "Unless you want your brains to explode like the last guy's." Her words were as sharp as a knife, completely devoid of any mercy. That angel continued, "You must all be very confused about the current situation. After all, you lowly humans, how could you possibly know what's going on?" "Right." Then she chuckled. The sound was somewhat unsettling. It was as if she was enjoying the fear of those around her. She continued to rain down her terrifying words. "I will explain it in a simple and easy-to-understand way, so listen closely." Her voice echoed, making everyone feel as if they were lost in a maze with no exit. By this point, the main plot had grown incredibly dull, because he had to hear the explanation all over again. He shook his head, really not wanting to continue anymore. She said, her voice echoing throughout the space. "Now let's begin a game. We will play 20 rounds on the first day of each month." She laughed as if she found this very amusing. "The souls of humans will be brought into a new dimension to play a game." She looked down below, her eyes lighting up as if she had just thought of something. She smiled and said, "Humans only have to do one thing, and that is to complete the missions." Hearing this, the crowd below grew anxious and fearful. She continued to speak. "If you complete the missions, you can return to your reality with a reward." Her words were like bait, hooking everyone's attention. The crowd below started murmuring among themselves. What is she talking about? It sounds like she'll let us live if we complete some missions, or something like that. As the rumor spread like wildfire, the angel-like figure spoke up. "You might think she'll let us live if we complete a few missions, but not everyone will be able to survive just by completing the mission. Only half of the participants will be spared." Her words sent a shockwave through the crowd below. They couldn't understand it at all. How could this be happening? She continued with a smile, "But don't worry too much. I'm not going to take all of you." Her voice was like a chilling wave, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Someone from the crowd below shouted, "What do you mean by that?" Others muttered nervously, "Hey, shut up, be careful." She continued her explanation. "Only those between the ages of 15 and 29 are required to participate." She thought to herself, "When I got dragged into that New Year's game, I never thought that I would repeat it 100 times like this." She shook her head, her face full of annoyance. The old man chuckled and said, "Looks like I get to live. I'll live, but what about the others?" He laughed as if he already knew the truth. Next to him, a young man angrily cursed, "Damn it!" He spoke with extreme annoyance. "Are you that happy about being alive? Why are you mocking us?" His face was filled with rage, his eyes wide as if he wanted to tear space itself apart. The worried young men said, "Calm down! Don't you get the situation? Didn't you see that guy's head explode just now?" His voice was filled with fear, unable to believe his own eyes. The angel smiled and said, "Let's see. It seems the total number of participants will be 1 million. Now I'll finish my explanation, and then we'll start the game." She gave a captivating smile, but her words sent a chill down everyone's spine, as if death itself was approaching. Suddenly everything disappeared. Only a white space remained. The angel's voice spoke again. "You are all now in a space where you cannot see each other." Every word she spoke cut into the listeners like a knife. "Before transferring your souls, you must create a body. Go ahead and customize it." At this moment, the main character was extremely calm. He reached out his hand and began to create a body for himself, completely unfazed. The angel continued, "You only have one chance, so choose carefully." "I'll just do it like I always do, the way I've always done it," he thought. He customized his body and then spoke, "My nickname will be Hak Kao." His body gradually began to transform. In a space far away from Seoul, South Korea, was a place of green fields and towering mountains. Hak Kao affirmed to himself. This would be his 100th regression. His face was emotionless. He thought to himself, "I've used the same appearance, because this is the 12th time, so I feel as if this is my actual body." Countless people appeared in that space. Some were curious and excited. "Whoa, what is this place? Is this a game?" Some were also scared and anxious. "My body really changed. I tried using a celebrity's face. How does it look?" The other guy was surprised. "Wow, damn, it actually worked. You look handsome." The crowd wasn't worried at all, but was chatting happily with each other. Hak Kao thought to himself, "Everyone is trying to look their best this time too. But if you had a brain and knew how to think, you wouldn't be doing that." He watched the girl in front of him. This world belongs to those with the strongest survival instincts. If you're too attractive, you'll just become an easier target. If you die in this world, you'll die in the real world too. Hak Kao thought to himself, well, it's about time. He focused his attention ahead. There he is, it's Hoang Dong Min. Looking at Min in this regression, he smiled, breaking out in a cold sweat. This time he chose a muscular body again. The angel appeared again. She said, "Looking at all of you like this, I'm sure you all like your new appearances, don't you? I love seeing the fearful expressions on your faces." She laughed. "Let's see now. In total, there are over 1 million people. That's the total number of people in Seoul." The guy below was surprised. 1.8 million. It doesn't look like there are that many, though. The angel smiled and said, "Just as I expected from you lowly humans." Then her attitude suddenly changed. Her face twisted with madness as she said, "Did you really think this is the only space? Is that it? Humans will be divided into different planes, with different angels, and proceed with the rounds. Focus on yourselves." Her voice was incredibly terrifying. "Before we really get started, I'll give a simple explanation. First, think the words status window in your head." Hak Kao did as he was told. He then thought status window. Suddenly, a system panel appeared. The status window showed the nickname Hak Kao. His name was Nam Chin. It included his level, along with his class and other skill stats. Nam Chin looked at the status window. He wasn't happy seeing it and could only let out a sigh. The angel said, "Now then, have you all looked at your status windows yet? You'll understand just how much of a piece of trash you are. If you've ever played a game like this before, get stronger. If you can survive until the very end and conquer round 20, she said with a laugh. "Not only will you be set free, but you'll also be granted one wish." The crowd below began to stir. "A wish for real? No, that can't be possible, right? However, you must be the first one to obtain it." The angel raised her hand and giggled. "Finally say inventory and take a look inside. I've prepared a gift for you." Following her command, everyone thought inventory in their minds. After that, a system panel really did appear. Young Min looked ahead and said, "A random ancient runestone." The angel continued to explain. "As you can see, the random ancient runestone is a one-time use item. You can only use it when you're at level 1, and it's the only item you're given. At the very beginning, you can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking use." Hearing that, Young Min quickly thought use in his mind. Then the orb shattered. Something started to change inside Young Min's body. He was surprised by this. His expression went from alert to completely dumbfounded. The angel chuckled and continued, "Looking at those expressions, you guys don't seem too happy. Whatever the result is, you have to accept it. Got it? Because that's your luck." After that, she snapped her fingers and said, "Now that the ancient rune is gone, shall we begin?" A mission panel appeared in front of everyone. Each person must defeat 100 goblins. After the mission panel disappeared, a swarm of goblins suddenly appeared in the area. Someone looked at the goblin in front of them with curiosity. "That's a goblin crab. It feels just like we're in a game. This is fun, isn't it?" But some people were worried. Are we really inside a virtual reality game? Or what? Were we kidnapped to be some kind of test subjects? The angel said, "It's still too early to get excited. I haven't even summoned all the goblins yet." Then when she finished speaking, all the goblins appeared at once. The people started to panic. "Wait, all of them? Why are there so many?" The angel, with a devilish look on her face, said, 10 people against 50 goblins. Now fight to the death, haha!" As soon as they appeared, the goblins roared at everyone. Swoosh! A goblin holding a dagger threw it toward the people. The crowd was terrified. "It's running towards us. Don't come any closer." Everyone screamed in panic. The only one who remained calm was Hak Kao. He walked past the crowd and stepped forward. The people below were both worried and curious. What's with that guy? He's walking straight towards the monster. Wait a minute. Don't go near it, it's dangerous. Hak Kao's expression didn't change as he kicked the goblin right in the face. It was an incredibly spectacular hit, showing off his long, slender legs in the process. A thought echoed in his mind. Whether it's in a group or an organization, the first impression is always extremely important. The crowd stared ahead, completely stunned. Everyone's jaws were on the floor. Before them, the main character's expression didn't change in the slightest as he delivered the blow. He thought to himself that he needed to carve a deep impression of himself into their minds. The goblin that took the kick went tumbling to the ground. Its sword flew out and Hakkao picked it up. He thought, to keep these annoying flies from bothering me, I need to show them my strength. And most importantly, he looked straight ahead. He looked directly at the angel. He thought, I just need to get her attention. He spun the blade and prepared to make his move. So it looks like for this performance, I'll have to put in a little effort. All right. The goblins charged at him all at once with their knives. Without flinching, he unleashed a flurry of slashes. The crowd watching could only exclaim, so badass. Did you guys see that? Who is that guy? The young man was also surprised. Is he special forces or something? Hakkao, that nickname sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? After witnessing that display, the crowd began to calm down. These goblins are usually the easiest loot mobs in games. Right, a worried guy said with a frown. We can probably kill them, right? Though it might not be as easy as it was for Hakkao. The guy next to him was extremely confident. He rolled his wrist and said, if we fight seriously, it definitely won't be that hard. He hadn't even finished his sentence when a goblin charged forward, knocking him to the ground. The goblin let out a savage laugh and stabbed him in the chest with a knife. His life was cut short in an instant. Seeing this, the crowd screamed in terror. Everyone scattered in all directions. Some even cried for help. While Hakkao was busy fighting, the crowd shouted, here come more of them! The goblins then slaughtered countless rookies, who had no combat ability. The goblins chased them down as they went. The people ran in fear. In a situation like this, no one could mistakenly believe that this was just a game anymore. Right now in their minds, there was only one thing: survival. A girl looked ahead and saw her loved one being mercilessly slaughtered by a goblin. But at that moment, she no longer felt the urge to go and help. Instead, she just ran as fast as she could. Their survival instincts had awakened with a vengeance, dominating their entire minds. And so all of them dropped their weapons and fled. Hakkao thought. I also chose that method the first time. But after only the second time, Hakkao, I realized, choosing to run in a desolate place like this is impossible. That woman was running when suddenly a powerful magnetic field stopped her in her tracks. She wondered anxiously, what is this? There are some people from the modern era who have never even laid a hand on an animal. For them, it must be incredibly difficult now to kill a goblin. He clearly had the upper hand, but the goblin trembled beneath him. To survive. In this game, you must overcome that fear. Otherwise, the goblin will exploit your pity and then kill you without mercy. The chaotic crowd was surrounded by ground covered in blood which mixed with the green of the vast fields. Cries of help me, desperate screams, and the sounds made by the goblins filled the air. That angel let out a booming laugh. The war between humanity and goblins? How very interesting. It's all so vivid. At that moment, she laughed and smirked, her expression incredibly malicious as she spoke as if telling a story. Heh! Even though they're only the size of small children, if you don't put up any resistance, they can take you down with just their bare hands, let alone when they're using daggers. She narrowed her eyes, staring intently ahead, her face showing a hint of amusement, like she'd found a strange new toy and didn't know what to do with it yet. Then she said, however, what in the world is that human? She frowned as she checked his status window. Her gaze was curious, yet still held a look of contempt. His name was displayed as Hakkao. Mission progress: defeat goblins 70 out of 100. So that divine being has taken notice of Hakkao, huh? She ground her teeth, thinking with a dark, annoyed expression. This damned system. Aside from the mission progress, all of the player's information is completely hidden. She tried to suppress her anger. Then, as if giving up, she let out a soft huff and said, fine, whatever. Having to guide these pathetic humans? It's truly an insult to my dignity. But then she smiled. It was an unfriendly half-smirk as she continued. But it seems there are still a few interesting ones. So I suppose I'll stick around and enjoy the show a little longer. At this point, the goblins were gradually being wiped out. The system notifications kept popping up. You have defeated a goblin. Experience and gold gained. Level up. Quest progress 75 out of 100. The attacks were launched with incredible efficiency. The main character just kept killing monsters like that, non-stop without a break. The horde of goblins also charged towards him. They were incredibly numerous, but he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He stabbed them one by one. The goblin's blood mixed with his clothes, turning them as black as India ink. He spun his sword, his face stone cold, and then rushed straight at the goblin in front of him, stabbing it forcefully in the skull. His eyes flashed dangerously as he growled, "Are there any more of you?" Seeing this, the goblins became extremely anxious. They all recoiled as if doused with cold water. He wiped the blood that had splattered on his face. He was as calm as if he'd just returned from the market as he said, "Looks like I can take a breather for a bit." He checked his status window. He saw that he had reached level 4. His strength and skills had all increased. For now, he had reached level 4. Each time he leveled up, he would get 2 additional stat points. He already had an answer in his mind. "I'll put all the stat points into agility," he thought in a flash, because besides increasing evasion rate, agility also increases attack speed and movement speed. In the early stages of the game, agility is the most important stat. He narrowed his eyes. He lifted his head slightly as if to break from his thoughts, and gave a slight nod. At a pace this fast, he had probably already attracted the angel's attention. Time to end this. He casually spun the blade in his hand, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and launched it straight into a goblin's skull. Then he pointed forward and said, "Now bring it on." The goblins, seeing this, were terrified and faltered, their legs trembling so much they could barely stand. He let out a disappointed sigh, looking at the mob with contempt as he spoke. Too scared. A second later, he appeared right beside the goblins. His eyes were cold and his voice was firm as steel. "Then I'll come to you." Before the goblins could even react, he had already cut them all down. His experience and gold skyrocketed. His level also increased, and the first round's mission was complete. So that's round 1 done. After taking down these goblins, he was certain he had gained the attention of the angel. The system's alert rang out. "Congratulations, you are the first to complete the round 1 mission across all sectors." He smirked, as if this was the obvious outcome for achieving first place. He thought to himself, the higher the completion rank, the better the reward. The top 3 ranks will get the best rewards. The system announced again. "Congratulations on clearing the first room's mission. You have received a weapon of choice." After that, the reward for the entire sector was a treasure chest. The rewards he received were definitely the most plentiful, compared to everyone else. He opened his equipment interface, and without hesitation opened the first sector's reward tab. He took a quick look at the notification board, which listed a few types of weapons. He thought to himself, it wasn't anything amazing, but it's still nice to get something like this so soon. Without any hesitation, he selected a slot. It was the short sword, a beginner's weapon. A look of utter disgust appeared on his face. "I can just get rid of this piece of trash." He closed the equipment window. For now, he'd just hang on to the chest. It was a choice he could make using the reward, especially since all around him, everyone else had yet to complete their mission. Some people were getting chased by goblins, while others were desperately slashing away, just hoping to keep their lives. He just stood there, his face a little numb as he thought back to the title he had obtained before, Traveler of the Final Voyage. This was something he'd never seen in his 99 previous regressions. He chose to use it. "You have used a random ancient rune fragment. Congratulations. You have received the ancient rune, Time Reversal. The obtained ancient rune will automatically be engraved onto the player's body. A trace of this ancient rune already exists within the player's soul. Due to the ancient rune's special properties, the engraving has failed." Well, that was to be expected, he thought. If I could have engraved it again, it would have meant I could regress countless times. A system notification appeared. "Based on the trace of the ancient rune within your soul, you have been recognized as a traveler. With 100 harvests, you have received the title Traveler of the Final Voyage." He felt a flicker of worry, but then he remembered something. In this game, titles are on a whole other level compared to ancient runes. They're way more powerful and much harder to get. Besides, resurrection is a skill exclusive to priests, and even that skill, you only recover 30% of your max health after reviving. And yet this title allows me to revive, with all of my health. He smiled smugly with a look of unparalleled confidence. "Looks like I just got an insane title." The main character's smile was incredibly handsome, a smile of confident arrogance. "I just got something amazing in my hands. Having this trump card is always a good thing. Title Time Traveler's Final Journey." He stretched his arms. He had a relaxed look as if to say, the others have probably finished their quests by now. I wonder how Yong Min is doing. He observed for a moment. Oh, there he is. It seems like he's managing to survive. He scoffed. That divine being laughed and said, "No wonder it's getting so boring. You pitiful humans. You will all be gradually eliminated to match the number of remaining goblins." As she witnessed the scene of people crying out in pain, she said nonchalantly, "My apologies, this is my fault. Let's stir things up again, shall we?" A person below, with a beautiful face but crying miserably, said, "Stir things up." "Is that why?" Suddenly the body of her lover vanished. Everyone grew anxious. "The bodies are disappearing. Huh, what's going on?" The monsters appeared once again. They were even more frenzied as they charged toward the humans. The people shouted in anger, "Damn it!" But that angel just laughed with extreme cruelty. She said, "I've given you 50 more lives. Surely that's more than enough for you to keep on slaughtering, right?" At that moment, all the people who were crying had to pick up their blades and fight for their lives. The scene was utterly chaotic. Goblins and humans fought for survival. Quest requirement completed 1,021 out of 5,143. Even Yongmin. He was using another person as a human shield for himself. The number of people completing the mission kept increasing. Meanwhile, Hakao was sitting somewhere conserving his strength. The people who completed the mission, around them, would have a golden aura surrounding them to protect them so no one could get near. That angel, witnessing this scene of slaughter, was incredibly happy and satisfied. This whole massacre, for her it was like she was watching her favorite movie. Finally, the mission's requirements were met. 5,143 people have survived. The others who were still fighting were stunned. Huh, the goblins are gone. Where did they go? Only half of you have completed the mission. The job's done now. The rest of you down there will have to die. Even though they were still alive, they hadn't killed the required number of goblins. She said, well, those are the rules of the game. The people who had fought desperately to kill the goblins until the very last second still ended up dying. Their faces froze in shock like, huh, what's happening? Are we dying? Their bodies suddenly began to fade away. One guy, looking completely shattered, pleaded with a devastated look on his face. Wait, Angel, I only needed to kill one more, please. But his body continued to disappear. He screamed, no. That angel just stood there, completely unfazed, as if it had nothing to do with her. She said, after all that hard work, aren't you all happy to be alive? It's fine. Those of you who survived can go back now. She gave a mysterious smile, narrowing her eyes, and said, congratulations on passing the first stage. I hope you'll all try harder next time. Now, before you leave, I should announce the rankings right. The leaderboard results were displayed for the entire region. The number 1 spot belonged to Hakao. After him, the second-place player was Lun Gu Xuan, and the third-place player was named Thien Ma. As for the current region, Hakao was still in the lead, and the second-place player was Doi La Thuok Phim. In third place was Hak Long. 4 reward chests appeared in his hand. An optional special reward chest has been granted. The system announced, you have received 100,000 gold for completing the mission. You can use the gold you received to purchase items in the shop. The equipment purchase feature will be unlocked at level 10. The crowd stared at Hakao. He thought to himself, everyone must know I'm ranked number 1 now. He smiled inwardly, feeling incredibly happy. The angel stood there, her eyes wide in disbelief as she said, I can't believe the number 1 player in the entire region is in my territory. It's so hard to believe. Hakao, isn't it? Answer me. At that moment, our main character finally spoke up. The angel smiled cheerfully, her lips curling as she said, how are you so strong? Did you obtain a special ancient language or something? Suddenly she stopped. Her face froze as she thought, crap. Hakao just chuckled and said, you can just look at my status window to find out? She tried to play it off, well, of course I can. An angel like me can see that kind of information anytime. I was just testing you. But Hakao thought to himself, don't make me laugh. He said, hey, angel. She replied, what is it? He asked, may I make a request? The angel was surprised, her face full of question marks. A request? He said, yes. It seems like the reward for the first-place winner is a little lackluster. The people in the surrounding crowd, upon hearing that, were completely shocked. Their mouths hung open like beached fish. When the angel heard this, she became furious. Her face turned red as a tomato as she said, what? What did you just say? The protagonist. He said, I was hoping you could give me something a little more decent. The angel said, say that again. The protagonist was confident. His eyes shone like stars as he replied, I don't like my reward, so I'd like you to grant me something better. The angel flew closer to him. Then her face suddenly contorted like a demon's as she let out a savage laugh. With a crazed glint in her eyes, she said, a mere mortal like you dares to make demands of me. I was keeping an eye on him because he was so proactive at first. But after killing just a few goblins, he's already looking down on me. I'll make your head explode. Then she reached out her hand. But inside she was worried. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she thought, crap! I've already used my one-time use human killing ability. You arrogant human. Do you think I can't kill you? Then something suddenly shifted in her. Her eyes darted around. Wait! That's it. I know what to grant him now. She looked at him. A smirk played on her lips as she said, so you want a better reward, huh? She descended from above, landing on the ground, and said, I usually reject requests like this immediately, but I've reconsidered. Let's talk privately. The rest of you wait a moment. She moved closer to him. The crowd around them grew curious, their faces scrunched up. They stared without blinking. Is she really going to grant his request? I can't believe you can actually bargain with an angel. Should I give it a shot? I want a different reward, too. Others in the crowd chimed in. It's definitely just because he ranked first. Kick me out, then. The reward for this must be absolutely insane. I'm so freaking jealous. At that moment, the protagonist looked at Yongmin. He had no idea what was going on. Looking back, he was extremely curious. As he and the angel ventured deeper into the forest, the angel turned around, her face clearly showing her irritation. She said, why aren't you coming closer? Are you going to make me keep turning my head? Walk next to me." Hearing that, he gave an awkward laugh. Scratching his head, he said, right. The angel was absolutely furious. Her eyes widened as she hissed through her teeth, "You stupid humans. You only know how to obey after being given an order. A species that doesn't know how to behave, and yet you're so greedy." She walked on ahead. Filled with contempt, she thought to herself, and besides, I have to change what the system gave to him. I mean, even if I could, he can't be the only exception. He should just take what he was given. I'll show him the price of greed. Then she let out a savage laugh. Her lips curled into a smirk as she looked at him, her eyes filled with dark intent. She walked on ahead, muttering under her breath, "I'll kill him the moment we pass that rock. Of course it will most likely cause some trouble. If I kill a player out of a personal grudge, without even using my one-time use special ability, what if the players complain later that it was unfair and start a revolt? If that happens, the higher-ups will hold me responsible, because it was my actions." That broke the game's precedent. She schemed as she walked. Her lips were pursed and her eyes darted around constantly. "That's why I need a place with absolutely no one around." She gave a truly demonic smile. Licking her lips, she whispered, "You idiotic fool. If you had just kept your mouth shut, no one would ever know what happened." Then she cheerfully pretended to turn back around, her face of feigned innocence. "You said you always wanted a reward, didn't you? Go on, tell me what you want." Just as she turned around suddenly, a fist flew straight into her face. That punch sent her stumbling back. Her eyes went wide in utter disbelief. An unexpected punch sent her falling in surprise. She suddenly crashed to the ground. She screamed in pain as she clutched her stomach. Then she coughed up a mouthful of yellow blood. Her face pale, she stammered, "What is this? Did that monstrous human just hit me?" Furious, she shot back to her feet. With a trembling hand, she pointed forward. "You damn human!" But when she turned around, no one was there. She wondered, where did he disappear to? Then from behind her back, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed her wings. It made her jump. Her whole body went rigid as she cried out, "Wait, what are you trying to do?" "Stop." But all that was left was her scream of agony. He broke her wing and tore it off with his bare hands. Blood splattered everywhere as she shrieked. He said, "Now don't be such a crybaby." He then stepped on her back, his face completely blank as he forced her face first into the ground. He used his bare hands to break off the remaining wing. "There, now you can't run away anymore." She sobbed, her whole body trembling. He looked down and said, "So, does it hurt?" She sobbed. "Of course it hurts. Why wouldn't it?" He laughed, putting his hands on his hips. "If I had waited another 5 minutes, you would have been the one asking that obvious question, and you'd have that disgusting little chuckle of yours." The angel struggled angrily, shouting, "Are you insane, human? What are you talking about?" He picked up her wing, turning it over and over as he spoke. "You were going to use the knife hidden in this wing to kill me, weren't you?" Which left her completely speechless. He tossed the wing aside, scoffed, and said, "I knew it." The angel stammered, What do you mean, kill?" "I never intended to do that." But he just looked at her, his gaze as cold as ice, and said with a smirk, "There's no point in lying, you know. Just by looking at your face, I know everything, Boer." The angel's face turned red with fear. She said, "How could a mere human like you know my name?" He said nonchalantly, "Knowing wouldn't do you any good." Then he materialized a sword. The glint of the blade made her scream in fear. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out a weapon?" He just calmly held the sword, swung it lightly, and said, "You still don't get it." She yelled in anger, her hair a mess. "Are you trying to get your head blown off? Are you insane? All I need is one finger and you'll—" Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off, his face completely emotionless. "You're not in any position to kill anyone anymore." Hearing these words, the angel was both furious and terrified. Her face turned pale as she narrowed her eyes at him and said, "Do you really think you can get away with this? My companions will definitely not let this slide." He gripped the sword in his hand and sneered, "Companions? Angels are all just a bunch of selfish pricks. They couldn't care less about anyone else, whether you die or not. It wouldn't matter to them in the slightest. You're talking nonsense." He growled, "That's enough. Let me see you off." The angel took a step back, her voice trembling. "Wait a minute. You don't gain anything from this." He shrugged and immediately replied, "Oh, but I do. But you won't be around to find out anyway." She backed away in terror, frantically waving her hands. "If you kill me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to go back," he replied calmly. "This system will automatically send me back after I've taken care of everything." The angel started to grow anxious. "It's true then," she mumbled. "How could you possibly know about that?" She tried to bargain with him. Her eyes pleaded, begging him to reconsider. "That's right. I'll give you any information you want. Just give me a chance." But he looked at her, dagger in hand, and sneered, "No need. If I needed information, I would have just tortured you to get it. All the information I wanted. In a game like this, you have to play your part. And the truth is, you're just a pawn playing the role of a guide, and nothing more." Her eyes widened in shock. What? Since when, before she could finish, he didn't hesitate. He plunged the dagger straight into her heart. She screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. A system message appeared. You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to do so. You have been awarded the title, First Angel Slayer. You have also been rewarded with divine blood and the first angel kill achievement. He nodded, pleased. Just as I thought, I'm the first one. The system notifications continued. The numerous rewards you have just obtained have been automatically imprinted onto the player's body. Rewards granted to the player for the first angel kill. Title First Angel Slayer. He thought to himself, the first time I learned about this reward was when I got revenge on an angel. On the 13th try it must be because this is a reward that's limited to only one person. The ancient rune of the slaughter goddess appeared, compared to a truly one-of-a-kind unique item, and the main reason I killed the angel was for the unique grade Angel's Blood. Starting from level 10, all players can obtain a class. There are a total of 30 different classes, and changing classes is also very easy. You just need to get the common class change item. You can get it through hunting, or by completing simple conditions, the Tolerant and the Demon. The system message appeared. You can choose one of the following rewards. He chose the reward he wanted. The important thing now is to quickly reach level 10 and change classes. He selected 3x speed for round 2 and pressed start. The effect was automatically applied. This was the last time he could fight, so he had no other choice. At any cost, he had to get stronger. System announcement. The round has ended in all areas. See you all in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. All the players were suddenly returned to Seoul. Everyone was surprised. Is this the New Year's bell? What's going on here? Did everyone pass out just like me? Everyone was worried. Did I just faint? I just had an incredibly realistic dream. My head feels like it's about to split open. He thought that dream I just had was so strange. Young Min picked up his phone. It was 5:02. Time passed here too. Just like in the dream, everyone was in pain. My head, my arms and legs feel awful too, Young Min said. This afternoon, the guy next to Young Min had just passed out. Young Min said, yeah, it's not just you, everyone here is the same. His friend next to him said, hey, did we all just pass out for a bit or something? The bald guy asked, what's going on? I just had a dream. A really messed up one, yeah. Me too. Did you dream too? Young Min turned his head to look somewhere. I did, but I don't think it was just a dream. That means all around them, everyone had the exact same dream, and they all had headaches. We're back from that hell. How am I still alive? But I'm sure a goblin, so all of that was real. The goblins round 1, all of it. So what? Are we going to be transported back there again at the beginning of next month? A guy clutching his head asked, damn it. But Young Min noticed the friend next to him. Hey, why isn't this guy waking up? The guy next to him. I was wondering the same thing. Hey, Tae-shin. Kim Tae-shin, wake up. Come on, wake up. No matter how much he shook him, he still wouldn't wake up. The guy put his hand on his friend's forehead. No way. As he touched him, he began to tremble. Holy shit, he's not breathing anymore. I can't find his pulse either. Young Min asked, is Tae-shin dead? His friend said anxiously, no, it can't be. Did he die? Because he didn't survive the game. The bald guy wondered aloud. There's no way. But as he looked around, so does that mean all the people here who haven't woken up? Are they all just corpses now? At this moment, everyone was extremely anxious and terrified by this absurd reality. Only half of us survived. Is the next round going to be like this too? He must have been trembling inside too. But suddenly a terrifying smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, this is insane, Young Min smirked. His smile was so wide, it looked like it would rip his ears apart. Young Min laughed and said, no matter where you're born, no matter what starting line you're given, everyone will end up living the same way. There's no need to cry anymore. This whole life is unfair thing, it doesn't mean anything anymore. His friend standing nearby was trembling, his face full of anger. To die without even a chance to fight. How can anyone stand this injustice? Young Min calmly replied. You bastards just need to survive. What's with the long faces? He said, it's not just us. Everyone else has been dragged into this situation too. So what's the point of being so dramatic about so-called injustice? Seeing this, his two friends thought to themselves, this psycho is a real piece of work. All he ever does is think about himself, living like a thug who doesn't know what suffering is. The bald guy sighed, damn it. Do you really think you can just live like a thug for the rest of your life? Is that why you don't feel any sense of loss? You have no idea how many other things still need to be done. The bald guy spoke again. What are you looking for? Young Min replied. I can't find that son of a bitch anywhere. The bald guy asked. Who that errand boy of yours? Young Min thought to himself. Where'd that horrifying freak go? I'm pretty sure I saw him in that direction before I passed out. He probably couldn't even get past the first round and just died somewhere. He thought to himself, that must be it. How could a weakling like him possibly survive? Suddenly there was a slight movement to his side. He turned around surprised and asked, huh? Looking over, he saw that guy. What's with him? What happened to you? It's really him. He's fumbling around looking for some kind of blood armor. In what shop? No way. At that moment, Young Min thought of the status window. Suddenly, the status window appeared. He said in surprise, "What is this for real?" The bald guy asked curiously. "What do you mean a status window? You're kidding me. Just try it. There's no way it could happen." "Huh, it's really here," Young Min replied. "What the hell? Why are you staring off into space? What, aren't you doing the same thing? I guess it only appears for each person individually. Doesn't this mean it can also be applied in the real world? What the heck is going on? So does that mean we can use both stat points and items too?" Suddenly, Young Min thought of something. He placed his hand on a nearby rock. With a squeeze, he crushed the rock to pieces. He gave a terrifying smile. "This is amazing, isn't it?" he said. Just then, a broadcast announcement came on, reporting an unbelievable incident. A female anchor reported at the New Year's Central Plaza, early this morning, more than 10 civilians suddenly lost consciousness. She continued, "I will now take you to the scene, where an unidentified woman, dressed in an angel costume, has appeared before the crowd." After she said a few words to the people below, a mysterious explosion occurred. After a citizen pointed at her and said something, that person was instantly killed. Then that woman spread her arms towards the crowd, causing more than 10 people to suddenly fall unconscious. According to information from the police, this phenomenon hasn't just occurred in South Korea, but has spread globally. People commented under the video. Some were annoyed. "What the hell are you reporters talking about? Are you all high or something? Why are you broadcasting this nonsense so early in the morning? Is it April Fool's Day or what? The video looks staged." In the comment section, people were fighting. Some didn't believe it. While they were typing, they dropped dead. Remy looked at his phone screen thinking to himself, so it's already started, huh? And this is just the beginning. Around 5:02 this morning, half of the unconscious people regained consciousness, while the other half remained in a vegetative state. They were all diagnosed as clinically dead. Famous celebrity A was found dead. This is the first time that more than 11% of the population has died in a crisis. While news of the deaths kept being posted, the real problem lay elsewhere. He looked at the news screen. The survivors who appeared were all being called players, and for some reason, this incident is being investigated by the authorities. The problem was that the abilities the players acquired had been brought into the real world. No player had truly high stat points yet, so it hadn't had a major impact for now. But as the players' levels get higher and higher, they will gradually evolve into powerful entities. No matter what modern weapons are used against them, or even if an entire army is deployed, these players cannot be suppressed. These weapons are human beings, uncontrollable beings that will be born from this. He was worried, but he still moved forward. He had no intention of just standing by and watching the world plunge into a chain of chaotic events. If things continue on this path, the world will likely be destroyed before it even reaches the 20th round. There's only one solution. All the players must be brought under control, with a power that surpasses everything else. Of course, he would have to use different methods than in his previous regressions. To open the door to the boss room, he needed at least 5 players on his team. And he thought, I already have a few potential candidates in mind. I also have some ideas on how to recruit them. But now isn't the time to act rashly. There's something more important to do right now. He walked on, stopping in front of a house. Stepping inside the room, he glanced around and thought to himself, this kid's having cup noodles for dinner again. Then he opened the door to another room. Inside, someone was sleeping. I wondered how he could still sleep so soundly, even though his older brother hadn't come home yet. The person before me was Rewan, my younger brother. Next year, he'll be a high school student. My family isn't anything special. However, my parents passed away in a traffic accident. Just like that, so many things changed overnight. One of the most significant changes was that I became the sole guardian of Rewan. I looked at my little brother's hand and saw the scratch on it. Suddenly, the lights turned on and my brother groggily woke up. The main character said, "It's time to get up. Rewan." The kid Rewan, still half asleep, said, "Where are we going, bro?" I said, "If you're going to say we're going to watch the sunrise, I'd rather just sleep in." At that moment, the main character said very seriously, "Listen to your brother." This sentence startled his younger brother, who didn't understand what was happening. With a tense expression, I said, "This isn't the time to relax or listen," while half asleep. The world is falling into chaos. He looked at the main character and then asked curiously, "Didn't you say we were going to the New Year's celebration? What happened?" The young man turned back with a mysterious look and replied, "Just come with me for now. I'll tell you on the way." As the two were walking down the street, the younger brother couldn't stop looking at the main character, wondering to himself, what could make him this serious? He didn't know what had happened. The young man reminded him in a deep and gentle voice, "You have no idea what the current global situation is like." The kid looked at his brother with a worried expression and asked, "What's wrong, bro? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was sleeping?" The main character pointed to his brother's phone and said, "Go check the top search results." The boy picked up his phone, unable to believe his eyes when he saw what appeared on the screen. What does this mean? An angel suddenly appeared and kidnapped people to another world, or something like that. The young man said in a serious tone, to be more precise, "Their souls have been taken." The kid, his eyes wide with surprise, stammered, "No way, even you had to." The young man quickly cut him off. "That's right. Only after I hunted 100 monsters, called golems, was I able to come back alive." The kid jumped, his face pale, as he blurted out, "What is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" The main character looked at him with a resolute expression and said, "Don't you worry about me." The kid's face was filled with panic, his voice laced with anxiety. "How could I not worry about you?" He remembered how their parents had suddenly passed away. "You're the only family I have left." The younger brother was still crying, but he tried his best to hold it in, recalling the words his brother had told him. "Of course I know. To fill the void our parents left behind, you have to be incredibly strong mentally. But being mentally strong and killing 100 monsters are two completely different things." The younger brother thought to himself, he must have a weak side too. The main character smiled lightly, looked at him and said, "I know what you're thinking." The younger brother was surprised, his eyes widening as he looked at his brother in confusion. The young man turned back and continued, "Over there they also have a system called stats, just like in a video game. So, my physical abilities aren't really that important. You don't need to worry." The younger brother spoke again, "If that's the case, but..." The main character cut him off. "If you see what I'm like in the future, I'm sure you won't be thinking the same way you are now." The kid wondered, "What do you mean?" The young man smiled and said, "If you want to know, then follow me." At that moment, Rewan stopped and said firmly, "I don't want to, until you tell me where we're going. I'm not taking another step." The younger brother was anxious, his voice full of pleading. "So please just tell me." The young man just looked at his younger brother's injured hand. His gaze softened and his voice dropped low. "The Tegu gang, right? We're going to the Tegu gang's base, the den of the thugs who bully you." The main character said, "We're going to the Tegu gang's hideout, the hideout of the leader of your bullies." He calmly looked at his younger brother and asked with his hands, "Is Gu threatening you?" Ryuan was surprised. How did you know?" Surprised, Ryuan asked, "You knew everything already?" The main character simply said, "Why would you think I didn't know?" At that moment, Ryuan lowered his head, thinking to himself, "But I didn't want him to find out. He's already been through so much." Just then, the main character thought to himself, "Ryuan, I'm sorry, the truth is I didn't know. I only found out what happened a few hours ago, after I came back from the first round." While the main character was sleeping, his younger brother said, "Bro, I'm heading out for a bit. My brother went somewhere that day." Suddenly, his phone started ringing. He muttered, "So noisy," then answered, "Hello." The voice on the other end said, "Hello. Am I speaking with the guardian of a student named Du-Yoon? Is this the correct number?" The person on the other end said, "You need to come to the hospital immediately." At that moment, he was overcome with anxiety and rushed to the hospital. His brother had been blinded after being beaten by the Tegu gang. "Because I was foolish and weak, I couldn't protect my own brother. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ryuan." Now the main character looked at his younger brother. "I won't let anyone bully you ever again, not a single soul." Elsewhere inside a certain room, a foot was stomping down on someone, making the young man scream in agony. The man standing over them snarled, "Do you bastards want to die? Didn't I tell every single one of you to bring me 200? Or what?" The boys in front of him collapsed, trembling in pain, but the man in front of them kept talking. "Not answering, you dare ignore me." That guy was furious. He repeatedly stomped on the head of one of the boys in front of him. His three friends standing nearby just laughed. "That's right, it's Tegu's gang. He's cruel even to his own underlings." The three kids gossiped. Even the upperclassmen from other schools don't want to mess with him, no matter what happens. "I don't ever want to go up against him," Tegu said angrily. "My mom was planning to buy a car today. These useless losers have ruined my day." He walked up to his lackey and said, "Hey, you guys know anywhere to get some money?" The kid asked nervously. "Somewhere to get money," Tegu ordered. "Just think fast." This made his underling extremely anxious and scared. He thought to himself. Then he exclaimed, "Oh, there's that errand boy of yours. Tegu, the tall one with the short hair. Why don't you call him?" Tegu said with a sleazy look. "Oh, you mean that Dui-Yuan kid?" I was already planning on calling him. I was going to beat him up today to celebrate the new year. His friends laughed sleazily and said, "Then we can get money from him, right?" "Sounds good." Just then Tegu said, "Hey, that guy's actually homeless." His friends were surprised. What's going on?" Tegu continued. He couldn't cough up any money even if I killed him. His family doesn't have a damn thing. His friends said, disappointed. Ah, really, that's so boring. Tegu continued. And that kid doesn't have any relatives either. He lives with that main character of his. At that moment, his friends said, what's up, Tegu? Why did you stop talking? What's going on? It turned out that right in front of Tegu was the main character himself, along with his brother Dui Wan. Seeing this, Tegu smirked and said, what's going on? Why are you here? Isn't that Riwan? Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Bang Tegu laughed and said, speak of the devil. You're not the devil. You're just a dog. The furious Tegu shouted, Riwan! That son of a bitch, Riwan, now trembling in fear, stuttered, What? What's wrong? The incredibly angry Tegu thought to himself, who is that guy? His face is really pissing me off. That bastard. Tegu furiously yelled, Hey, you dog, who's that next to you? Did you bring another errand boy because you're lonely or something? Riwan, terrified, said, he's... But the main character cut him off, saying, I'm Riwan's older brother. Tegu cackled and said, Look at this guy. Hey, didn't I tell you to watch your mouth? Did you think you watched it? And now you're talking back. You're dead meat today and your brother too. Tegu said to his lackeys. His lackeys understood. Two of them rolled up their sleeves and said pigs must be flying. An errand boy actually dares to stand up to Tegu. I wonder if your brother's any good at fighting. One of them stepped forward. He sneered and said, You want to run yet, you dog? Then he was hit by the main character's fist. The punch sent him collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. The guys next to him, who had been looking extremely fierce, were completely stunned when they saw that. One of the goons angrily yelled, You son of a bitch! He lunged forward, but his punch missed. The main character countered with a blow that made him spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying and collapsed. The other guys were furious when they saw their buddies get hurt. They all charged forward, yelling, How dare you, you dog, die! Then they all rushed the main character. He punched them with incredible ease, knocking them down. Afterwards, they were rolling around on the floor, trembling. Tegu looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, Garbage. Looks like he learned to box somewhere. But you want to fight me with just that little bit of skill. Is that all you've got? Just then, Tegu stepped forward and said, Oh, so you're Yuan's big brother, huh? Looks like you think you're pretty tough. Just because you know a few moves right. The big guy walked over and said, But didn't you learn that physical strength is crucial in boxing? The main character just smirked and said, Haven't you seen the news? Tegu asked, What news? The main character just smirked without saying a word, which pissed him off. What news? You son of a bitch! Then he threw a punch. The main character dodged it with incredible ease. He kept throwing more punches, but our hero dodged them all with amazing agility. He yelled in frustration, You're slippery as an eel, you bastard! Not a single one of his punches could land. Tegu was getting completely stonewalled. He started to worry. Something's wrong. Why can't I hit him? Just then, the main character calmly said, If you had seen the news, you would never dare to go up against a player like me. Then he used his power and landed a solid punch right in Tegu's face. The main character punched Tegu hard in the face, sending him staggering back. After taking the hit, Tegu furiously screamed, You! Then he threw a punch toward the main character, cursing, You bastard! But the punch only hit the air. He looked around, surprised. Where the hell did you go? There's no way you can be that fast. The main character immediately landed another punch on Tegu's face. Tegu clutched his face, trembling, and said, You dare hit me? As he held his mouth, his tooth suddenly fell out, making him even more furious. He screamed like a madman, I'm going to kill you! After saying that, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at the main character. But the main character dodged it nimbly, without any difficulty. Then he took advantage of the opening, grabbing his hand and punching him hard in the face. Tegu couldn't fight back, he could only cry out in pain. His face swelled up like a hornet's nest, making him scream. Damn it! You're only aiming for my face, you bastard! He thought that if he could just land one hit on the main character, then he'd show him what's what. But when he looked back at the main character, he was looking at him with a challenging expression. The furious Tegu rushed forward and said, Just one punch. Please, I just need to land one punch on him. But the main character couldn't care less. He used his leg to deliver a powerful kick to his face, sending him flying through the air, then slamming hard into the wall. As he fell, drool and blood dripped continuously from Tegu's mouth. He trembled as the main character looked at him and asked, Hey, Tegu, does it hurt? The bastard thought to himself, no matter how many times he was reborn, he would never forget this feeling. To avoid repeating that hell, he needed to act. The main character approached Tegu. He said in fear, Don't come any closer. Just stop. He raised his hands, trying to shield himself. But the main character gently took his hand, looking at him with a kind and smiling expression. The main character held his hand and said, That's why you should never have touched my little brother. Hearing this, Tegu was confused. But right after that, his hand was broken. He screamed in agony. He used his other hand to support his broken one, but the main character, he quickly grabbed his other hand and snapped it, making his eyes bulge from the strain. He let out an agonizing scream. Hearing his scream, his cronies were terrified. They ran away crying and screaming for help. "We gotta get out of here." Ryuan's younger brother stood nearby. When he heard Tegu's agonizing screams, he also turned away in fear. The main character said, "Bang Tegu, if you ever dare to touch my brother again. Do you have any idea what will happen?" Bang Tegu whimpered, his face a complete mess. I know. I won't do it again." The main character gave a handsome smile. "That's right, but I still have to teach you a proper lesson, just in case you relapse." Then he grabbed his hand again and broke it one more time. He screamed in pain, "No, please stop!" But it was no use. After that, only a blood-curdling scream could be heard coming from the abandoned building. The kid left that place and walked down the street. His younger brother was completely shocked. The kid said, "Bro, how could you do that? When did you learn how to fight?" The main character just smiled and said, "Didn't you notice? Players can also use their skills in the real world." "For real," the kid said. "How?" At that moment, the main character held out his hand and said, "Like this." An object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a dagger. His brother was incredibly surprised. A dagger appeared out of thin air. The main character replied, "Pretty cool, right? You can also summon weapons. Once you've obtained a skill like this." At this, his younger brother stared at him wide-eyed with astonishment. "Was that how you moved so fast earlier, too? That guy couldn't land a single punch on me." The MC nodded and said, "That's right. My agility stat is 11. His younger brother Dewey Yuan asked again, "You mean like game stats?" The MC replied, "Yeah. A normal person might have 3 points, while an athlete could have up to 10 points in agility." Extremely curious. His younger brother followed the MC and asked, "So what happens if you level up?" The MC looked at his brother, thinking to himself, "How would I know? I haven't gotten that far yet." But then he thought to himself, "I'll just have to lie. I can't reveal that I'm a regressor." He recalled his 11th regression. Back then, Dewey Yuan had been kidnapped by another player. Even though he got his revenge, he still felt empty. "I won't let you be put in that position ever again, because I have to protect you in the upcoming battles." Just then, he looked at his younger brother and asked, "Want to get something to eat? You're hungry, aren't you?" His brother looked at him shyly and replied, "Yeah." The two of them went into a GS-24. At that moment, Dewey Yuan said to the MC, "Bro, where are you going? The instant noodles are over here." The MC replied, "Yeah, wait a second." He walked over to the ATM, took out his card, and thought, "This is all the savings I've scraped together so far. 133,201. He started using the machine. Seeing this, his younger brother was surprised. "Are you withdrawing that much money?" The MC said, "I need to buy a few things." Afterwards, he went to the food aisle and said, "From now on, we're eating this." His younger brother looked at the food in surprise and asked, "This stuff?" He said worriedly, "Bro, everything here costs over 5,001. The MC reassured him. "It's fine, you can get whatever you want." He smiled gently at his younger brother. Model, "It's the new year. Are you really planning to eat just instant noodles?" His younger brother said he knew, "But eating out is too expensive, bro." The protagonist smiled. "It's okay, go ahead and pick something." His younger brother was overjoyed. He said with a blush on his face, "Then let's eat this. The chili-dipped beef, okay, bro?" The kid looked at the food in front of him, drooling with excitement as he said, "You should try some of this too. It looks so good, doesn't it?" The protagonist looked at his brother and said, "It's been a while. Let's go to a restaurant and eat some Hanwoo beef, a type of expensive Korean beef." Hearing this, the younger brother smiled gently and said, "You don't have to do that. What you're doing now is already more than enough for me." The protagonist looked at his brother and thought to himself, "Just wait a few more days. I'll let you eat so much meat you'll get sick of it." The piece of beef was incredibly succulent, placed on a spoonful of hot rice. The younger brother quickly put it in his mouth. He was overwhelmed with joy. "This is so delicious." The protagonist looked at his brother, smiled, and said, "Eat as much as you want." His brother was touched and said, "Bro, thank you so much." "Where are you going?" The protagonist replied, "Wait for me a moment." Then he left. His brother worriedly ran after him. "Wait a minute. Did you withdraw all that money just to play the lottery?" "All of it." The protagonist smiled and said, "You guessed it." His brother asked worriedly, "Wait, how many tickets did you buy?" The protagonist replied, 20 tickets. The younger brother was worried. "You're spending 100,001 on lottery tickets again. You don't even know if you're going to win anything." The protagonist didn't say anything, just smiled calmly. "Just you wait and see." His brother watched him anxiously. "What are you doing?" The protagonist just picked a number, and then picked another one. The younger brother looked at the numbers and asked, "Why are those the winning numbers?" At 6 o'clock, two brothers were sitting in a small room. He looked at his phone, which showed the announcement for the 1049th lottery drawing. "Let's start today's drawing." The younger brother stared at the live lottery broadcast. His face filled with dread as he said, "We're screwed." We just wasted 101. On the screen, the female host announced the drawing. Then the lottery music began to play. Upbeat, tense lottery music. Sighs. The younger brother, sad and anxious, stared nervously at the screen. We could have bought good food with that money, he said. Why did you have to do this? The older brother remained calm and said, Could you please stop biting your nails? Just then the host said, I will now read the winning numbers. The first winning number is 3. The second winning number is 18. The third winning number is 9. The fourth is 38. And the fifth winning number is... After that, the host continued to read the number sequence. We will announce the winning numbers for the 1049th drawing one more time. They are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and the bonus number is 5. Every single one of those numbers was on the ticket the protagonist had bought and registered. The younger brother was stunned. This is insane! We won first prize. Overjoyed and on the verge of tears, the younger brother exclaimed, We're rich! But the older brother calmly said, Get a grip. Just then the younger one asked, This isn't a dream, is it, bro? The protagonist calmly replied, You want it to be a dream. The younger one shook his head. No way! The protagonist smiled. Don't worry, it's not a dream. I'm telling you it's real. The younger one celebrated, Wow, we won the lottery. The protagonist held up a hand. He gestured for silence and lowered his voice. The neighbors might hear you. Hearing this, the younger brother got worried. The protagonist chuckled. You're that happy, huh? The younger one replied, Of course, aren't you happy? Of course I am, the protagonist said. He thought to himself, Man, the first time this happened, I actually screamed. But now I'm just going through the motions. First time winning the lottery. He hugged his younger brother and yelled, We won the lottery. We actually won. This isn't a dream, little bro. But he thought to himself, after this has happened so many times, it's just become normal for me. I need to make money and fast. After every regression, because over 900 million people have died, and the items traded between players will become incredibly valuable in the future. And all of that has to be bought with cash beforehand. His younger brother held the lottery ticket in his hands, saying, I can't believe we actually won the lottery. I wonder how much the prize money is. The older brother said calmly, Who knows? But inwardly he was thinking, a win this big is enough to shake the whole world. At Nanmut Bank, the main character walked in. He wasn't nervous at all. Not after winning the lottery countless times. He calmly walked up to the counter and said, I'm here to claim a winning ticket. The office clerk said, Oh, really? Congratulations, sir. The lottery office employee was completely stunned. He won the lottery, but he looks like a student. The lottery official asked, Could you please tell me where you bought the lottery ticket? The young man replied, Kiss 24 Johan Branch. At that, the office employee looked completely shocked and said, What the QS 24 Johan Branch? Hey, did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets from there this time. What, 115 tickets, that many? His colleague replied, Yeah, it's insane, right? But the craziest thing is that all of those hundreds of tickets were bought at the same place. Just then the surprised employee said, Don't tell me one person bought all of those tickets. His colleague answered, Look, just drop it. If anyone else says they bought their ticket from that, Johan Branch called the president immediately. They're a VIP. The guy was lost in thought, when the main character's call suddenly jolted him back to reality, leaving him completely stunned. He broke out in a cold sweat, then said with a tremble, We're sorry, but could you please wait a moment? He said, Of course. A moment later, the chairman arrived and said, Thank you for waiting. I am Won Jun-ho, the chairman of Lock's Bank. Jo-in calmly shook his hand and replied, I'm Ju-in Min. The chairman said, So you're the lottery winner. Congratulations. Ju-in calmly replied, Thank you. The chairman was surprised. Why don't we go somewhere more private? Please follow me. The chairman then led him to a room, saying, In here. As they entered, the secretary stood up and said, Greetings, sir. The female employee was extremely nervous, thinking, Who's that with the chairman? Is it his son? The chairman introduced him, saying he is a VIP guest here to claim his prize. Please ensure he is as comfortable as possible. The employee was surprised. A VIP? Then he must be the 174th winner. The chairman said, For now, please feel free to look around. At this, Ju-in said, Yes, thank you, sir. The employee thought nervously, I have to stay calm. She smiled and said, Hello and congratulations, sir. Please have a seat right here. Would you like anything to drink? We have coffee, fruit tea and herbal tea. Calmly. I'm fine. More importantly, I'd like to claim my prize. The woman, trying to remain composed, said, I see. Well, first I'll need to confirm the winning tickets. Sir? He slid a stack of winning tickets forward. She took the tickets completely stunned. I can't believe it. He bought them all with the same number. Can he see the future or something? At that moment, she said, I've completed the verification. They are all first prize winning tickets. He asked again, So how much will I receive? The employee, extremely nervous, said, Yes, sir. The prize money is approximately 22.5 billion won. After taxes, that will be 15 billion won. Everything happened quickly. After he received his prize money, the first thing he did was find a new place to live. And that night he opened a stock trading account. He knew that Bitcoin would increase by about 500% in the coming month. So he planned to invest in stocks after increasing his money through Bitcoin. And today he told his younger brother Juan about the new house. "What do you think? Do you like it?" his younger brother said happily. "Of course it's beautiful. Bro, I've never seen a house this big and beautiful before. I have to take a picture." The main character said, "This was the best place that we could move into right away. And the security is great too." His brother said, "Ah, but bro, why? Are you paying rent for this place? With our money, we should be buying it." The main character said, "I don't have much money left. I've already invested over 1 billion won in Bitcoin." His brother, shocked once again, said with wide eyes, "What?" The main character calmly walked over to him, smiled, and said, I know what you're going to say. But I haven't lost my mind, okay?" The main character hugged his brother and said, "I can always make more money from the lottery. I've already seen 4 more numbers in my dream." The younger brother's eyes trembled. "Oh my God. I've only ever heard rumors about people who dream of winning lottery numbers before." At that moment, the younger brother grabbed his older brother, shook him repeatedly, and said, "Bro, you remember all of them, right? Don't you forget it. Remember that." Stuttering, the flustered main character replied, I won't." But in his mind, he thought, "There's no way I'd forget after doing that countless times." Just then, his older brother said, "Let's go get some dinner. Get ready to head out." The younger brother asked, "We're going out. Where are we eating, bro?" The main character then smiled and said, "Haven't I told you we're moving today?" Elsewhere, a man was punching a wall with all his might. It was none other than Jong Min. He was using his strength enhancement drug. He was overjoyed, laughing maniacally. "I knew I was right to dump all my stat points into strength." And on top of that, he had the power of an ancient language, a power that could even double his strength. He punched the wall over and over again. He thought to himself, "I really lucked out with that random ancient language. I bet even Tyson would be jealous if he saw this punch. All right, that's enough testing for now." He laughed like a madman. "Now why don't I try it out in a real fight?" He went to Remen's old house and started pounding on the door relentlessly. As he slammed his fist against it, he thought, "That bastard probably isn't dead yet. And yet he's not even bothering to answer my calls." He remembered what that arrogant bastard said to him. "You think I'm going to let you off the hook? Not after you looked at me like that. I'm going to kill you." He slammed on the door even more furiously. Even though they were both players, a loser is still a loser. He had to teach that punk a lesson. At this point, pounding on the door wasn't working. That bastard is clearly hiding inside. Why won't he come out? A crazy idea popped into his head. He pressed his ear against the door and called out, "Rimin!" I guess the bastard isn't home. "Oh, well, guess there's nothing I can do. I'll just go home." Then he pressed his hand against the door, deciding to try something. He thought resentfully, "I'm going to smash this door to bits." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Hey there, student. What are you doing in front of someone else's house?" An old man came out and asked him. Surprised, he immediately replied, "What's it to you? Are you the landlord or something?" The old man was surprised. "Huh? I am the landlord." He was surprised again and asked back, "Huh? What's the matter?" The old man said, "What are you doing here?" He laughed and said, "Ah, that's right. I'm here to see a friend," he pretended. "Could you open this door for me? I've lost contact with my friend." "If it's possible, could you help me open the door?" Hearing this, the old man said, "Oh dear, it looks like you've been left behind by your friend." He was surprised. "What are you talking about?" The old man continued, "That room is empty now. The student who used to live there has already moved somewhere else." He was startled. "What? Since when? Where did he go?" The old man said, "He just moved out today. I don't know where to either." He was furious. He clenched his hands into fists, veins popping. He thought, that bastard ran away without saying a word. Elsewhere, Ryuan's younger brother looked at the building in front of them and said, "Wow, it's so tall, and the entrance even has a revolving door." Manching received the key card. His younger brother was amazed. They even have access cards. As he entered with Manchin, he saw a man bow and say, "Your identity has been verified." The younger brother was extremely surprised. "Wow, they even have security." The kid said cheerfully, "Brother, this place is amazing." Manchin just smiled and said, "Let's go." Arriving at the apartment ahead, the view was spectacular. "Whoa, how big is this place?" Manching said, "Only about 330 square meters." The younger brother was shocked. 330 square meters for just the two of us. "Isn't that a bit of an overkill?" Manching said. "We have a lot of money now. We should at least be living in a place of this caliber." The younger brother asked in surprise, "How much was the contract fee?" Manching replied, "The security deposit is 500 million won. The monthly rent is 2 million won." The younger brother was shocked to hear that. 22 million for the monthly rent. 22 million just gone like that? Just a few days ago, I was worried about spending 5,000 won at the convenience store, wondering if it was too much of a waste. The younger brother asked, Brother, I think this place is too expensive. Shouldn't we move to a cheaper house? Wouldn't that be better? The older brother calmly said no. This is the minimum we should be spending. The more expensive it is, the higher the security. On the first day of every month, all the players fall into a deep sleep. And this is the time when players are at their most vulnerable. Vulnerable to natural disasters like fires and explosions, or earthquakes, and also to assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players must prepare to enter the other world in the safest place possible. No matter how skilled you are in that other world, everything will come to an end. If you die in the real world. At this moment, he looked at his younger brother and said, Rewan, do you like this house? His brother immediately replied, The house is beautiful, big brother, but why do you ask? The older brother replied happily, Good, I'm glad you like it. But suddenly his younger brother said with a hint of sadness, I'm sorry. The older brother asked in surprise, What's wrong? The younger brother replied, flustered, Next month you have to fight in another world again. But I'm just sitting here enjoying everything as if nothing is wrong. I'm so useless. I'm sorry, brother. Hearing this, the older brother suddenly hit his younger brother and said, Why are you being so gloomy? I don't think you'll win the next round. His younger brother asked worriedly, so he just smiled and said, Don't think about it anymore. Let's go get something to eat. I heard the Korean place on the second floor is really good. His younger brother agreed and went with him. Just then the main character's phone vibrated. He looked at the screen and said with a laugh, He knows I've moved, so just ignore him. I don't plan on meeting him in real life anymore anyway. He put his phone in his pocket, thinking to himself, but who knows, maybe we'll meet in another world. A few days after moving, the main character, still sleepy, came out and asked, Where are you headed? His younger brother answered, Oh, you're up. I ordered some rice cakes, so I'm going to go pick them up. Still half asleep, he said, Rice cakes. Rice cakes. I don't think this has ever happened before, has it? Of course, just because I've regressed to the past doesn't guarantee that everything will be the same. But I think this is the first time you've gone out to buy rice cakes. Right? A little curious, he asked, So why are you buying rice cakes? His brother said, We just moved in, so I have to give them to our neighbors. Isn't that the polite thing to do? He thought for a moment and said, Well, being good neighbors isn't a bad idea. That's a great idea. That's my brother for you. His younger brother said happily, See, I'm always on point. His brother said excitedly, I'm going to go greet the neighbors now, so you can just get some rest, okay? He said I'd go greet them together. Let me go get changed. Wait up. The two of them got into the elevator. Then they rang the doorbell for apartment 6. Someone came and opened the door. The younger brother stood at the door holding the rice cakes and said, Hello. We just moved into the apartment next door. We came to say hello. An old woman came out, looked at the two of them and said, Oh, hello, boys. You two look so much alike. Are you brothers? The younger brother happily replied, Yes, ma'am. We brought some rice cakes for you. They're best when they are still warm, ma'am. The middle-aged woman took the cakes and said cheerfully, Oh, my thank you, both of you. I'll be sure to enjoy them. The younger brother bowed politely and said, Thank you, ma'am. We'll see you again soon. The two brothers continued on to the other apartment, saying, We just moved into room 4302 yesterday. Here are some rice cakes. We look forward to being good neighbors. Everyone accepted them and thanked the boys with a happy smile. Finally, a tired Ruwan said, Bro, there's only one house left. Let's just finish this last one. Don't get tired on me now. Remy looked at his younger brother, smiled, and said, All right. Let's just finish our greetings and then head home to rest. Did you know this whole floor is a corner penthouse? They bought both the 44th and 45th floors. The younger brother was amazed. Whoa, does that mean they're super rich? His brother Remy said, I'm not really sure, but they must be someone wealthy. Or maybe a celebrity. When the younger brother rang the doorbell, no one answered. He said worriedly, I guess they're not home. Then the younger brother rang the doorbell one more time. Suddenly, Raiwan was startled, looked behind him and whispered, That's the actress Seo Aaron. In front of them was the actress Seo Aaron, along with her bodyguard. They were walking toward the apartment. The younger brother Raiwan saw her and said shyly, Wow, she's so pretty, like an angel. Suddenly, the bodyguard held out a hand to block them, demanding, Who are you? Are you fans or something? The older brother calmly replied, We live on the floor below. The bodyguard was surprised. The floor below. He then glanced down at the rice cakes. Oh, I see. I thought you were someone else. Raiwan flustered asked, Would you like to try a rice cake? At that moment, the bodyguard shook his head and said, There's no need. Besides, she doesn't eat that kind of stuff anyway. After the bodyguard swiped the key card, he said, You can go in. So Ajin said softly, Oh, all right, and stepped into the room. At this, Dewey Van's face scrunched up in annoyance. I don't know who that guy is, but he's so rude. Don't pay any attention to that jerk, the main character said. No, it's fine. More importantly, did you see that she's so beautiful? The younger brother said, his eyes still following her. The main character was surprised. What is it? What? The younger brother replied. What do you mean, what? You just saw her too. That was So-Ajin. So-Ajin. The main character Dewey Min asked, "Who's So-Ajin?" The news has been reporting a lot about her. That many actors from the JUP agency have been wiped out. Fans are crying their eyes out over this news. The countless tragic deaths of major actors is a huge shock to the film industry. A survey shows that only 58% of the stars are still alive. So-Ajin sighed at that moment. How is the world even working like this? She was extremely worried. Suddenly a text message popped up. "Hey, So-Ajin, have you heard the news? Gong Seon-pyo is gone." She just replied sadly to the message. "Yeah, are you going to the funeral tomorrow?" So-Ajin replied, "Of course I have to go. He shocked us all so much," her friend said. "Let's go together." She replied, "Okay." So-Ajin thought to herself, "I can't believe that someone even more successful than me died in the very first round." She was incredibly shaken. If I hadn't gotten a good ancient language, my name would have been in the headlines too. She broke out in a cold sweat. "I've grown so much. I even thought there'd be an article written about me. It's truly unbelievable. But if it weren't for the company's sponsorship, would I have been able to grow this strong? The company even bought this place next door for me." At this moment, the bodyguard walked over. "So, Ajin, what are you thinking about?" She said, "It's nothing." The bodyguard sat down next to her. "It's okay, I told you. You can tell me anything. It'll be fine." Ajin then sighed. "I was just wondering why the world has become like this. And how am I supposed to survive the next round? That's what I was thinking about." The bodyguard said, "Don't worry about the next round. I'm here, so what do you have to worry about?" He added, "You're worrying too much. Just trust me and get some rest for now." So Ajin looked at him and smiled brightly. "Of course, who else can I possibly trust?" When the company assigned him to be my assistant and bodyguard, I was really on guard. It felt like they just wanted someone to watch over me. But if it weren't for him, I would have died in the first round. At that moment, the young man looked at So-Ajin and said, "I will protect you at all costs, so don't give up, okay?" So Ajin replied happily, "Okay, thank you so much." She then mentioned, "About earlier they brought me rice cakes. They must have just moved in. They looked delicious, though." The bodyguard said, "If you eat that, you'll gain weight again." So Ajin said casually, "But they went through the trouble of coming to greet us. They must be sad, don't you think?" The bodyguard replied, "Just ignore them. It's just a greeting." The bodyguard continued, "They just want to take advantage of you. All you have to do is give in, and they'll never stop bothering you." At this, So-Ajin recalled the two men from earlier. "They don't look like bad people," So-Ajin said. "Our neighbors look like they're over 15 years old, so they probably killed 100 goblins to survive, right?" The bodyguard said, "Yeah, probably. How interesting. People who have also gone through such a dangerous situation can act like nothing happened." The bodyguard sighed. "Do you think killing 100 goblins was hard for them?" "Only idiots would lose," Towdy said. "I think it's because your skills in the other world are outstanding. Even so, you're not as good as that person, the one they call the Black Ball. He even made me almost feel sorry for those goblins. I bet in real life, he has some kind of job too. I wonder what he does," So-Ajin thought. "I'll be able to survive round 2 if I team up with someone strong." So-Ajin was constantly worried. She thought about it over and over again. "I only survived because I was lucky. Will I be able to survive next time?" On Tuesday, January 31st at 11 a.m., while his younger brother was happily cleaning the house. "You're home already?" his brother asked. "You're back," his younger brother asked. "Did you make any money this time?" The main character said, "Yeah, I didn't make that much this time. Probably just 15 billion. Last time it was 17 billion. His younger brother said, "Are you kidding me? Didn't the bank say anything? This is the 4th time you've won." "Ah," the main character said with a laugh. "About that." The manager's face was absolutely priceless. "You're back again, our lucky customer." Then the dumbfounded manager asked, "Model, what was your secret last time?" "I already told you before. I had a dream about it." The director, looking sad, said, "That's impressive. I wish I could have a prophetic dream too." After hearing what our main character said, his younger brother was completely floored. "So you're really planning to pour all our money into Bitcoin this time?" The main character replied, "Yeah, it's already up to 150 billion won." His brother said, "Bro, shouldn't we pull out now? I'm scared we're going to lose everything." Our main character laughed and said, "Not yet, don't worry so much. I can handle it. Let's go get something to eat." The two were now eating together, having a great time. Later that night, they all went out and had fun until late. Tuesday, January 31st at 11:55 p.m. The younger brother was holding our main character's hand in the bedroom. "Bro, you have to survive and come back okay." His face was incredibly tense, but the main character just said, "Don't worry. You saw me take down that Tegu gang, right?" Dui-1 replied, "Well, yeah, that's true, but I'm still a little worried." Our main character patted his brother's head and said, "Don't worry, just go to sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you. I'm going now." Then he fell into a deep sleep. His body appeared once again in another dimension. All the other players appeared at the same time. Everyone was surprised. We're back again. This soon, seriously. We're here again. Where are we? This place doesn't look like the first round. Someone noticed him. Hey, that's the guy who was #1 in the last round. It's Darkhook. People started whispering about him. Darkhook thought to himself, look at how they don't even dare to come near me. Well, it looks like most of you already recognize me. The crowd started murmuring. He's the one who slaughtered the goblins, isn't he? #1, huh? Looks like everyone's gathered here. When is it going to show up? Just then an angel suddenly appeared and spoke. Is everyone present? The crowd below was clearly surprised. Another angel. That's right. Did something happen? At that moment, the angel in front announced that the angel in charge of the first round had an accident and will no longer be appearing. Everyone started to worry. An accident. But the second angel quickly reassured them. Don't panic. From now on, I will be guiding you all very carefully. She then laughed maniacally and said, since you're all here anyway, I might as well announce the second round's mission, don't you think? The angel interrupted. If everyone is here, I'll reveal a mission for the second round. Suddenly, all the players received a mission panel. Round 2. Requirement: select a regional representative within 3 hours. A curious person asked, a regional representative, what the heck is that? A chubby player said, I'm guessing they'll ask us to kill some more monsters. Another person said, wait, look at the completed section on the panel. Someone else was surprised. Does this mean everyone can survive this time? The angel smiled and said, you all look so confused, let me explain. This time it has nothing to do with fighting. You just need to choose a representative and you're done. The seemingly gentle angel explained, the regional representative can use their authority to give orders to others. If they tell someone to quit, that person must quit. If they order someone to die, that person will lose their life. Isn't this kind of power just wonderful? The crowd below was extremely confused upon hearing that. The angel calmly continued, in 3 hours you will all receive your ballots. On the ballot, you just need to write the name of the person you want to vote for as the regional representative. A curious young man raised his hand to speak. Is that all? Are there no other rules? The angel replied, that's right. As long as you vote, you will have completed your mission. You'll be able to go home. Just think of it as a little break. Hearing this, the crowd cheered loudly with joy. All we have to do is vote and we're done. We're saved, I don't have to fight anymore. This is way too easy compared to the last round, huh? The angel, still with that fake, gentle expression, said, for the next 3 hours, you should all discuss who will become the regional representative. Time remaining for discussion, 2 hours, 59 minutes, counting down. A cheerful girl said, are we really going to live just by doing this? This is a piece of cake. And if you become the regional representative, you even get to hold all the power? Natural Current suddenly cursed in anger. Damn it, all that effort for nothing. I was all geared up and ready to fight. His friend heard him and said, Youngmin, let it go. What's wrong with surviving through an election? Youngmin said, I dumped all my stats into strength, and now I don't get a chance to show it off. That's what pisses me off. The main character heard this and had a thought. He focused all his points into strength. And so the ancient rune of strength will appear this time too. Both the ancient desolation rune Youngmin and this whole situation. Everything is playing out exactly like in my memories. He knew everything that was going to happen. They will argue to figure out who to choose during the 3-hour period, but that doesn't matter. When there's a main mission, there's always a sub-mission. There are also side quests and hidden quests. For round 2, I will level up and get a class. To do that, I need to hit level 10 as fast as possible. After that, he went deep into the forest to find monsters. A goblin appeared in front of him. He calmly raised his hand, beckoning it over. When the goblin saw someone appear, its face twisted with anger. It charged right at him. He rushed forward and stabbed the goblin in one go, slicing it into pieces. A system notification rang out. You have defeated the monster mob. Current kill count is 1 out of 100. You have used a triple experience boost. Experience increased. Gold increased. All stats increased by 1% due to the Slayer effect. He thought to himself, going deep into the forest to hunt monsters was definitely the right decision. And where there's one goblin, there's bound to be a whole horde. He raised his sword, ready for battle. His eyes scanned the surroundings, ready to take down the next ones. Very quickly, a pack of goblins from within the foliage, who were already lying in wait, began to approach him. Seeing the large crowd, he smiled cheerfully. He stood there, slashing each approaching goblin with his sword. The system notifications kept ringing out. You have successfully killed, and his stats continued to rise at a dizzying pace. But while he was leveling up continuously, only 30 minutes had passed. He pulled up his status window to check, and discovered he had already reached level 9. So fast. He felt quite satisfied. At first, he decided to choose agility, because he thought that if he wanted to gain strength, just like Hwang Yongmin, increasing strength would be more effective. But if I just put all my stat points into strength, it would be really hard to survive. No matter how strong I am, if I can't avoid a critical hit, I'll just get wiped out. Normal players have 4 main stats. Strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage. Stamina and defense. Intelligence boosts magic damage, willpower, and mana. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and evasion rate. And luck boosts critical hit rate, item drop rate, and gold rewards. He thought to himself, no stat can be ignored, especially for a Grim Reaper, since they use both physical and magic damage. Distributing the stats evenly is ideal. But while he was walking through the forest, there was suddenly a slight movement. He worriedly thought, is someone following me? I didn't notice because I was focused on hunting, but it seems I'm being tailed. He decided to change direction. He said, I don't know who you are, but if you don't reveal your intentions, you'll lose your life. From deep within the forest, a foot stepped out. He heard a voice. I am on the male lead. He thought, isn't that actress the superstar Seo Aji? Why is she following me? She walked up to him and apologized for tailing him. A bodyguard stepped forward and said, we apologize. We meant no harm, please don't be upset. At that moment, he remembered that person was An Sang-chu. But if that's in Sang-chu, isn't he the right-hand man of Ma Jun-hyuk? Wait, Ma Gun-hyuk, the eldest son of the country's largest corporation, a player with the nickname Heavenly Demon, and he's one of my targets. Getting Ma Geldok on my side would be a huge help. But my real goal is to recruit the priest and form an alliance with him. In round 20 of the match, I was surprised to run into Ma Geldok's right-hand man this early. But why is An Sang-chu with Seo Hajin? Wait, is he Seo Hajin's bodyguard? Come to think of it, I remember a rumor that Ma Geldok sponsored a celebrity for business purposes. The protagonist spoke up. How long have you two been following me? He thought to himself, the future is changing in an unexpected way again. Seo Hajin spoke up. Since you started moving, I saw you go into the forest and decided to follow. I apologize if we're bothering you. The protagonist asked again, so why were you following me? Seo Hajin answered nervously, it's not for any bad reason. We just wanted to propose something. He continued to ask, propose what? Hajin smiled and said, you ranked first in a few things in round 1, so we were wondering if we could possibly team up. At this, the protagonist scoffed, team up! Isn't that a word you only use when both sides need each other? Just then, Seo Hajin trembled and said, that's right. The protagonist said, but what do I need from you? I can fight just fine on my own. Stop wasting my time. Just go back. He turned around and said, I have no intention of forming a team with you two. But as he went deeper into the forest, the bodyguard said angrily, what's with that bastard? How big is his ego? Suddenly, Seo Hajin collapsed. This made the bodyguard worry. Miss Seo Hajin, what's wrong? Seo Hajin gasped and said, he's not number 1 for no reason. The pressure from him is intense. The bodyguard curiously asked, what pressure? He glared. When he pointed his sword at her, she got scared. That's a normal reaction. But at that moment, Seo Hajin said in confusion, I wanted to team up with the number 1 player, but this isn't going as I planned. The bodyguard sighed, what did I tell you? A guy like him is too arrogant. He doesn't need any allies. Hajin said, you're right, what a shame. The bodyguard continued, there's no point in wasting time following someone like that. Seo Hajin said, but I had no idea that there were these kinds of monsters in the forest. For the time we have left, we should go hunting too, right? Bodyguard and Sang-chu said, of course. Seo Hajin smiled cheerfully and said, let's go, Mr. Bodyguard. The two of them had no idea that deep within the forest, peeking through the leaves, something else was there. Deep in the forest, a panicked goblin looked left and right. Suddenly, the main character lunged forward. He thought to himself, I'm already swamped. Who has time to talk about teamwork? No need to even think about it. Then he killed the goblin. The top priority now is to level up. Going solo is the fastest way to gain experience. His current kill count was 60 out of 100. All his stats increased by 60%. Higher level goblins spotted him and charged. He was surprised. Oh, 5 of them at once, I've hit the jackpot. The ferocious wolf monsters charged at him all at once. They were holding incredibly powerful weapons. He nimbly moved towards the wolf pack, slashing so fast that you couldn't even see where his blade was. In 1 second, he had defeated all the goblins. The current kill count is 65. His stats increased, and with a level up, he finally reached level 10. He let out a proud smirk. The system announced that he had met the conditions for a class change. The system continuously announced, you have leveled up. You have reached level 10. You have met the conditions for a class change. You can now use the shop function. There is a hidden quest, he thought to himself. Finally, it's time for my class change. The second round of the hidden quest is to change classes before the time runs out. Cast a vote. Get the class change item and receive a job. I even got a discount coupon. Anyone seeing this quest for the first time would be completely confused. A crowd of people was gathered in the middle of the plains. Suddenly, a status window popped up. One person curiously asked, a class change item. Isn't leveling up enough? Another person asked. Where is it? Isn't it going to tell me my class? Everyone knew that getting a class was a good thing, but the problem was no one knew how to get the item for the class change. The class change item can usually only be obtained by completing special conditions. For instance, fighters and warriors need to increase their strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within that time. To receive the class change item, berserkers also have to hunt and shed blood within the specified time. Assassins need to successfully assassinate monsters. In other words, each person must complete activities related to their class to receive their class change item. Initially, the main character had also been continuously hunting monsters while hiding in the forest. That was how he obtained the hunter class. But after learning about the Death God class, I chose it right away. He held the item in front of him and gave the command to use it. The system announced that he had used the class change item. His class cannot be changed so make your choice carefully. Do you want to advance to the Death God job class or not? He selected it without even a second thought. System notification. You have advanced to the Death God job class. Your advancement rewards are the ancient death language. When used during the day, your weapon's attack power is doubled. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. The received ancient language has been automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The system announced the next reward. Your advancement reward is the Death Scythe. At this point, he felt much more at ease. He had obtained both the ancient language and a weapon. Then the system panel appeared. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the mission. Your rank has been upgraded from novice to apprentice. Your level has also increased. His status window now showed he was level 10. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster at level 99, Master at level 60, Expert at level 40, Adept at 20, Apprentice at level 10, and Novice at level 1. Just like in other games, when your rank increases, the rewards increase, and you also gain new skills. The system continued to announce, you have learned the Death God. Job class skill Deathmark. The job class skill Deathmark is also called 2V, with the following effects. The target will take 100% additional damage, and the effect only applies to a single target. He was quite surprised. He could also equip higher grade items now, like the rare grade Death Scythe. The stats of the Death Scythe were excellent. If he didn't advance, he'd be a novice forever. So it was better to advance quickly. The system continued its announcements. You have been recognized as the first player to advance. Your reward is a random gold pouch. He stood there calmly. He already knew in his heart that the first person to level up would learn a so-called neutral skill. It was called tracking. It could detect the location of a desired target. He smiled satisfied. A 20 gold skill. I have to try it out right. He pressed Track Hua Yong Min. The system announced that the name and face were a match. Now tracking the target's location. Player Hoa's location has been identified. Yongmin is 190 meters away from the target. Please follow the direction of the arrow in front of you to track the target. He was surprised. 190 meters? Does that mean he's also gone deep into the forest? At that moment he thought for a bit. A while ago I was 2 kilometers away from him. Now it's only 190 meters. Just then a thought flashed through his mind. Should I keep tracking him? Elsewhere, the 2 bodyguards, and Sang-Chu and Seo-Jin were walking exhaustedly. Then Seo-Jin collapsed. She said, painfully trembling, I can't run anymore. My legs feel like they're going to break. This made Sang-Chu sigh and reply, we need to keep going. It won't be good if they catch us, Seo-Jin said sadly. I'm sorry. The spot where the arrow hit me stings so much. This prompted Sang-Chu to gently encourage her. It's just a theory, but as they say, even if you get hurt in this world, your real-life body will be fine. If we can survive and get out of here, you'll go home safely. At this, Seo-Jin became more determined. I understand. I'll try to endure the pain then. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Where do you think you're going with an injury like that? Both Sang-Chu and Seo-Jin flinched and turned around, seeing a group of people from Yongmin's side approaching. He smirked. I guess that wasn't enough for you, right? Just then, Sao Ajin gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! This bitch moved? Too much. The whole group got caught. Now the only option left is to fight Sao. With that, he swung out a sword, surprising Yong Min. Oh ho, what's this? He laughed loudly. You want to fight us, old man? Well. At that moment, Yong Min's friends and some others raised their weapons together. Open your eyes and look. Don't you see how many of us there are? And you still want to pick a fight? And Sang-Chu said angrily. Why are you guys doing this? What did we ever do to you? Just then, Yong Min thought for a moment, then replied. Oh, of course you haven't done anything, Sang-Chu said angrily. Then why are you suddenly attacking us? That's when Yong Min said, it's just that there's something we want. And Sang-Chu was surprised. What is it? Yong Min smirked. That little chick with you. I want her. Seo-Jin was utterly shocked when she heard this. Yong Min said, we're all men here. There's no reason for me to care about you. We want Seo-Jin. At that moment, the bald guy in the group said, "But is that chick really Seo Ajin?" The guy next to him replied, "Can't you tell just by looking? You can tell right away from her face. This is definitely Seo Ajin." The guy with the bow and arrow in the back said, "It's also possible that some girl wanted to look like her, so she copied her appearance." The perverted bunch then laughed, "Ha ha. Am I right or am I right?" Young Min said, "If you agree to leave Seo Jin behind, then I'll let you go. So what do you think?" And Sang-Chu thought for a moment if the target is Seo Jin. He should have just said so from the start. If that were the case, I would have just ditched her here. The bodyguard glanced over at her. He thought to himself, I have no intention of dying for that kid, but there's one problem. If I can't protect Seo Jin, Director Madeok will be very disappointed in me. At this, he said nothing and got into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Young Min asked, "What do you think you're doing just standing there like that? You looking for a fight, old man?" And Sang-Chu said coldly, "Do you guys have any idea what you're doing? Don't you know this is a crime?" Young Min casually laughed. "A crime," he continued. "You're a funny guy, old man. There are no laws here. And you're talking to me about laws." He continued, "You probably think you can report us to the cops when you get back to the real world, right?" Young Min said nonchalantly. "Go on, give it a shot," he said with a nasty laugh. "But what proof will you have, old man? This face might not even be my real face in the real world." Hearing this, the bodyguard became furious. He thought to himself, "He's right. Damn, this is so frustrating. Looks like just talking isn't enough to make him back down. I guess I'll have to fight them with this beat-up body of mine." Suddenly, a dark figure stepped forward. The bodyguard and Sang-Chu said in surprise, "Are you the player Hyukwi?" Hyukwi leaned against a tree, observing everything. Young Min angrily thought to himself, "What the? Since when was this guy here?" Hyukwi walked over and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Young Min looked at the main character, laughed, and said, "Why don't you mind your own business, pal?" The main character replied, "I asked a question. Now you're going to answer it." "What is going on here right now?" Sang-Chu yelled. "Their target is Seo Ajin, so they're ambushing us. If you help us, I'll never forget this favor, Haku." Being called out like that made Young Min feel uncomfortable. He clicked his tongue. Haku asked, "Is what he's saying true?" Young Min waved his hand dismissively. "So what if it's true? This has nothing to do with you." The main character replied angrily, "What do you mean I know these people?" Then his body suddenly transformed, emitting an aura that enveloped him, the red glow of death. At this, Young Min became a little anxious. "What do you think you're doing?" The main character stood there, summoning an enormous death scythe and declaring, "I'm not going to let them get hurt." Seeing this, Young Min said worriedly, "What did you just say?" Haku manifested a massive red death scythe, its deathly aura spreading all around. He said, "I can't just stand by and watch them get hurt." Hearing this, Young Min became furious. Meanwhile, Ajin happily said to Haku, "Thank you so much." Haku thought to himself, "It might be a bit of a hassle, but there's a small benefit in this for me. If I help, Mageldoc will have a good impression of me. If a corporation like that owes me a favor, the rewards will be much greater, and I'll be handsomely repaid." Besides, he himself didn't like the bastards in Young Min's group. Young Min gritted his teeth in anger and said, "What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Get out of the way. I'll kill you if you take another step closer." Gaksu stared at him, his face perfectly calm. He asked, "What's wrong?" Then he let out a menacing smile. "Don't want to fight me anymore." Damn it, Young Min thought, his anxiety spiking. "What are you even talking about? You tore that ogre to shreds in the blink of an eye. And you were ranked #1 last time, too. If you were me, would you want to fight a monster like that?" Just then, Gaksu lowered his death scythe. This made them a little scared. He said, "If you don't want to fight, just say so." Young Min spoke up. "If I tell you the truth, will you let me go?" Gaksu said, "I'll consider it." Then he gave a devilishly handsome smile. "If you get on your knees and beg for your life." At that moment, Young Min thought to himself, "So you're asking me to humiliate myself? While my friends are standing here watching, and right in front of Aji too," Young Min thought. "If I can help it, I don't want to fight him either." "But you're really pushing it, you bastard." Then he scoffed and laughed. But a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "Wait a minute, aren't I strong enough to shatter a wall with my bare hands? If I get lucky, I might even be able to take him down with a single punch." He then laughed again. He had suddenly become arrogant. "You've gone too far, you bastard." Then he cracked his knuckles as if preparing for a fight. He rolled his shoulders and said, "What was that you wanted me to do? Kneel and beg? Are you asking to die?" In his head, Young Min thought, "That's right. I'll get close like this and punch him square in the face." He played it out in his imagination. Gaksu would surely be taken by surprise, and there's no way he'll survive a hit like that. How could a normal person possibly withstand a punch that can shatter a wall? Are you for real? Suddenly, the main character retracted his death scythe. Young Min was stunned. What are you doing? Are you just tossing your weapon aside? Kangwoo laughed and said, if you're fighting me barehanded, and I'm the only one with a weapon, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Winning that easily would just be boring. Hearing that made Yongmin absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. You really are an arrogant bastard. A second later, the main character suddenly dashed toward him, catching him by surprise. Yongmin thought angrily, this stupid bastard. You toss your weapon aside and leave yourself wide open like that. Then just die. He raised his fist, preparing to punch. In his mind, he thought, die. Then he threw his fist forward, but he punched nothing but air, because the main character had dodged the blow. Then a second later, he was kicked straight in the stomach by the main character and was sent flying 10 meters away, lying on the ground in agony. He trembled and cried out, you bastard! He struggled to lift his head and saw the main character say, stop with the profanity. Then he walked over, gave him another kick and said, your filth is polluting my ears. Yongmin trembled on the ground, unable to get up. He clutched his face in pain. Then the main character grabbed him by the shirt and punched him repeatedly in the face. As Yongmin was getting beaten, he thought to himself, these aren't just punches. It feels like I'm getting smashed in the face with a hammer. Through the haze of pain, he thought, is this bastard really as strong as I am? He doesn't have the ancient language of power like I do. Then why is he so strong? The MC throws a punch. Finally, the powerful punch knocks out the opponent, sending him crashing to the ground. His friends anxiously shout, Yongmi. And then the friend standing next to him says, shoot that bastard, and releases his bow and arrow. Seeing this, Alon becomes extremely worried. She panics and yells, Haksu, hurry and dodge! He dodges with incredible ease without the slightest hesitation. Yongmin's friend angrily yells, die, you scum! He then continuously fires arrows at the MC. But our guy is incredibly agile. No matter how many arrows he shoots, he catches them all and closes the distance. He says, I bet hunting monsters and getting that bow was all just dumb luck, wasn't it? This terrifies his opponent. Then the MC lets out a cold laugh and says, unfortunately for you, my hand suddenly turned into the Grim Reaper's scythe, and now you've run into me. He quickly swings the Reaper's scythe, slashing down on the archer's arm. His arm is severed and he screams, ah, my arm. It hurts so much. His friends can only stand there watching and cursing. You think you can just pick a fight with us and walk away like that? Those two also raise their weapons, preparing to fight. The bald guy angrily says, you go first to it. He smirks and replies, you think so too, Hui. Then he summons a sigil. A pair of deathly eyes appears. He grabs the Reaper's scythe and slashes forward. Using his scythe, he slashes repeatedly at the bald guy, causing him to scream in pain and collapse to the ground. The remaining guy trembles, looking ahead, and says, his leg. But before he can finish, the MC darts towards him instantly and says, you dare attack me with a weapon? You must have some skills, huh? Then he slashed at his arm, severing the hand that was holding the weapon. He thought to himself, so this is the power of the death scythe. It has a double damage effect. So one slash is all it takes to get rid of this trash. Yongmin's friends collapsed to the ground, a bloody mess, screaming in agony. He thought this was too easy. But he couldn't just end things like this. He had to engrave this fear deep into them. Then he took his death scythe and approached one of them to make sure they wouldn't dare come near him ever again. The bald guy said in fear, please stop. I'm about to die. They trembled and cried, please spare me. The main character smirked and said, hardly. You won't die from just coughing up a little blood. Then he waved the death scythe around, making them tremble in fear. It gave them goosebumps all over. He let out a breath. That takes care of this bunch. Next up is... After that, he looked ahead and said, it's useless to hide. Behind the tree branch was none other than Yongmin hiding there. He said there are no exceptions. Then he took the death scythe and threw it straight towards the tree where Yongmin was hiding. He screamed in pain as one of his arms was severed. He said, stop crying like a baby. But in his mind he thought, this is nothing compared to the pain that bastard Yongmin caused me in this life. He picked up the scythe again and repeatedly slashed at Yongmin. Seeing this, the guy was completely shocked. He cut off both of his opponent's arms, mercilessly, even though they had already lost all will to fight. But to some people, that might seem very cruel. But I like it. That kind of cold-headed person. Ahead, he still showed no mercy to that bastard Yongmin, stabbing him hard in the thigh. He thinks that must be Hakgu, the one who dared to defy the class president. Just then the main character turned around and asked the two of them, are you okay? He looked over and told Sangju to calm down. They both replied, yes. I'm indebted to you, he said. You don't have to worry about them anymore. But he looked at the situation and continued. They're all crippled now. So it's best we start voting. Erin then bowed her head and said, thank you so much for helping us. And Sangju also bowed his head, thank you very much. Then Erin spoke up, even so, are we really going to decide if they live or die? The main character replied, so what if we are? They're worse than animals. After that reply, Aaron was so surprised she didn't know what else to say. Haku thought to himself, she's so soft. He looked at her and wondered, why should we care about the lives of these bastards? It's like she thinks she's some kind of saint. It's probably because she has an image to maintain, since she's a celebrity. Suddenly a voice spoke up, Haku. Sangju asked, can I ask you something? I hope you don't mind. Haku asked, what is it, Sangju? Why did you spare them? In this world, it wouldn't be a big deal if you had killed them. Hearing that, Jongmin's group became terrified. The main character just smiled and said, the reason it's simple. There's no benefit in killing them. He thought to himself, he really is Megyeodok's right-hand man. And Sangchu continued to ask, so there's no benefit at all, he said curiously. After all, if we just leave them like this, it could cause trouble in the future. The protagonist said, trouble. He smiled and continued, can they even do that? At this point, he turned and said, besides, reducing this population isn't a good thing, because the number of successful participants will also decrease. Oh, so that's why. And Sangchu was surprised to hear that. Oh, so that's it. He thought to himself, he's right. If the number of successful participants decreases, the number of available slots for those who clear the stage will also go down. He's even considered these aspects. His understanding of the game is on a whole different level. He's truly impressive. Just then, Sangchu spoke up honestly. I understand. We'll stop paying attention to this trash. Thanks. At that, Hakyu said, well, then I'll be going. Sangchu said, wait, Hakyu. He called out after him, if you could give me your account number, I'll send you a reward in the real world later. Hakju said, don't bother. He helps people without expecting a reward. I'll report this to the guildmaster immediately. Suddenly, a pained cry came from beside them. Aga ow! And Sangchu thought, I really want to kill them, but I have to hold back. Because as Hakyu said, there's no benefit in killing them. And Sangchu then spat on Yongmi and said, you bastards. Then he said, let's go. The actress Seol Arin followed behind and said, understood. Out on the field, a voice echoed, please give me all your votes. Please vote for me. If everyone votes for me as the representative for this area, I will do my job well. Someone else said no. Instead of him, I'm confident I can do a better job. The crowd from the area is all gathered here, debating on who to vote for. Two men at the front shouted angrily, you fat fucking pig. He quickly grabbed his collar, fighting for votes. Another guy said, what did you say? What did you dare call me? Just then the group of newbies told them both not to fight. Even if we team up, we're still too weak. What's the point of fighting? Another bystander said. That's right, oh my gosh, a woman said. People who are easily agitated don't deserve to be the representative. Let me do it, someone said, raising a hand. Wait a minute. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Doesn't that make me more suitable to be the representative? A chubby guy confidently nominated himself. Just then someone else said, your dad is a member of the National Assembly. How the hell am I supposed to believe that? Suddenly a voice spoke up. Everyone, all of you, don't worry. All eyes turned to that voice. A guy with mint chocolate-colored hair said, there are only 2 hours left before the voting period ends. We shouldn't be wasting time like this. We need to vote quickly. Another guy looked on. Then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any good suggestions? The mint-haired guy continued, I do. A very good one, in fact. At this, the crowd started murmuring, really? Who is it? The mint-haired boy said, everyone quiet down. He then smirked and thought to himself, these people hang on my every word. As expected. They've fallen for my persuasive words again. The mint chocolate-haired boy was happy, thinking just as I planned. They fell for my persuasive ancient language again. When you get persuasive encouragement from powerful words, this random thing, I'm pretty disappointed. In that guy, what the hell is that mint choco boy thinking? Oh my god, what can I even do with this? Persuasive ancient language. How could it possibly work on a bunch of, things you can't even talk to? But in reality, he had already figured out the right way to use it. At that moment, he saw a guy repeatedly slashing away. Sweet. A bug-filled monster went down, stopping them from moving. Suddenly, the mint choco boy used the ancient language and told everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Leave those goblins and go help her. Suddenly, the group of people immediately stopped, and they ran to help that girl. All right, we're on our way. Let's help her first, right, Mint Choco? He repeated this method over and over to steal the nearly dead goblins, and he easily killed 100 of them. If he's lucky, he'll become the regional representative after this. He smirked. He used the persuasive ancient language and said to everyone, we should pick the candidates first. We should narrow down the number of choices. Down to about 5 people would make it way easier to vote. A woman said, that's not a bad idea. Another bystander added, that makes sense. We won't get anywhere if everyone just keeps calling for people to vote for themselves. Just then the Mint Choco Boy raised his hand to speak. All right then, let's narrow down the choices first. If you want to nominate someone, please raise your hand and point to that person. After that, a fat guy gleefully raised his hand. Then the Mint Choco Boy said, "Ah, of course you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise, everything will just go back to the way it was." He let out a deeply disappointed sigh. Just then the crowd said, "He's right. There's no other way." Then Mint Choco thought, "It's so easy to persuade these underlings." Ha ha ha. At that moment, many people thought but to nominate an AI. I don't really know any of the AIs here, and I don't want to see some other AI become the representative instead of me. Just then, Mint Choco thought, just as I predicted, "It's so quiet. At this rate, only the most prominent AIS will get nominated." But then a hand was raised as someone said, "I want to nominate the boy Mint Choco as our representative." Mint Choco smirked to himself, hook, line, and sinker. Another person continued, "After all, the representative should be someone rational and has leadership skills." Mint Choco feigned surprise and said, "Me," but inwardly he was overjoyed. Another person said, "That's right. You're doing a great job of controlling the situation right now." "Right, you agree too, don't you?" Mint Choco thought. Heh, another fool. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Is there any other AI?" Suddenly a hand shot up. "I want to make a nomination." Mint Choco's anger was understandable. There's no way someone who ranked at first in the previous round wouldn't get nominated. Another person raised their hand. "I want to nominate the person who ranked second in the previous round. Life is a documentary. I want to nominate the third-ranked Black Dragon on the right hand." At this point, Mint Choco said, "So we have 4 candidates. There's still room for one more. Will anyone else raise their hand?" Then he clapped his hands and said, "All right then, let's lock in these 4 candidates. Before we vote, can each of you give a speech?" Mint Choco said, "I'll go first." He thought to himself, convincing these pathetic losers is a piece of cake. He continued to speak. "If I am chosen as the regional representative, I will." Suddenly a voice cut in. "Enough with your bullshit." He turned his head in surprise toward the source of the voice. The person who spoke, and was slowly approaching, was from Life is a Documentary. He was Jeo Yongsu, ranked second in the Life is a Documentary region. He said angrily, "I don't want to hear any more of the crap you're spewing." Then Chocolate Boy said, "What do you think you're doing?" Another person said, "Hey, Mint Choco Boy." It was Cho Youngsun. "Do you think this world is that simple? That everyone will just do exactly as you say? After a few words you spew out." At that moment, Mint Choco Boy worried, "Did he figure out my skill? Ugh, no way, he must be bluffing." Just then, Jeo Yongsu furiously shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are to decide who becomes the regional representative? You instigator Teacher Jack?" His voice was almost a hiss of indignation. Mint Choco Boy, with a calm facade, replied, "You're crossing the line. There's a saying, words are the face of one's character. Is it really necessary for you to use such insulting language?" After he finished speaking, his face scrunched up, slightly annoyed by Jeo Yongsu's attitude. Jeo Yongsu's face was flushed with anger. Unable to contain his rage, he roared, "You son of a bitch! You dare to lecture me? You got a death wish or something?" Mint Choco Boy thought anxiously, this skill. It definitely doesn't work on Koreans. But he still tried to remain calm. "Don't tell me that's it. No way," he thought to himself. Jeo Yongsu didn't even look back. He yelled, "You idiots! Screw the whole candidate thing and just vote for me, or I'll kill every last one of you. Got it?" Mint Choco's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he still managed a long sigh. "You're truly a lost cause." Then he continued, "Do you really think people will listen to you when you talk like that? Hey, stop embarrassing yourself and just back down." Cho Dong-su's face darkened, but he said nothing. Then he suddenly grabbed his sword and killed the boy, Mint Choco. Blood sprayed from the boy's mouth, making the atmosphere tense. Cho Dong-su spoke with cold eyes. "I told you, if you mess with me, you deserve to die." The boy Mint Choco had no strength left to resist. He screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Cho Dong-su, now with a stone-cold expression, said, "If you don't vote for me, then you might as well get ready to die." The crowd suddenly erupted into chaos. Everyone was terrified. "He's dead!" Everyone was worried, scared. They were all horrified, and no one dared to move. Someone in the crowd shouted, "This murderer is insane," but no one dared to do anything. Cho Dong-su remained calm and spoke softly. "Is that so?" Then he gestured towards the crowd and said, "Anyone else have an opinion? Step right up." The crowd was utterly stunned. A moment later they exclaimed, "You lunatic! You must be some kind of psycho." Cho Dong-su just smiled, not paying them any mind. Then he said, "Not gonna step up. Then I'll just have to come to you." He walked into the crowd and began a massacre, causing everyone to panic and scatter in all directions. Only one thought ran through his head. "This is great. No police reports, no alarms, no cameras. I can kill people indiscriminately, without a single worry. After killing a bunch of people," he said, "if you don't vote for me, you'll be next. You hear me, understand?" The crowd was now terrified. Afraid of being killed, they had no choice but to vote for Young Min. He thought to himself, "If I can, I'll just become the regional representative like this. And then there's Hakgu. I'll kill that annoying bastard first. If I kill him, I'll become #1 somewhere else." Splatters of blood also sprayed out. But it was the blood of the monsters that had been defeated. A system notification appeared. Kills 265 out of 100. All stats increased. An experience buff has also been applied. You have leveled up. He had reached level 16, still killing monsters deep in the forest. Checking his status window, he noticed that the higher his level, the slower he leveled up. Even though he had killed over 200 monsters in 2 hours, he only leveled up 6 times. However, he was still satisfied because hunting monsters had become much easier. He could clearly feel that he now possessed both the Death Rune and the Butcher Rune, double damage and double stats. At that moment, he sheathed his sword and thought, I guess it's about time to leave. A system announcement rang out. Remaining voting time 0. 0 hours, 0 minutes. It is time to vote. His body was instantly teleported, appearing in a crowd. The system is summoning players in the region to the starting point. The system announced via loudspeaker that it was time to vote, summoning all players to the starting point. Everyone, no matter where they were, whether they were killing monsters or something else, all appeared at the starting point. Everyone was surprised, not understanding what was happening around them. That corpse belongs to Cho Rong-soo, the rank 2 player, Aaron said worriedly. Don't tell me that person killed all of them. Hoik-gu was now behind them. It seems like Cho Rong-soo is leading the charge again this time, he thought to himself. That guy Cho Rong-soo is the leader of the Yongshik gang, and also the second strongest fighter in my district. Damn it, his personality is absolute trash. It's best to just defuse that bomb before it goes off. Even though his face was covered in blood, he was still laughing like a madman. The main character thought, but now is not the time for that. Just then Cho Rong-soo approached. He looked at the main character and said, Hey Hoik-gu, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then he got closer to him. Hoik-gu calmly replied, What do you want? Cho Rong-soo said casually. Oh, nothing. I just want to ask you one thing. At that moment, Cho Rong-soo smirked and said, I'll get straight to the point. Come work under me. Hoik-gu kept his expression extremely calm. Work under you, he said. Cho Rong-soo twirled his sword, laughed, and said, Yeah, I'll spare your life if you do. The main character heard this and asked, So do you want to start fighting right now? Then the main character taunted him, smirking as he said, Kneel, get on your knees and beg me. If you do that, then I'll spare you. At this, Cho Rong-soo said angrily, Damn it, look at this crazy bastard. It seems you still don't grasp the situation, do you? Cho Rong-soo continued, If I become the regional representative, then, not letting him finish, the main character cut him off. Are you having trouble understanding what I'm saying, or would you rather just die here? Then the main character summoned his death scythe. Terrified, Cho Rong-soo yelled, What the hell is that? Where did he get that weapon from? Damn it, he thought worriedly. I messed with the wrong guy. Just then he asked, What's wrong, kitty? Cat got your tongue. Hearing that, Cho Dong-soo became furious, but he had to calm himself down and said, Hey, I'm Cho Dong-soo, the leader of the Yongshik gang. You think I'd kneel before someone like you? Then he angrily shouted, Get up here with that weapon of yours, you bastard. The main character was very pleased with this answer. He smiled and thought, He's as hot-headed as ever. All right, that's enough. If I show off my power and get chosen, things will get a lot more complicated. I have to make Cho Dong-soo the representative, so I can use him in the 3rd round. Besides, it's about time for the angel to show up. Suddenly, the angel appeared and said, Have you all gathered humans? Seeing the angel appear, the main character said, You're lucky. Then he waved his hand and the scythe vanished. The main character continued, Next time, before you challenge someone, check who you're dealing with. Unless you want to meet your maker early, got it? After that, the main character turned and walked away. This made Cho Dong-soo absolutely furious. He thought to himself, Damn it. Shit, I almost had a heart attack. I'll let you go this time, just you wait and see. If I become the representative, I'll make him pay for this humiliation 100 times over. At that moment, the angel laughed and said, Have you chosen someone to be your representative yet? The angel flying in the sky laughed and said, I see. It seems that for the past 3 hours, you weren't just talking, were you? Of course, if you pieces of trash die, I wouldn't really care. The angel raised its hand and said, Shall we start the voting? The vote for the representative will now begin. A status window appeared. Everyone has only 1 vote, and the person with the highest number of votes will become the representative. There are 5 minutes remaining. Anyone who hasn't voted will be eliminated. The crowd looked at each other in surprise. Then they all looked towards one guy, just as they had guessed. Everyone looked at the man named Cho Dong-koo standing there. The whole crowd stared at him in unison, and he looked smug. But right after he looked forward in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly he pointed at a girl and said, Hey, you plump steamed bun girl. The girl looked back in surprise. Me, he sneered. Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me? The girl smiled. No, I already voted for you. Everyone was surprised, but he continued to scream like a madman, who just turned their head. There are only a few seconds left. He screamed again. Luckily, you foolish humans managed to vote in time. Shall we tally the votes now? The angel clapped and then the system board appeared. Selection of the regional representative. Life is a documentary. Result. The person with the most votes is a name he did not want to see. Cho Dong-ku looked at the results board. He was stunned to see he only got 2.42 votes, and that Hak-gu guy is in second place. He was furious. These bastards! I told them to only vote for young men. So why did they vote for Hak-gu too? He turned to look at everyone, his eyes filled with rage, making the crowd shrink back in fear, wanting to avoid his gaze. The angel smiled gently. We have the results. The regional representative is... Life is a documentary. The angel said, I shall grant you the authority to command, so that you may command everyone. System notification. He has become the regional representative. He has also been granted the authority to command. He chuckled to himself, heh. I'll make you regret not killing me, or else I'll command everyone to kill him. But suddenly, he was surprised when he saw the temporary skill. What's this? A temporary skill that lets me command the other players. But I can only use it 10 times, and it doesn't work on A-rank players. At this, he got angry. I can't even do anything to A-ranks. That means all the A-rank players. I can just ignore my commands. The angel smiled brightly. Now then, you all probably think the voting part is over, right? Well, you're wrong. This round has a hidden mission. The crowd was surprised. A hidden mission? What is it? A status window appeared. Round 2 subquest, rank up before the vote. Reach A rank and find a rank up item. The crowd was bewildered. What we have to rank up? The angel continued to speak. The mission window was already set up and appeared when you hit level 10. But none of you noticed, did you? Just then someone from the crowd below asked, how are we supposed to level up if there aren't any monsters? The angel became angry. What do you mean the forest is full of monsters? Then the angel said, but wait, don't worry too much. In total, only 80,000 people can rank up to A rank this round. By the way, someone in this area has already reached A rank. Everyone was shocked. Who is it who ranked up? The angel clapped its hands. Model. Let's take a look at the results of the subquest. And the first person to get a class change is Hak-gu. The crowd was terrified. He's the first one to get a class change, and he's a Grim Reaper too. Everyone around was in shock. They looked at each other, then turned to observe the main character. He's not just an American, but he's also a Grim Reaper. A Grim Reaper? What kind of class is that? Sounds pretty OP, doesn't it? The crowd exchanged glances. Suddenly, a bearded guy from the sidelines taunted him, saying, so that's the reason he... and carries that huge scythe around everywhere, huh? The kid, fuming, thought to himself, damn it. I was about to use the command authority to make those other guys fight back against him. Who would have thought? Hak-gu would get a class change at this exact moment. The angel above said, in round 2, the rankings have been rewarded in the order of subquest completion. Therefore, the one who changed classes in this region is the player Hak-gu, the person who not only secured the top position in this region, but also ranked first across all regions. She was overjoyed, her face beaming. Then she continued, that's impressive, Hak-gu. Your Grim Reaper class is very unique, and your nickname fits it perfectly. So tell me, how did you come up with that nickname, huh? The mysterious angel continued. Did you know beforehand that you would receive the Grim Reaper class? The main character simply answered nonchalantly, I had no idea I would get a class that fit my nickname. At this, the angel laughed gleefully. So perhaps becoming a Grim Reaper was your destiny, was it? Ho 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 ho. She laughed out loud. Meanwhile, the main character was just thinking to himself, even angels don't know how to obtain the Reaper class. They only know that it is a special class. The angel high above laughed like a lunatic. Is this destiny? How interesting. To think that someone in this region has this class. This class. You are the only one who won't be affected by the command authority. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. He won't be affected by the command authority. What does that mean? The angel continued, since we're on this topic, I might as well explain it. The command does not apply to humans who have a class. Therefore, the region's representative cannot command you to do his bidding. That's how it is, everyone. Then she continued, furthermore, there are only 10 opportunities to use the command authority. So just because someone is the region's representative, it doesn't mean they have unlimited power. Haha, the people were surprised. Only 10 times, so that's how it is. At that moment, the furious Cho Rong-su cursed under his breath. Damn it! That wretched angel. How could you tell them that? The crowd looked at Cho Rong-su and murmured, so he's not as dangerous as we thought. The angel continued, well then we must give a reward to those who obtained a class. The earliest, shouldn't we? After that, she snapped at her fingers. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. For ranking, first in the region and first in all regions, Hak-gu received his reward. He chose the special reward armor and a sword. As he checked the box for his desired reward, he didn't have to think for long. The first option was too heavy. The third option offered no defense at all, so he chose An Sang-chu's artisan leather armor. professional-grade groin protection. He chose the reward with the triple experience effect. 3,000 gold and information about round 3. Because round 3 has a lot of monsters. Of course, he would need the triple experience. After all the rewards were received, the angel said, "All right, the rewards have now been distributed. Everyone may return home. The next round, round 3, will be very interesting." She laughed like a maniac again. Then a status window appeared. Round 2 results summary. Your soul will soon be transferred to your body in your original dimension. The next round will begin on March 1st, 2023. Your soul will soon be transferred to your body. After the system announcement, his soul and everyone else's were transferred back to their bodies. That punk Jong Min screamed, "Ah!" But his hand was completely normal in the real world. He anxiously thought to himself, "My hand is still intact." Then he grabbed his hand and laughed. "Just as I thought. As long as you don't die, your body will be perfectly fine when you return." Suddenly he was filled with rage and anxiety. He couldn't take it anymore. He thought, "I'll never mess with you guys again. Never again, damn it." He didn't want to get tangled up with a heartless bastard like that ever again. Meanwhile, at the home of the actress Aaron, her bodyguard An Kong Jung said, "You went through a lot," Ms. Aaron replied. "I didn't do anything. You were the one who took on everything," Aaron said with a smile. "Thank you for protecting me." An Kong Jung looked away and said, "Ah, I'm your manager and your bodyguard. It's just part of my job," Aaron continued. "And I want to thank Hakgu again. I wonder if there's a way." After finishing her meal, Aaron said, "We don't know what he really looks like, so there's really no way to find him. It seems like Hakgu doesn't want to reveal his identity either." Aaron curiously asked, "He doesn't want to." At this point, An Sang Chu said, "Didn't I ask him for his account number?" Right, however. Seeing how he refused immediately, Hakgu must have known that his account number could be used to trace his real identity. At that moment, Aaron sighed, and Sang Chu smiled and said, "If you want to thank him, why don't you? Find him in the next round and give him an item." Hearing this, Aaron happily thought, "That's a good idea. I have to think of a worthy way to repay him." "All right then, please get some rest today." "I'll see you tomorrow," Aaron said. "Okay, goodbye." As the bodyguard went down the elevator, he received a phone call. He quickly answered and said, "Mr. Chairman." The man on the other end of the line was Director An Sang Chu. An Sang Chu asked with concern, "You're not asleep yet, sir?" The man said, "I just got back and am having a little whiskey." Just then, Sang Chu said, "I've seen the results summary. Mr. Chairman, congratulations on your class change to Shadow Lord." The man on the other end of the line said, "There's nothing to congratulate me about. Did anything happen on your end?" At this, the bodyguard said, "Ms. Aaron and I only managed to reach the peak of level 8. In the process, we were injured and couldn't hunt anymore." The man on the other end of the line sounded worried and surprised. "Injured?" The bodyguard said as he walked through the underground parking garage. "Actually, I was just about to report this to you, sir. Is now a good time? It's related to Hak Kao." On the other end of the line, Marjo replied, "In that case, come to the hotel. I'll hear it from you in person." And Sang Chu continued, "Yes, sir, I'll be there in 20 minutes. As he got into his car and drove off, a man was watching him. It was our protagonist. He thought, just as I predicted. Is he on his way to see Marjo? 10 minutes earlier, when he had just woken up in the real world, the system announced, "Please think of your target. Visualize their face and say their name." At that moment, he said, "And Sang Chu." The name matched the visualized face. Locating target's position. Target's location has been found, 900 meters away. Our protagonist thought he's pretty close. Is he still on the upper floors of the Penna building? Suddenly, the target's location changed to 23 meters. The location is changing. For the location to be changing this fast, he must be using the elevator. Where could he be going this early in the morning? Is it possible he's going to Marjo's place? At that moment, our protagonist grabbed his jacket and went to check things out. As he went down to the underground parking garage, he thought, "It's a good thing I started investigating him the moment I got back." Darkness was swallowing the moonlight. Tonight is the perfect night for tailing someone. In another high-rise building, Marjo was standing there. He mused to himself, "For now, I'll just treat this as a warning and wait." Hakko, is there any player who doesn't know him? The guy who took first place in both of the first 2 rounds. Round 1 and round 2. Could this have something to do with that item? Yun Min, a good feeling. I wonder if he picked a fight with one of my subordinates. If that's the case, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Picking a fight with my right-hand man is the same as challenging me. I won't let it slide no matter who it is. I don't care who they are, even if it's the #1 ranker. Azarok took a sip of whiskey, muttering to himself as he waited. Just then, An Sang Chu's voice came from behind. He sounded cautious. "Are you in there, Mr. Chairman?" "It's An Sang Chu." Mazarok invited him in. "Come in." Mazarok put his glass down and replied, "Unit Leader An. It's good to see you again. Why the silence?" "The pleasure is all mine, sir," An Sang Chu replied immediately. And Sang Chu continued, "It's been a long time, Mr. Chairman. Mazarok shrugged. What did you expect? We're not even in the same sector anymore. And Sangchu went on. Just your presence here is enough to fill me with enthusiasm. Thank you, Mazarok smirked. You're quite the smooth talker unit leader, Anne. Please have a seat. And Sangchu smiled happily and nodded. Everything I said is true. It might be a little late, but congratulations on surviving. Mazarok raised an eyebrow. Surviving? Round 2 was child's play. And Sangchu hesitated. My apologies. Congratulations on your promotion. Mazarok laughed. Relax, I just got lucky. An Sangchu replied without hesitation. Luck is a skill in itself. Besides, for someone to be ranked 2nd or 3rd in the entire region is no easy feat. It is my greatest honor to be able to serve someone of your caliber. Mr. Chairman. Mazarok watched An Sangchu for a moment, then chuckled softly. Laying on the praise so thick. You must want something from me, right? And Sangchu broke out in a cold sweat, replying nervously, If that's the case, could you tell me where the level-up item was found? Mazarok laughed out loud. Oh, it was nothing. It just dropped while I was farming monsters. He continued. Actually, it was all thanks to a random ancient script fragment. The Dark Knight ancient script that I obtained. He was the one who saved me back then. He was a bit flustered. Mazarok was surprised. He saved you, tell me the details. And Sangju nodded and continued. Yes, that's right. If he hadn't shown up, both of us would have been dead. Miss Aiden might have survived, but she would have suffered from psychological trauma. She wouldn't have been able to continue working in the entertainment industry anymore. Mazarok listened and thought for a moment, then said, losing a level and losing your business at the same time. How difficult. An Sangju continued, What happened to those guys? Are they all dead? Mazarok gave a cold laugh. Even though you guys made them feel a pain, worse than death. He didn't kill them. Mazarok was surprised. Why is that? An Sangju explained, there's no benefit to killing them. If the total number of people decreases, then the number of people who can survive the round will also decrease. Mazarok nodded in approval. Not wrong. But who knows what other tricks they'll pull, Mazarok thought to himself. But thanks to that guy, my subordinate, and my belongings are still intact. It seems I owe him one this time. And Sangju added, I should compensate him. Mazarok replied. He said it wasn't necessary and left right away. Mazarok was surprised. He refused compensation, or even a thank you. Is he afraid of his identity being exposed? He's so cautious. And Sangchu thought for a moment, then said, if you happen to see him in the next round, please thank him for me. I'm genuinely grateful that he saved those 2 people. Marjo looked at An Sangchu and continued, You know I don't like being indebted to anyone. And Sangchu stood up and bowed politely. Of course I will do as you wish, sir. Marjo asked again. I forgot to ask one more important question. What were the nicknames of those thugs? Raymond stood under a tree next to the luxury hotel. What a loyal dog, he thought to himself. It's so late, yet he ran straight to Marjo's place. Right after returning to reality, he sighed and thought, well, I should head back now. I've already confirmed his destination. As the protagonist turned to leave, another thought crossed his mind. If I keep hanging around here, it'll just look suspicious. He hailed a taxi on the side of the road. His mind started to wander. To think that a celebrity sponsored by Marjo lives in the same apartment complex as me, I guess I have my little brother to thank for this. If we hadn't gone around giving rice cakes to the neighbors, I never would have found out about the connection. Between Sangchu and Admin, Rimmon frowned slightly, his eyes gazing into the distance. Sometimes his thoughts just ran in circles. As he opened the taxi door, another slew of thoughts flooded his mind. If I use the fact that we're neighbors as leverage, I might be able to gain Marjo's trust more easily. But should I really bring someone like Marjo into the round of 20? Marjo's ancient Dark Knight language is so good it's practically cheating, but it has its downsides too, like having no ancient language for level-ups and having to become a Dark Knight, he muttered to himself internally. But the biggest drawback is that to use the Dark Aura, you have to accumulate Dark Mana. But that's not something you can get through normal means. Just thinking about that skill makes me sick to my stomach. A depraved ability like something out of a messed-up manga is actually a perfect fit for this power. He scoffed and thought to himself, a team of psychos like that would be truly dangerous. For now, he decided to consider him a candidate. As for how to use him, he'd have to figure that out later. There were many other talented people waiting. He thought of a certain woman and smiled cheerfully. It felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders as soon as the sun rose. I should get to work. The next morning at QS-24, a sighing voice could be heard. The man said sadly, what am I going to do? The man just kept sighing. Our revenue is going to be cut in half. Just then a girl walked in, calling out in a cheerful voice, Dad! The man saw his daughter. Oh, hello, Jolie. The girl replied cheerfully. Hi, Dad, why are you sighing so heavily? Her father explained sadly. Well, it's like this. The lottery sales have been completely suspended. The girl asked, why so suddenly, Dad? The man shook his head. The government just found an excuse to stop it. The girl didn't understand, because they don't know what kind of skills the players will use. The girl found it hard to understand. So why are you so worried, Dad? The man continued. Because of the rent and labor costs, things are really difficult now. The girl, not really paying attention, smiled brightly. Don't worry, Dad, I'm very capable. I've graduated now, so I'll help you from now on. At that moment, Juri asked worriedly, Wait, have you found a way to increase our family's income yet? The man replied, Juri, just let me worry about the money. You just focus and on your studies. The girl proudly said, My grades are really good, you know. Aren't you planning on going to university? But Juri shook her head. Dad, I've given up on that dream. In a situation like this, school isn't important anymore. The old man looked at her, his expression growing even sadder. You're right, money isn't important right now. If something happens, you could lose your life in the next round. He covered his face. Lately, I've been having all sorts of crazy thoughts. I'm sorry, Juri. Seeing her father like this, the girl couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Dad, what do you have to be sorry for? This isn't reality. She took her father's hand, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make it through round 2, and I'll even gain a little experience from it. She even raised her hand. Oh, right, Dad, wait a second. Then she used magic on her father's head. The surprised father asked, What was that just now, dear? Juri smiled. I got a skill called Blessing a while ago. It's a support-type skill. It increases all stats by a little, and it helps regular people live healthier lives. She looked at her father with confidence in her eyes. I'll use this skill on you often, Dad. She made a fighting gesture. So please cheer up, okay? The father smiled back at his daughter. All right, I will. I'll cheer up. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The father looked toward the door. Surprised, he thought, a visitor all of a sudden. The man said in surprise, Who is that visitor? The surprised daughter asked her father, Dad, do you know him? The father, breaking out in a cold sweat, said, He's the winner. The winner who guessed the same number for 100 tickets. The young man walked into the shop, looked at the man standing there, and offered a rather sweet greeting. Hello, sir. Perhaps you remember a certain young customer. I'm the one who bought 10-1 worth of lottery tickets. The man raised an eyebrow. Looking surprised, he asked back, Oh, you did model. I'm still here, but what brings you here? Without hesitation, the young man bowed his head and began to speak. First of all, I want to apologize, sir. The man was a bit taken aback, not understanding the reason. Why are you apologizing to me? The young man gently explained. I saw the news, sir. Because I kept winning first prize. Your store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. I'm sorry for unintentionally causing damages to your store. The man chuckled kindly and said, Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not being able to sell lotto tickets anymore isn't going to kill me. The young man sighed, then took an envelope out of his bag and handed it to the man, saying, Even so, I still feel bad that you were affected. I want to compensate you with this money. It's not a huge amount. Startled, the man asked, What is this? The young man replied casually, It's just 10 million won, sir. Deeply shocked, the man waved his hands and said, You don't have to do this. Take it back. But the young man insisted, Please, sir, take it. After all, it's true that I caused you trouble. He placed the envelope on the ground, then turned to leave, saying, I'll be going now. The man called after him, Hey, kid, wait. Then the man asked seriously, Oh my gosh, can I really accept this much money, Minjuri? Juri, standing beside him, looked at her dad and said, Dad, I'll run after him and give it back. Her father nodded. Yes, return it to him, dear. Juri hurriedly ran outside. Out of breath, she said, Hey, wait a minute. The young man turned back, looked at her in surprise, and asked, You Min, is that you? She smiled. You don't recognize me, I'm Minjuri. Hey, we're in the same class. The young man was dumbfounded. Same class? She raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you don't know we're in the same class. The boy gave a forced smile and replied, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at remembering faces. In reality, he was thinking to himself, Of course I'm lying. Juri is the daughter of this convenience store's owner, and she's also a pretty unique character. She's known for nerfing her teammates' support buffs. Juri looked at him and said, Let's go somewhere to talk. The boy pretended to act casual and replied, All right. Afterward, the two of them sat on a park bench. She held out her hand and said, Here, take this. The boy looked at the envelope in surprise and asked, Isn't this the money? And I just gave you, she replied. We can't accept it back. It's such a large sum of money, so please just take it back. He looked at her hand and smiled. He thought to himself, She definitely won't take it. Because she's the type of person who, no matter how tough things get, hates being in someone's debt. She urged, Hurry and take it back, my hand is starting to hurt. He closed his eyes, ignoring her, and replied coldly, No, I've already made up my mind. That's the money I'm giving you as compensation because I feel guilty. I have to at least do this, so I can have a clear conscience, Juri said, flustered. But it's too much money. He continued, No matter how much it is, I want you to take it. If you don't, I'll feel guilty, and I'll just keep dwelling on it. She said worriedly, But still, this is way too much. I feel overwhelmed. He smiled. That's exactly why I'm giving it to you, he said with a smile. And tell the owner that to me that amount is nothing, so just take it. Yuri took the envelope and said, Are you always this stubborn? Why do you have to be like this? Suddenly the boy stood up. We're done talking, right? Well, I'll be on my way then. Yuri called out for him to wait, and then she continued. 10 million is really way too much. I'll just take 1 million. That's enough, right? At that moment, he said nonchalantly, Are you the one who gets to decide that? You should go ask the owner of the store. She replied, But my dad definitely won't be comfortable with this amount of money. He pretended to be surprised. Your dad is the owner of the convenience store. She said, that's right. He continued, I go there often. What a coincidence. Just then, Yuri also said, I think it's a coincidence, too. The person who won first prize in the lotto turned out to be my classmate. After hearing that, the male lead thought for a moment. A classmate, he thought. Then she continued, But do you really not know we're in the same class? I came right out as soon as you walked into the convenience store. The male lead gave a forced smile and said, Sorry, I'm just really not good at remembering faces. He then continued, So this is the first time we've actually been able to talk like this. Right? She said, That's right. He spoke again. Then this must be the first time you've heard my name, huh? He said, Yeah, sorry about that. She became a little shy. In his head, he thought, Even though I feel a little guilty for pretending not to know who she is, I have to do this to get her interested in me. At that moment, she spoke up. I already told you before. My name is Minsuji. I'm your classmate, and this is my face. So you'll remember me now? As she spoke with a bit of shyness, she looked incredibly cute. The male lead smiled and said, I'll remember. Her face flushed beet red. She turned to leave, but was suddenly struck by a dose of reality. She thought, What in the world was I just doing? Introducing myself to a classmate right before we were about to graduate. Just then, he smiled and said, Well, at least I know now. After graduation, it's not like we won't keep in touch, right? He continued. By the way, can I get your number? She said, extremely flustered. My number? He continued, Yeah, why? There's nothing weird about asking a classmate for their number, is there? She said, give me your phone then. Flustered, she typed in her number and handed it to him. Here, the male lead said as he took it. Us meeting like this must be fate. So let's keep in touch from now on, okay? She was so slow on the uptake. Finally, she said, Okay, of course. The male lead continued, Well, then I'm heading out. I've got something urgent to take care of, she said shyly. Oh, okay, go ahead. But suddenly, as he walked away, she remembered something. She yelled, Wait! The envelope. But he just waved goodbye and walked away faster. She thought to herself, I still haven't returned it to him. And he just suddenly asked for my number. It's so strange. She thought, flustered, Oh no, my heart is racing. Even though I know he just thinks of me as a friend, I have a crush on Dui Min. We first met by chance. The memory came flooding back of when Dui Min was being bullied. A guy named Cho Mai said, You bastard. I told you to bring the money. Did you think we were kidding? Seeing this, Minjuji got extremely worried. She thought, I can't let this happen. Then she called the police. Hello, police? It was because she felt sorry for him. Since she was the one who called the cops, she felt an even greater sense of responsibility. So she followed him to make sure he got home safely. But when she saw Dui Min going to his part-time job as if nothing had happened, she realized that he was much stronger than he appeared. From that moment on, she started to get interested in Raymond. She watched him. She would gaze at him on campus. But I didn't have the courage to talk to him. After that, my feelings for him grew so much that I didn't even dare to get close to him anymore. She was extremely shy. No way! I can't believe we're meeting here again. I'm brave now. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. She held the envelope and shyly thought, I can't back down now. But I wonder after he gets 10 million won, should I ask him out for a meal? The male lead picked up his phone. He looked at the screen and started tapping away. The tapping sounds went on and on. A message appeared on the screen. Have you eaten yet? I have a few things I want to talk about. Can we meet in Area 1? I'll treat you to a meal. After reading it, the male lead kept tapping and replied, Sure, but I'll pay. The girl on the other end replied angrily, Just let me pay. Then she added an incredibly cute sentence, Fine, you can pay. The male protagonist chuckled, I've got plenty of money. The girl replied, But I don't like just freeloading like that. What do you want to eat? His face was completely nonchalant. He thought to himself, Just as I thought. She feels like she has a lot of energy to spare. Suddenly inviting me to lunch? That's a good sign. He smirked, thinking that if he got close to her naturally, it would be easier to turn her into an ally and help her get to round 20. Suddenly he stood up and went outside. His younger brother in the room asked in surprise, Bro, where are you going? The main character replied, I'm going to meet a friend. His younger brother looked at the TV and said, A friend? You don't mean a girlfriend, do you? The main character immediately teased him. What, can't your big bro go meet a few girls? Laughing, he continued, I'm heading out. Don't you dare skip your meals, you hear me? The younger brother obediently replied, Yes, sir. The little boy sat alone in the room, feeling incredibly empty. He thought to himself, no way. Is he really going on a date? At a steakhouse, the two were chatting. Rimmon asked, Do you like steak? Judy asked back, Huh, what was that? He asked again, Do you like steak? She answered shyly, Ah, yes, I like it a lot. The main character said, Then eat up. She got flustered and stammered, Uh-huh. I can't believe I'm having a private meal with Rimmon. This must be my lucky day. Sitting in the restaurant, the atmosphere was very cheerful. She thought to herself, this awkward atmosphere is so uncomfortable. I have to say something. She took a deep breath and asked, How did you manage to win the lottery so many times in a row? A whole 4 times straight. The main character explained, that I saw it in a dream. I'm pretty lucky, huh? Manzuri was surprised. A dream? So how much have you made from that dream? The main character replied, It seems I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Although I still have to worry about staying alive. He let out a sigh. Hearing that, Manzuri asked, Oh, that reminds me. I'm very curious. Your first day of killing monsters. It must have been really difficult, right? He replied, Yeah, that's right. It takes a lot of time. She continued to ask, What area are you in? He feigned ignorance. I don't remember. I just remember the last digit was 5. She said, Oh, my last digit is 7. Darn it, I guess we won't be meeting up then. He smirked to himself, thinking, No need to be disappointed, my friend. We'll meet soon enough. Because the areas will start to merge when the number of remaining survivors starts to drop. Anyway, she continued to ask, What level are you? He answered level 10. She was surprised. Huh. I'm at 10 too. Have you gotten your class yet? He lied, Not yet. What about you? She said happily. Luckily, I got a class change item and already used it. It's called Boss Supporter. The protagonist was surprised. Boss Supporter. So that means you can give your teammates buffs, or status effects like in a game. But in his head, he thought, It's a good thing she's still a support player this time around. She said excitedly, Do you want to see model? There's a type of effect called a blessing. It will enhance all of your stats. He was surprised. Oh, really? Let me see. She demonstrated by raising her hand and channeling power into his head. The blessing has enhanced all your stats by 50%. Great. The time limit is 2 hours. He thought to himself, I don't understand. This effect is especially good. He said, Oh, that's impressive, and continued to think. The skill's effect will double if she reaches her max level. At that point, the stats will increase by 100%. But that's only if she reaches her max level. It's a good thing she buffed Young Min right from the start. This was my main objective. The reward he got from the side quest was a random gold pouch. Literally, it's a pouch that gives a random amount of gold, and it can be affected by the luck stat. The higher the stat, the more gold you get. He told her the effect was really good. Thanks. Jury happily replied, If you ever need a blessing, just let me know. Using this skill doesn't cost me any energy. Got it, he replied. Then he asked, Didn't you say you had something to tell me? She answered shyly, Oh, right, I was going to talk about that first. She continued blushing. Thank you so much for the 10 billion won. My father also asked me to thank you. And I'll try my best to pay you back soon, no matter what happens. He chuckled and said, Is that all you wanted to say? I already told you not to worry about it. She continued, If you don't need the money, then maybe you want something else. I know. Here, take this. Then she materialized an item surprising him. She smiled and said, I got this while I was out hunting. Since you don't need the money, I thought I should give you this instead. She held out her hand and said, This is a token of my gratitude, so please don't refuse it. After they finished eating, they left the steak shop. She said, The meal was wonderful. Well, I'll see you later then, he replied. Okay, be careful beyond the gate, she said. Yeah, you too. Let's make sure we stay alive to see each other again. After he left, he opened his inventory to check the item she gave him. It was the Peerless Beauty. To put it simply, it was a straightforward item. It's a gem used to combine with items to increase stats. Who would have thought that he would get this from her? Really? He picked up the item and thought to himself, Just by looking at this short description, it's hard to know its true purpose. But once I reach level 20, I'll realize just how rare this item is. He held it in his hand and examined it. The combine feature will be unlocked when a player reaches level 20. When you use it, you can combine a weapon with a magic crystal, and you can also choose to upgrade it. There are a total of 7 colors of magic crystals. Red is for high damage, green is for strength, yellow is for luck, blue is for enhancing agility, purple is for intelligence, which helps reduce incoming damage. And finally, the prismatic crystal is the rarest of them all. It has a very low appearance rate, and it helps enhance all of my stats. I'm so lucky to have suddenly gotten one. At this moment, he thought to himself, My real-life luck stat must be really high. I'll use the magic crystal when I reach level 20. His blessing had 30 minutes remaining. Now, I should also open the bag before the Lucky Pens effect ends. Right? Hold on. I need to boost my stats with the Butcher's ancient language first. Then he pulled out a bag containing 100 worms. The Butcher's ancient language powder will increase my stats by 1% for each target I've written, and it also counts insects, as long as it's a living creature. The thing is, there are no insects in the subdimension, so I was forced to hunt monsters. Luckily, I'm in reality right now. After that, he dropped the bag containing 100 worms. He lifted his foot and said, "Sorry about this." He stomped on all of them, killing 45 out of 100. All stats will be increased by your 67 kills. Then to 100% on 100 on 100. The status window appears. Your 15 luck points have increased to 45. With this, I can expect some pretty good results. He then opens his inventory and uses a random gold pouch. Random? My luck stat has been raised to the highest possible level. All right, time to use it. I wonder how much I'm going to get. Even with the same stat, receiving a different amount of gold is perfectly normal. Based on my luck up until now, I'll probably only get about 3,000 to 6,000 gold. When he uses it, he is suddenly shocked. He's completely floored. At that moment, a system message pops up. You have used a random gold pouch. He's astonished to see that. But the system didn't stop there. You have obtained 9,000 gold. He couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. 9,000 gold. I got the absolute maximum amount. That blessing was totally worth it. So my total gold is 16,000. This is enough to buy an epic grade item. The item I want won't be available for another 2 weeks. So for now, I should keep this safe. A while later, Hak-gu arrived home. I'm home. Seeing Hak-gu return, Yuan immediately spoke up. How was your date? A date? Didn't you go on a date with your girlfriend? Hak-gu sat on the chair and chided her. Stop talking nonsense. What did you eat for lunch? Thinking of the food she had just ordered, Yuan answered. I ordered black bean noodles. You should have ordered something a little tastier. Hearing this, Yuan pouted in disagreement. What's wrong with black bean noodles? Do you have any idea how much I've been craving them? Hearing this, Hak-gu couldn't help but think. That's right, just last month. Our situation was still very difficult. Confirm transaction? Please check the amount below and press confirm, if it is correct. If there is an error, please press cancel. Transaction amount $1 million. Remaining balance $3,000. By the way, my investment capital in Bitcoin has grown to $150 million. Just like the previous times, in 2 weeks it will most likely drop significantly. When that happens, it'll be the right time to pull out. But before that, I should get a driver's license. Meanwhile, in the written driver's license exam room, Hak-gu thought with boredom as he took the test. How many times have I taken this test? I'll just get it over with and get out of here. A test taker in the same room as Hak-gu couldn't help but be curious when he saw him get up so early. What's with that guy? But as soon as he saw Hak-gu's score on the computer, he was startled and thought, in just that little bit of time, he got 95 points. Your score is 95. You have passed the test. Commercial driver's license written exam, Hak-gu. Right after that, I got my driver's license and showed it off to Woon. The result was pretty obvious. But it only took me 4 days to get my license. I have more driving experience than anyone. Wait a minute, how many years have passed already? How old am I? After getting my license, I immediately bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. It didn't take me long to choose, because I picked this same car the last few times. Just then, the car consultant said, how long does a direct import take? If you place the order today, you'll receive the car within a month. After hearing that, Hak-gu said without hesitation, sounds good, I'll sign it right now. Hearing this, the car salesman's face lit up. His enthusiasm and warmth doubled. Excellent, sir, you have such great taste. Hak-gu watched the man's attitude change in the blink of an eye and was speechless. 2 weeks later, the time had come. It was time to part ways with his Bitcoin. When walked in and saw Hak-gu grinning slyly, so he asked, did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Hak-gu answered honestly, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Hearing this, Yuan was curious. Really? How much did the price go up? Hak-gu calmly said, $300 million. When Yuan heard the number, he gasped and shouted, $300 million. All the money I won from the lottery was only $60 million, and that amount grew into $300 million. Hak-gu remained calm and said, of course it did. Yuan, still wearing a look of astonishment, continued, when you wanted to invest in Bitcoin, I tried to stop you, but you ended up making this much. Hak-gu laughed and replied, I had no idea it would increase so dramatically either. Hak-gu couldn't help but think to himself, last time the most it got to was $280 million. Hearing that, Yuan asked further, so are you going to stop now? Hak-gu said honestly, of course. Hearing that, Yuan was as happy as a puppy and said, that's great. But before Yuan could finish celebrating, Hak-gu added, it's time to invest in the stock market. Hearing that, Yuan's smile vanished. Bro, you don't know a damn thing about stocks. What are you planning to do now? Hak-gu said reassuringly, don't worry, I saw it in a dream. Hearing this, Yuan was completely floored. You had that future-predicting dream again. What about buying stocks this time? Hak-gu calmly replied, yep, I had a dream that if I buy it now, it'll be a great investment for the future. Hearing this, Woon didn't object anymore. All right, then, just do what you want. Seeing that Woon had gone quiet, Hak-gyu thought to himself, I can't blame Woon for being so worried. But I know the future. The company I'm going to invest in is a company currently ranked 85th. It's valued at around $900 million. The Cheonma Consulting Firm. Cheonma Consulting is a subsidiary of Jelok, although it's not very famous yet. After the 4th round, it will release a special system and grow rapidly. If I know this company is going to become famous, there's no reason not to invest. If I can own a lot of shares and gain operational control, I can influence the company as a major shareholder and make a hefty profit. First, I'll invest $280 million and secure a 31% ownership stake. As Hak-gyu was lost in thought, he heard Woon whispering beside him, Please make his dream come true one more time. Model. Hak-ko. Seeing Yuan praying for him, he was at a complete loss. After that, he continued with what he was doing. And just like that, it's done. Purchase confirmed. Transaction successful. Now I just need to buy the items. Later that night at the shop, the items available for purchase today appeared. Hak-ko was lying on his bed, looking at the item list and thinking to himself, I've been saving up all my gold for this very day. As long as I have gold, I can buy common items and skills. It couldn't be more convenient. Newbie shop armor defense 10. Effect none. Durability 50. Price 1,000. Even though they are all common grade, that doesn't mean you can't buy rare and epic materials. Today's item. This is a feature for buying a random item that changes daily. Usually it's hard to buy what you want because you don't know what item the shop will sell. But for me, that's not a problem. I already know in advance what item will be sold and when. And today is the day the epic item that I need will be sold. An epic grade dry bone necklace. Effect +3 intelligence. +1% attack speed every time you kill an enemy. Maximum 25% effectiveness until the round ends. Restriction apprentice or higher. Durability 500 out of 500. Price 4,600 gold. Sale time 23 hours. There it is, the dry bone necklace. An item that increases intelligence and attack speed. And compared to its effects, it's also pretty cheap. Since I have the item I want, I should probably use that thing. Item inventory. 50% discount coupon for today's item. The coupon I got after completing the mission to level up. Restriction only effective until the next round. Apprentice or higher. Item description. A limited reward for players who complete the side quest of round 2. If it's not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. If I buy this necklace after using the 50% discount coupon, as he thought this, he clicked buy. Immediately after, his gold decreased to 13,949 gold. Hak-ko was surprised to see this. I still have so much gold. At first, I was planning to buy a set of common accessories with the remaining gold. But if I save another 6,000 gold, I could buy another common skill. A common skill is still better than common equipment. I need to quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, round 3 has a lot of monsters, and so time passed. March 1st, 2023. The day finally came. At that moment, a clamor arose from the crowd. Damn it! We've been dragged into the other world again. This time it's not a forest. Where are we? All the houses have been destroyed, but it looks like a village. Village, my ass. This is nothing but a pile of ruins. Just then, everyone seemed to notice something. Look, there are walls around the village. Someone else chimed in sarcastically. Oh, they're really there. And what's with this crystal round 3? What are we supposed to do here? Hak-ko stood off to the side, observing the scene and thinking to himself. Strange. Everyone seems pretty anxious. The only one who's unfazed is Cho Rong-soo. At that moment, people around them started whispering. Isn't he our zone representative? That's right. His life is like something out of a documentary. That's him. I heard he's a gang boss. He even threatened me with a sword to make me vote for him. Hak-ko should have been the representative, not that murderer. Another guy quickly stopped him from saying more. Hey, he can hear us now. He's the one with all the power. That guy arrogantly continued, so what? He can only use that power 10 times. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Dong-soo became enraged. You bastards! Shut your mouths. Even so, the murmurs from the crowd continued. What's he cussing about? As if other people don't know how to cuss. The enraged Dong-soo pointed randomly and shouted, Who's mumbling over there, huh? Dong-soo thought resentfully. Damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel bitch would keep her mouth shut. At that moment, a pair of feet approached Dong-soo. He bowed his head and said hello. Surprised, Dong-soo asked Dong-min, What are you doing? Dong-min looked up and shouted, The boss of the Life's a Movie gang, Dong-soo. Senior Joe Dong-soo, I've come to pay my respects. Dong-soo was taken aback by this and said, Senior, are you one of my boys? Dong-min answered honestly, not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old guy who dreams of being a gangster. Hearing this, Dong-soo thought to himself, he wants to be a gangster. Is this kid insane? Beaming with excitement, Dongmin continued, "You're my role model, sir. I'm desperate to join your gang." Dongsu began to ask, "Why would you?" But before he could finish, he was cut off by Dongmin's next move. He dropped to both knees and said, "I'll dedicate my entire life to following you. Please take me in." Seeing this, Dongsu was secretly thrilled. "I've met a lot of psychos in my life, but this is the first time I've ever met one this nuts. I'm starting to like this kid's spirit." Then Dongsu spoke. "Get up!" Dongmin obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Then Dongsu pointed to the people who had just been talking trash about him and said to Dongmin, "Are you blind? Can't you see my reputation's gone to hell? And you still want to follow me?" Dongmin pounded his chest. "I don't give a damn what anyone says, you're the one I respect. As long as you take me in, I don't care what anyone else thinks." Amused by this, Dongsu said, "I like that answer. All right, I'll take you under my wing and teach you." Hearing this, Dongmin bowed his head and shouted his thanks once more. "Thank you, it's an honor, sir." The onlookers began to whisper even more. Did he really just join the Life's a Movie crew? Is he out of his mind? Well, they say birds of a feather flock together. Hakkao from a distance couldn't help but think when he saw this. He's teaming up with Cho Dong-soo this time too. This is actually a good thing. Just then the angel also flew over. "Is everyone gathered? Let's see, we're short 90 people today." Hearing this, everyone looked bewildered. "What do you mean short on people?" At that moment, the main mission board appeared, "Protect the Holy Relic for 3 hours. Total participants, 850 million. Completed 0 out of 214 million. Current area SKS 45. Total participants, 4,900. Completed 0 out of 1,200. Everyone was surprised to see this. "Are we really short on people? How can that be?" But then the angel spoke up. "It's impossible for people to die when everything's been quiet. It seems that in the real world, you all have been slaughtering each other. I was worried about how far your competition would go." Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Wait, everyone look. Look at the number of people who can pass this round. 1,200 people, what? That's only a quarter of us." The crowd panicked at the sight of the strange angel. "Is there some mistake?" The angel laughed grimly and said, "A mistake? What are you all talking about? There's no mistake. It seems you're all a bit scared, because the number of people who can complete the mission has been reduced. But have you forgotten? In each round, only half of the people can survive. But everyone survived the last round. So in this round, only 1/4 of the players will survive. Sounds fair, doesn't it?" This, everyone's faces turned pale with horror. The angel continued his twisted logic. "There's nothing unfair about it. You just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. The angel's eyes gleamed as he looked down at the humans below. "All right, I'll explain the rules for round 3. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear in front of the castle gate and target the sacred object located in the center of the village. There will be a total of 4 waves of attacks, and you must all work together to protect the 4 sacred objects. You will receive a bonus reward if you manage to protect the 3 sacred objects for 3 hours. If you fail to do so, you will face a severe punishment. Regardless of whether you succeed in protecting them, your ranks will be determined by the number of monsters you eliminate. Due to the nature of this round, more monsters will appear than usual, but they only have brute force. Much easier, right? Of course, this also means that the gold and experience points will also be reduced accordingly. Hearing the rules, Dong-soo was secretly overjoyed. So all I have to do is kill a lot of monsters. Since I'm the one in charge, this round will be a piece of cake. Just then, the angel suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I almost forgot. The representative chosen from the previous round was... Life is a documentary, wasn't it? From this round on, he can use the command authority. But I'm sure everyone here is curious about what would happen if the representative dies. When a representative is killed by monsters or external factors, their position will become vacant. However, what if they are killed by another player? In that case, the killer will immediately become the new representative, and they will still receive the full 10 uses of the command authority. Well, then the monsters will appear in 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, work together to survive, though I'm not so sure you all can handle it." At that moment, Dong-soo trembled with anger. Damn it! Dong-soo was so furious he cursed under his breath. But right after that, he realized the group of people holding knives behind him stared intently at him. Dong-soo wasn't afraid and swung his knife. "You bastards come at me. I'll kill every single one of you one by one." A guy holding a large cleaver said, "You're acting all tough, but you can only use your command authority 10 times. Another guy chimed in, "The angel already said it. Whoever kills this bastard will become the new representative. It'd be for the best if I become the new representative." Just then, everyone suddenly heard footsteps. It turned out to be Hakkao approaching from behind. Dong-soo saw Hakkao approaching with a weapon and panicked. "What are you doing, Hakkao?" Hakkao replied. "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk." Hearing this, Dong-soo broke out in a cold sweat and said nervously, "What are you talking about? Just say what you want to say. But let me tell you first. if you're planning to make me bow down, Hakkao interrupted, saying, I have a proposal. I'm guessing you're in a tough spot. How about I protect you? I will protect you. Longxiu was surprised and blurted out, What? Hakkao said firmly. I will protect you from the other players. In other words, I'll be your personal bodyguard. Everyone around was startled to hear this. My mind is filled with questions. What Hakkao is going to protect him? Is this for real? So does that mean we have to fight Hakkao? Everyone hesitated at that moment. This is a bit... So what should we do now? Seeing everyone around him hesitating, Longxiu couldn't help but think to himself, I can't believe the name Hakkao carries so much weight. Judging by their reactions, it looks like this offer is really tempting. But everything has a price. Then Longxiu spoke up and asked, So what do you want in return? Hakkao replied very casually, Nothing much. You will have to follow my every command. That's the condition. Dongxiu was taken aback. What? He couldn't help but wonder. Is he asking me to be his underling? Then Dongxiu asked, Why are you making this offer? Unexpectedly, Hakuku refused to tell him. I can't say. At this point, Dongxiu understood Hakuku even less. You said I have to follow your orders. But what kind of orders are we talking about? Hakuku replied. I can't tell you that either. You just have to follow my orders without question. Hearing that Dongxiu's face darkened, his mind was a mess. So you want me to follow you for my whole damn life? Damn it, you think I'm that easy to fool? Hold on. What will happen if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me out of nowhere in broad daylight, would he? Just then, Hakuku spoke up again. Choose. The others are waiting for your decision, too. Dongxiu hesitated. All right, I refuse your offer. Hakuku's eyes grew cold. He couldn't help but think to himself, just as I thought. There's no way this bastard would swallow his pride so easily. At that moment, when the surrounding mob saw Dongxiu refuse, they were thrilled. They immediately started chattering. Look, he refused. If he'd agreed, he could be hunting carefree right now. His ego's probably too big, so he doesn't want to take orders from anyone. Is his pride really more important than his life? Or maybe he just looks down on all of us? Seeing this situation, Hakuku thought, This is playing out exactly like it did in my past life. What I need to do now is draw a line. Then he said, Fine, since you've refused, I just won't lift a finger. I won't care about what happens here anymore. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. The surrounding crowd started to close in. Did you hear that? Hakkao doesn't give a damn about you anymore. So guess we'll just take care of this punk ourselves, huh? Longxiu gripped his weapon tightly in his hand. He didn't know whether to take Hakkao's offer or not. Damn it! Do I really have to accept his offer? Just then the system's voice rang out. Wave 1 will begin shortly. Prepare for the monsters to appear and disappear, and protect the monument in 30 minutes. Regardless of how many monsters have been defeated, Wave 2 will still begin. The crowd stirred. Everyone protect the monument. Time remaining until the stage ends is 2 hours. Realizing a battle was about to start, Longxiu calculated his options in his head. I can't fight alongside these guys I have beef with. Besides, this is a solo mission anyway. Looks like I'll have to go it alone, huh? Where's that guy going? Dongxiu saw Black Hook go into an alley and secretly followed behind him. Is he planning to fight alone too? He's heading for the rear city gate. Just then, the system suddenly announced Wave 1. Player 4009, do your best to weaken 9,000 monsters. Hearing such a large number, Dongxiu's face turned pale with shock. 9,800, the system continued. Due to the nature of this stage, the goblins will only have 1/3 of their usual strength. We wish you all success. Hearing that, Dongxiu hurriedly ran. This is insane. For now, I'll just hide and observe the situation. But why isn't Black Hook moving? Does he intend to fight the goblins at the city gate all by himself? Even if the city gate is narrow, but it's still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. Is he that confident he can take on 10 at once? That psycho is acting all cocky just because his level is a little higher. I don't even have to watch to know what's going to happen. He'll fight for a bit, then turn tail and run. Just then the monsters at the city gate swarmed out. Hakkao raised his weapon ready to fight. He swung his blade, his eyes sharp as a razor. I can't believe these monsters know how to jump, to dodge attacks. Hakkao leaped up and cut down all 10 monsters in a single slash. Dongxiu watched from a high floor above. He couldn't help but be impressed. Huh. Hakkao is that strong. I wonder if I'll be that strong when I reach level 16. This isn't the time to be thinking about that. I need to level up fast and get stronger. Meanwhile, the battle between the players and the goblins had already turned brutal. Down in the square, monsters and people were chaotically slaughtering each other. Hey, stop them! The west gate has fallen. Don't let them get near the holy relic die. Dongxiu also ran down to join the fight. I've got to get down there and kill some goblins too. He shouted, Come here, you walking experience points! Monster was drawn in and charged at him. Dongxiu glanced over and instantly cut the monster down. Seeing this, he thought smugly, Heh heh, thanks to the ancient sword language, I can predict their movements. This is too easy. Just then a flash of light shot past Dongxiu's face. An arrow? I've never seen a Goblin shoot an arrow before? Damn it then, who the hell was that? I don't know who you are, but once I get my hands on you, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. At that moment, one of them stabbed a spear into Gyeongseo's stomach. I got him. Gyeongseo's face darkened as he grabbed the spear. You damn bastard. He then pulled out the spear, dragging the creature closer. With his other hand, he stabbed a knife into the creature's chest. Die, you bastard. Gyeongsu drew his knife. Blood sprayed from the other guy. Just as he finished this guy off, an arrow whizzed past his face. Turns out it was another player trying to kill me. Dongsu picked up a spear and got into a throwing stance, aiming at his opponent. The guy holding the bow saw this and his face went pale with fear. A moment later, Dongsu's spear pierced right through his face. After taking down the second guy, Dongsu was also injured. Damn it! I can't believe the thing I had to worry about was other players, not the monsters. If I wasn't the regional representative my ass. If I had a choice, I would have given the title to someone else. Should I really accept Black Hook's help? No way, a man's gotta have some pride. A man can't just become his subordinate. There must be some other solution. Some way to hunt in peace, without being bothered by other players. That guy is ranked number 3 in the current region, with Black Dragon on his right hand. No, that's not right. It is him. Then Dongsu called out, "Hey." Hearing the call, Black Dragon turned around. "What, who's there?" Dongsu let out a sinister laugh. He aimed the Black Dragon spear in his right hand. "From now on, you protect me." Meanwhile, Hak-gu continued to slash and kill. The system's voice rang out. Dry bone necklace effect. Attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin. Current skill count 502 out of 100. Used tier 3 experience buff. All stats increased by 100% due to the Butcher's ancient language effect. Gold plus 3.33, bonus gold plus 1.66. Hak-gu looked at the system panel and thought. Status window. Oh, I've already earned almost 2,000 gold. At this rate, I'll easily get 20,000 gold. During the second wave, huh? No, in this round, I have to save up a lot of gold. Then I'll buy 2 common skills. If I can do that, I'll get the ancient language of the true heart. Just then, Hak-gu looked back, swinging his spear at the monsters rushing toward him. With just a single swing, a whole mob of monsters was flattened. The monsters behind them started to hesitate, not daring to charge forward. Seeing this, Hak-gu said, "Aren't you guys going to attack? If not, then I'll make the first move." After that, blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, a sound echoed through the square. The crowd didn't understand what was happening. What's that sound? Is something wrong? The monsters then began to gradually disappear. 4 system announcements then rang out. You have successfully stopped the first wave of attack. Number of surviving players, 3,900. Number of casualties, 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. I survived. We have to rest a bit before the second wave. Seeing the bodies of people strewn about after the battle, Hak-gu couldn't help but think. 967 people died. Even though they weakened the goblins, we still can't underestimate them. Oh, where did he go? There he is, Cho Dong-soo. No surprise there. He's still alive. It'll be hard for him to get through this round. Meanwhile, Dong-soo was clutching a wound in his stomach. Damn it! He frantically looked around. These bastards aren't killing goblins. They're only targeting me. Just as he thought that someone with a knife rushed at him. Dong-soo. But right after someone else protected him. Seeing that he was being protected, he was secretly pleased. But it's a good thing I have command over them. This is truly great. Thanks to them acting as my human shields, I was able to survive the first wave. After taking care of the other guy, Dong-min turned back and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Seeing this, Dong-soo wondered to himself, this lunatic is still following me, even though I haven't used that authority at all. Right after that, the pain in Dong-soo's abdomen flared up again. I'm losing too much blood. In this condition, can I even survive this round? Damn it, I'll fight to stay alive and get through this round. Light as a feather. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Wave 2 players. 3,900 weakened goblins and 7,800 Rolands. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only have normal strength. We hope you will be victorious in this battle. Hak-gu continued to swing his sword. With 1/10 of them went flying as he leaped into the air. The monsters' blood and gore continued to fly everywhere. The monsters' corpses fell in heaps. More and more of them appeared. The system announced, you have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from novice to normal. You can now use the combine function. Hearing that, Hak-gu smiled. I did it. I finally leveled up. Now that I'm at level 20, I can use the combine function to create unified items. It can't be bought in the store. The system continues. Congratulations on leveling up. Zihai has been enhanced. Additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. In addition, you have learned the unique Death God skill Ziye. Effect radius 500 meters. Uses dark energy to create an artificial night. The caster can cancel the skill at will. The next skill will be acquired at level 40. Hearing this, Haegu was also a bit surprised. Zai-Hai's additional damage has already increased to 120%, and he even learned a new skill, Ziye. It's a perfect match for the Death God's ancient language, because the Death God's ancient language gets stronger as night falls. When used during the day, the weapon's attack power doubles. When used at night, the attack speed also increases by 50%. When resting at night, it greatly reduces the chance of being detected by enemies. Just then, the horde of monsters charged in again. Hakkao laughed and said, "Welcome. I've just learned a new skill myself. Tu-da!" And with that, the goblins' heads flew from their necks. They scattered in a panic, but they couldn't escape Hakkao's blade. The spearhead swept smoothly, reaping goblin heads. Like reaping wheat, they dropped dead before they could even gasp. At that moment, Hakkao's feet touched the ground. Behind him was already a huge pile of goblin corpses, lying stacked in a pile. You have successfully repelled the second attack wave. Surviving players, 3,300. Players killed 590. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. Hearing this, Hakkao sighed in relief. The second wave is finally over. Should I buy some common skills during the break? I wonder. Entering the skill shop, the first thing I'll buy is detection. With it, I'll be able to identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seems that within 30 meters, there's nothing but goblin corpses around here. So should I just save another 20,000 gold? Just then the system voice announced Wave 3. Players 3,300 versus 6,600 weakened goblins. And so another battle began. You have successfully repelled the third attack wave. Wave 4. Players 3,000 versus 6,000 weakened goblins. What followed was another fierce battle. You have successfully repelled the fourth attack wave. By now, everyone was exhausted after 4 battles. Zhang Xiu thought, just 1 more hour. I can survive and get out of here. Even though I've used up all my special privileges, as long as I have these bastards protecting me, my life won't be in any danger. The familiar system voice rang out again. Wave 5. Players 2,700 versus 10,000 weakened goblins. When the crowd heard this, they were completely shocked. Why are there so many of them? The system continued to explain, due to the nature of this round, the monsters only have normal strength. We wish you victory until the very end. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty monsters charged like hungry tigers. Zhang Chao thought to himself, I don't need to worry. This is actually a chance to set a new record. I will become even stronger, to tear apart those who once looked down on me. At this moment, cries of pain interrupted Zhang Chao's thoughts. He turned around and saw the men Zhang Chao had used his authority to bring in as bodyguards had been killed by the other people. There he is, that damn punk. The title of representative is mine. We have to kill him this time. Zhang Chao saw this and quickly pulled some men in front of him, saying, You savages, it's the final round, hold them back. You guards, hurry up and stop them. But what followed were relentless stabs. Almost all of Zhang Chao's protectors were dead. He began to tremble in fear. Damn it, I'm screwed. This isn't the time for hunting anymore. Seeing Zhang Chao run away, the crowd immediately gave chase. He's running after him. Catch him. Deng Xiu was running for his life. I just need to survive this attack. Just for this one attack, Haku. Deng Xiu accidentally ran towards Haku's location. He trembled in fear, ran closer, and said to Haku, I agree to your terms. I'll do whatever you say. Please protect me. I said I accept your offer, Haku. Protect me. Haku, who had been silent, finally turned and replied, I refuse. I already told you I don't care at all. Whether you die or not, you're on your own. Hearing this, a panicked Deng Xiu said, Wait, but you were the one who made the offer. I said I'd become your subordinate, didn't I? Reject what? Hakkao replied coldly. I don't need a subordinate. One who has no authority at that. Hearing this, Rong Xiu seethed with rage. That little punk! Is he calling me useless? Damn, if I'd known I would have agreed earlier. Just then a voice rang out from behind. See everyone, he already turned him down. What a relief, I was just wondering. If Hakkao helped him, what would we do? Life is truly a documentary. Now we can kill him whenever we want. Rong Xiu raised his sword, ready to risk his life. Even if I die, I'll take at least one of you down with me. Just then a voice from the crowd called out, Senior! You must be tired. I'm here to help you. Seeing this, Rong Xiu felt like he'd just grasped a lifeline. Young Min, of course I still have you. If I get out of here alive, I'll take good care of you. But before he could finish his sentence, Min landed a punch right on Rong Xiu's face. Rong Xiu took the full force of the painful punch and collapsed. Hey, Senior, let me just kill you so you can rest in peace. Rong Xiu, realizing he'd been tricked, cursed, You bastard. But that was followed by another punch. Young Min, with cold, sharp eyes, grabbed Rong Xiu by the collar. The punches left Rong Xiu dazed. Rong Xiu's consciousness began to fade. Damn it, Rong Xiu thought to himself. Betrayed by this bastard. After a final stomp from Young Min, the system's voice rang out. The regional representative of Life is a Documentary has been killed. the representative's power and has been transferred to the killer. Player Kwang Jung-min, Ed is the new regional representative of SKS 455. Jung-min laughed out loud. Now I'm the regional representative. I'm the king here. The system's voice continued. You have become the regional representative. You have received the right of command, exclusive to the representative. Jung-min smirked sinisterly, scheming in his mind. If I concentrate, can I control Sharon to do as I wish? I'll make good use of this right of command. Don't be too mad, okay? Isn't it because of my command that Deng Xiao's gang keeps running away? How embarrassing. Afterwards, Jung-min spoke up. Hey, you all see that? I beat the crap out of him. Didn't I tell you I had a good chance of winning, huh? The foolish crowd hearing this was brainwashed. Yeah, that's right, awesome. Seeing what had just happened, the crowd was more or less terrified. This bastard killed the man with his bare hands. It gives me goosebumps. He's a total psycho. Who would have thought he'd actually die? Just then, a newcomer who didn't understand the situation asked, What's going on? Isn't this son of a bitch the one who was always following and kissing that thug's ass? So he planned on betraying him from the very beginning. Some people now realized Jung-min's sinister nature. That guy is terrifying. A person like that? How can he become the regional representative? Hey everyone, we have a new representative now. That's right. Jung-min was still laughing smugly to himself. So they're planning to target me now, but that's too bad for them. I know something that can get me out of this. With that thought, he turned around to look for someone. Hoikui. Hoikui turned back and saw Jung-min calling him. What is it? Jung-min feigned seriousness and said, You saw the announcement, right? I'm the regional representative now. I have the right to command you. Hoikui calmly replied, So what? Jung-min put on a harmless smile and said, That offer you made about turning my life into a documentary? I'll accept it. In other words, I'll do as you say. In return, you have to protect me. Jung-min was delighted, certain that Hoikui would agree. The reason Cho Rong-soo was abandoned is because he has no command authority, so he'll definitely accept my offer. Right. But just then, Black Hook spoke up. I don't like your attitude. If you get on your knees and beg me, then I might consider it. Hearing this, Jung-min was shocked. What? Hey, didn't you hear me? I have command authority. Hearing that, Black Hook became even more defiant. So, what do you want me to do about it? It seems you've misunderstood something. The one at a disadvantage here is you, not me. You want me to protect you, huh? Then get on your knees and beg. After hearing Black Hook's condition, and then looking at the crowd waiting like hungry tigers to kill him, he made his final decision. Jung-min knelt and pressed his forehead to the ground before Black Hook. I'll do everything you say, so please let me become your subordinate. I'm begging you, Black Hook. Seeing this, Black Hook felt disgusted. I've seen this kind of thing so many times, I'm sick of it. However, unlike Cho Rong-soo, Jung-min is still useful for now. Then Black Hook spoke. Fine, I accept your proposal. Hearing this, Jung-min was overjoyed. Thank you, Black Hook. Black Hook continued with a look of contempt. Cut it out. I don't want to see that pathetic face of yours. Hearing that, Jung-min was taken aback. What? Then Black Hook coldly stepped in front of Jung-min. Seeing this, the crowd faltered. How did things turn out like this? Is Black Hook really going to protect Jung-min? We're screwed. How about we all just attack him at once? Hearing that, another guy objected. Have you forgotten how Black Hook fights or something? He can fight multiple people at once. We don't stand a chance against a monster like that. Seeing this, Hookui spoke up. Let me help you all make a decision. You have two choices. You can give up your title as regional representative, go back the way you came and hunt some monsters. Or you can die by my hand. If possible, I'd recommend choosing the first option. But the second one is fine too, because anyone who dares to raise a sword against me, in my eyes, is no longer human. Hearing this, the crowd trembled in fear. A few of them decided to give up. I forfeit. Same here. Seeing this play out, Jung-min was overjoyed. That's seriously impressive. I can't believe that with just a few words, Hookui could make them back down. As an opponent, he's formidable. But as an ally, there's no one more reliable. With this atmosphere, it looks like everything is about to end. So, we've safely cleared the fifth wave. But if it just ends? Like this, wouldn't that be a total buzzkill? At this moment, Hak Kao called out to Hwang Dong-min. Dong-min also smiled and replied, Yes, Hak Kao. What should I do? Just give the order. At that moment, Hak Kao gave the order. Use 10 command rights and destroy the relic. Hearing this, Dong-min was stunned. What, the relic? Then he became worried. If the relic is destroyed, if you fail to protect it, you will face a severe penalty. But why? If I use 10 command rights, then I can't make Seola Jin my slave. Dong-min then asked, May I ask why? But Hak Kao didn't give him an answer. Shut your mouth and do as I say. Seeing this, Dong-min still held onto a sliver of hope. Instead of 10, could I maybe use it 9 times? Hak Kao stated firmly. I will not repeat myself. If you don't want to die, then you'll make your choice. At this point, Dong-min had no choice but to agree. I understand. I will follow your orders. Hak Kao Ten added. And just so we're clear, I'll be the one designating the people you'll use your command authority on. Sindung du little chili don't bother me Xuan Hatu. Order these 10 people to go destroy the relic. Deng Min was shocked to hear this. Deng Min started to panic internally. My friends are on that list too. Is he doing this on purpose? Seeing this, Deng Min's friends couldn't believe their eyes. No way! Deng Min walked closer and said, I'm sorry, you guys. It's an order from Hakkao. I hope you can understand. Don't bother me. Shindong du little chili Xuan Hatu. Destroy the relic. Just then the system blared with a warning. The relic is under attack. The other people saw this and were bewildered. What's going on? They turned around to see 10 people destroying the relic. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop it now. What are they doing? Do they want to get the penalty or something? At this rate, it's going to shatter. Stop hitting it. Stop right now. Somebody do something. Stop them, just kill them already. Just then, after being attacked for a while, the relic finally cracked and shattered. The system announced the relic has been destroyed. The main quest has failed. As a penalty for this failure, the incarnation of the god of punishment will be summoned in 30 minutes. Everyone was truly panicking now. What? The incarnation of the god of punishment. What is that? The system continued its announcement. Survive the incarnation of the god of punishment. The round won't end until the time is up. Hearing this, Hakkao gave a wicked smile. It turns out Hakkao did this because this was his hidden subquest. Resist the incarnation of the god of punishment and survive. Completion reward 3,000 gold in compensation. Time remaining 29 minutes. The system displayed the hidden subquest. The large screen showed the round 3 subquest. Resist the incarnation of the god of punishment and survive. For 30 minutes. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 3 gold. Time remaining 29 minutes. The group of people started buzzing. The system says if we survive, we'll get a reward. 3,000 gold. I told you. Protecting the relic gets you 2,000 gold. So this is much more profitable. I think so too. But while the group was getting excited, Hakkao thought to himself, the quest reward is even bigger than the one, and for clearing the 5th wave. That's why I ordered Huang Dongmin to destroy the relic. But the reason I'm not destroying it myself is because, as Hakkao was thinking, suddenly the main screen announced that it was confirmed that the players attacking the relic, the 10 players who attack the relic will be penalized. All stats will be permanently decreased by 50%. After hearing the system announcement, everyone screamed out in both fear and anger. What, our stats are being decreased? We were just following orders. Damn it. After venting their frustration, the group turned to criticize Huang Dongmin. You bastard! That Huang Dongmin guy immediately said, I'm sorry. Hakkao Ten spoke up. Who could have known there'd be a penalty like this? While everyone was still arguing, the system continued with an announcement for the regional representative. For failing to protect the relic, you will also be punished. All stats are permanently decreased by 50%. Hearing that, Huang Yongmin flew into a rage. He slammed his fist against the wall, screaming, Son of a bitch! Watching the noisy crowd in front of him, Huk Gu was lost in thought, analyzing the damages that this quest had caused, as well as planning his next move. A permanent stat decrease is a matter of life and death, so this is a fatal blow. Now then, I should prepare to capture the incarnation of the god of punishment, shouldn't I? He went to the shop to buy common items with his remaining gold. The system displayed Assassin's Hood. Type common helmet. Defense 20. Effect agility +3. Durability 250 out of 250. Requirement common grade or higher. A hood used by assassins. It will always carry the scent of blood, as if it's never been washed. Shrewd long boots common grade. Defense 15. Effect agility +2 action speed +5%. Durability 250 out of 250. Requirement common grade or higher. A pair of long black tight-fitting boots. They may look restrictive, but they're surprisingly comfortable to wear. Looking at the information provided by the system, Huk Gu thought to himself, even a small stat boost will help and make capturing it easier. Next up, combining. As he said that, Huk Gu carefully made his selection. He placed an item in and combined it with a mana stone. The screen displayed combination successful. Option added +1. To all stats has been added to the dry bone necklace. Huk Gu chose very carefully and said, I can socket 1 mana stone in each piece of equipment. So for the remaining items, I'll just do the same thing. The screen once again displayed combination successful dot model. The +1 damage reduction option has been added to the skilled assassin's armor. Combination successful. The +2 strength option has been added to the death's hook. Hakkao carefully considered his options, then said the mana stone is low level, so it won't help much. But hey, it's better than nothing. After Hakkao finished making his choice, a loud sound suddenly erupted, startling everyone. So it's starting, huh? I'm getting a little nervous. We just have to hold out for 30 minutes. He's right. We just need to keep running away. Hearing this, Hakkao replied, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Escaping from the incarnation of the god of punishment is not easy. In my past life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. Just trying to stay alive is incredibly difficult. Originally, the incarnation of the god of punishment is a monster, so tough that it would take 5 level 40 players to even stand a chance against it. But I plan to kill it right away to get the big reward, because I have the title I got from killing real. The system explained. The system explains. Title first to kill an angel. Acquisition condition. Become the first person to kill an angel. Effect. When fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled. Hot Cow continued to recall the past. The title first to kill an angel will help double all my stats. When fighting divine creatures and the incarnations of gods, the Punisher is a divine creature. Just as Hot Cow finished his thought, a strange creature appeared. The crowd below saw it and started shouting. That's the incarnation of the god of punishment. What, so we just have to avoid it to survive? Isn't that way too easy? I thought at least some monsters would show up, but I don't see anything. Huang Dongmin said with relief. Damn it, I was so scared for nothing. The god of punishment walked forward step by step. He raised his staff high and slammed it onto the ground. Suddenly, the entire area was covered in a strange purple glow. A system message suddenly announced. The incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. Unless the one who created the area removes it, you are not allowed to leave the area. Hearing this, everyone panicked. What the hell is this? A restricted area. We can't leave. Don't tell me we're trapped in here. The system continued its announcement. All players' stats within the area are reduced by 50%. The panicked crowd screamed continuously. Get us out of here. Hoikgu also said in a slight panic. Nearly 300 people have been trapped. The person standing next to Hoikgu wondered, what is that giant sphere? Hoikgu blamed himself. Damn it. But there's no way I can save those 300 people. Looking at the god of punishment above Hoikgu bit his lip. Angrily he said, so it's starting. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of punishment continuously shot out purple arrows towards the crowd below. Everyone ran for their lives in terror. Damn it! Does it expect us to dodge these things? They're already hard to see with the naked eye. The frequency of the arrows kept increasing. Some people ran, some were injured, and those who couldn't run in time were hit by the arrows and died within the restricted area. Hoikgu analyzed, once you're trapped inside, dodging those arrows of light is nearly impossible. But in other words, as long as you can avoid them, there's nothing else to worry about. Hoikgu took the opportunity to help the fleeing people. He rushed forward to kill the creature. While everyone is distracted, this is my chance. Just as I predicted. When it's hunting humans, it pays no attention to what's behind it. The moment it drops its shield, I'll attack. Hot Cow timed it perfectly for this exact moment. I don't have to worry about it turning around. It doesn't even have ears. With that, Hot Cow dashed forward, raising his axe and aiming straight for the back of the god of punishment. He meticulously analyzed the distance between them, 5 meters. Death mark. I have to land a decisive blow on the first strike. Hot Cow's axe was about to connect, when suddenly the god of punishment turned around. But it was too late, Hot Cow said nonchalantly. Trying to defend against it now is too late. The axe plunged straight into the god of punishment's eye. Hot Cow was a little impressed with himself. That move was perfect. I hit it right in the eye. Seeing the god of punishment in agony, Hot Cow wasn't the least bit distracted. Instead, he carefully observed and formulated his next strategy. Thanks to Death Mark, it only has 60% of its health left. One move took down 40% of its health. You're pretty cocky, aren't you, Hoikgu? He keeps running to observe the god's actions. I bet it's about to set up a restricted area now to find me, just as predicted. The god of punishment begins to set up a restricted area and search for Hoikgu. System notification. The incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. Hoikgu remains calm and observes every single move of the god of punishment. Then he says, but once it realizes that the restricted area can't catch anything, it'll just destroy the area. And since I've already taken one of its eyes, I might as well take the other one. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hot Cow immediately attacked the god of punishment's remaining eye, making it roar in agony. The system quickly announced that the incarnation of the god of punishment had created a restricted domain. The stats of all players inside the domain had dropped by 50%. Hearing this, Hot Cow just chuckled and said, that doesn't matter. Without an eye, it's just a punching bag now. It's all for show. The god of punishment suddenly fired arrows in every direction. Seeing this, Hot Cow thought grimly, looks like it's planning to shoot arrows of light in every direction to kill me. Hot Cow got behind the god of punishment and shouted, "Tuda!" The god of punishment stopped its rain of arrows and turned around, giving Hack a questioning look. Caw said immediately, light can never defeat darkness, because the system of this world has already set it up that way. Now then, it's time to end this. As he spoke, Hak-Kaw raised his spear towards the god of punishment, his eyes blazing red as if they held an entire blood moon. Hak-Kaw swung his axe straight at the god of punishment. The god of punishment let out an ear-splitting roar of pain, but it refused to lose to Hak-Kaw. It raised its staff towards Hak-Kaw, but Hak-Kaw managed to dodge in time and slashed powerfully at its wing, causing the god of punishment's wing to be torn right off. It fell to the ground. The pain from its severed wing made the god of punishment once again let out an echoing scream. Hak-Kaw didn't get complacent. He calmly analyzed the situation and said, "Its health has also dropped to 10%. Now let's back off a bit, don't kill it just yet." Having said that, Hak-Kaw turned and walked away. The system immediately announced, "The conditions have been met." Passive skill activated. The final glorious radiance of the incarnation of the god of punishment. The incarnation of the god of punishment is in an immortal state. Hearing this, Huk-Gu turns back to look at the god of punishment, then says, "After its health drops below 10%, it will enter this phase. If I had cut off its head before this, I wouldn't have been able to kill it." The incarnation of the god of punishment appears, with an incredibly ferocious appearance, but completely unfazed. Huk-Gu says with a hint of provocation, "Show me what you've got in your final moments." The system continues to warn. Time remaining for the final glorious radiance: 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second. The form of the god of punishment grows more ferocious and its power more intense. The immortal state has been deactivated. Huk-Gu just smirks, then rushes toward the god of punishment, delivering a powerful slash to its head, killing the god of punishment instantly. The system also announces you have defeated the incarnation of the god of punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold plus 8.2, bonus gold plus 4.1. It has been confirmed that you are the first person to defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment. You have been awarded the title Challenger of the God of Punishment. Title Challenger of the God of Punishment. Unlock condition. Become the first person to defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment. Effect. Reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. You have been rewarded with refined ether for the first kill of the incarnation of the god of punishment. You have been rewarded with the ancient rune of light for the first kill of the incarnation of the god of punishment. The ancient rune I just obtained has automatically been engraved onto the player's body. Hak-Kaw clenches his fist. His power has increased. After killing the incarnation of the god of punishment, he says, "Just as I predicted, I received the refined ether." The system displays a notification about the refined ether. Item type high-grade ether. It has undergone multiple refinements. A 7-colored rainbow light can be seen, depending on the viewing angle. Hak-Kaw says, "This is the only reason why I killed the incarnation of the god of punishment. Refined ether is needed to create a god-tier item. I was also rewarded with the ancient rune of radiance." The system displays an explanation for the ancient rune of radiance. Effect intelligence will increase by 1, and the effectiveness of holy system skills will increase by 1% based on your level. Hearing about the reward, Hak-Kaw excitedly says, "I'm at level 30, so my intelligence will increase by 30, and the effectiveness of my skills will increase by 30%. From now on, I won't have to worry about my intelligence stat anymore." Just as he was reveling in his joy, the system made another announcement. "You have completed a hidden side quest. Reward 3,000 gold. While everyone was cheering for Hak-Kaw, he was just thinking quietly to himself. "It's over. Phew, I actually survived." The crowd cheered even louder in admiration. Hak-Kaw took care of the incarnation of the god of punishment all by himself. He's a real monster. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, stunning everyone. Well, this is truly unbelievable. To defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment all by yourself. This is the first time that I all life have acknowledged the strength of a human. Perhaps I should interview you for a bit. Player Hak-Kaw, why did you want to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment?" Hak-Kaw shows a look of annoyance. "Model," he replied curtly, "those were some pointless questions." "Because I wanted to." The angel continued to ask, "You would have received a reward just by surviving, but you risked everything just because you wanted to." But Hak-Gu replied, "I couldn't just stand by and watch it. Slaughter all these people, could I?" Hearing Hak-Gu say this, everyone was surprised. And they said, "He stood up to help us. I thought someone that strong would be arrogant. But he's actually kind-hearted. His character is pretty solid." The angel thought, stepping up to save others in the same situation. "I've heard that you humans are very strange." So this is what they meant. "You can put aside all the past conflicts and unite." "I can't understand it." Hak-Gu smiled and replied, "Yeah. You selfish angels. What would you know?" An angel turned to the crowd and announced, "You all have tried hard to survive. But now is not the time to relax. Remember, whether you are eliminated or not depends on your overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. System displaying results round 3 results. All regions. First place. Black Hook, Grim Reaper, level 30. Eliminated 3,631. Second place, the Fool Mage, level 13. Eliminated 982. Third place. Tianma Shadow Drain, level 13. Eliminated 963. Current region SKS 455. First place, Black Hook, Grim Reaper, level 30. Eliminated 3,631. Second place, and Sanchan Knight, level 1. Eliminated 687. Third place, Cell Aaron Summoner, level 1. Eliminated 576. After hearing the announcement of the results, everyone was amazed by Black Hook's achievement. Black Hook killed over 3,600 monsters by himself. The person in second place didn't even kill 1,000. Is it true he's level 30 over there? That's insane. Did he get bonus experience points or something? Yogu thought to himself. It's true that I got bonus experience points, but you'd only know that if you ranked first in all sectors. That's the only way to know. Just then the system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed the mission by ranking number 1 in all sectors. Congratulations, you have completed the mission by ranking number 1 in the current sector. The reward for placing first in all sectors is a special reward. Selection chest. 4 rewards. For placing first in the current sector, your reward is a rare intermediate grade ring selection ticket." Looking at the reward, Yoku said, "So this is the intermediate grade ring selection ticket." The system continued to display. You may choose one of the rings below. Reward. Please touch the reward you have chosen. Ring of Swift Wind, Ring of Llama, Ring of Magic, Ring of Resistance. Yoku thought carefully as he made his choice. If you just go by the name, it seems like the weakest one, but I'll choose the Ring of Resistance. The system displayed information about the item Yoku chose. Ring of Resistance, type ring. Grade rare. Effect luck +4. Resistance +35. Durability 450 out of 450. Restriction mythic grade or higher. Description. A ring that helps resist negative status effects. Yoku said, "It doesn't matter how high my stats are. Once you get hit with a negative status effect, you're dead for sure. Resistance can't be increased through stats. So getting this now is the best option. Although I don't really need it right now. Many of the monsters that appear mainly focus on dealing damage. Not many of them inflict negative effects. Next up is, the system continued to announce the rewards. You may choose one of the rewards below. Please touch the reward you have chosen. A 50% stat increase only applicable for round 4. Information about round 4. Round 4 really doesn't have the 3x experience points effect. Anyway, the purpose of round 4, looking at the rewards, Black Hook thought. There really is no 3x buff effect for experience points. Anyway, the purpose of round 4 isn't to kill monsters. In that case, I'll choose option number 2, the gold. After Black Hook made his choice, Olive spoke with a mocking tone. How is it, humans? Have you all seen your own rankings? Those ranked 1,225th and below will be cut. Hearing that, everyone panicked. Cut. Angel, please wait. I think the system made a calculation error. Please check it again. I killed a ton of monsters. How can my rank be this low? The pleas from the crowd made Olive feel contemptuous. Any insects who couldn't make it into the top 1,225 ranks will be eliminated right now. Those ranked 1,225th and below were eliminated, faded back to the real world. Ignoring the pleas of "no, save me," after eliminating everything the system displayed, round 3 has ended. All survivor areas, remaining 214.7, 550 current areas, ESK 455. Number of survivors, 1,225. Souls will be transferred to their bodies in the current dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. Transitioning back to the real world. Sail Aaron wakes up. I'm back. I actually survived round 3, didn't I? Not only that, I even got the summoner class. Summon Fairy. I was able to safely clear round 3, thanks to these cute fairies creating a shield for me. And also because my bodyguard drew the enemy's attention. And another thing I placed in the top 3. I wonder if Black Hook will like the magic stone that I just received as a reward. Unlike the delighted Cell Aaron, Huang Dong, Min, having just woken up, grabbed the lamp and smashed it. Then he said angrily, "Damn you, Black Hook." The system announced that a penalty has been applied. All stats are permanently reduced by 50%. Huang Dongmin continued to curse, "Son of a bitch, if I knew this would happen. I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relic." As Huang Dongmin fumed, he took out his phone and said, "I'm so screwed." Looking at the phone screen, Huang Dongmin angrily bit his lip and said, "I'm done for." The screen showed an incoming call from Kim Seo-han. Huang Dongmin answered the phone saying, "Seo-han." The person on the other end shouted angrily, "Hey! Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with you guys? Don't you dare play dumb with me." Don't you realize that because of you, our lives are basically ruined? Huh? How could you use your command authority to order your own friends around? And you still have the nerve to call yourself a human being. Hwang Dong-min hurriedly explained, "Look, I didn't have any other choice. If I didn't do it, Black Hook would have dealt with me." Despite Hwang Dong-min's explanation, Kim Seo-han was still furious and yelled, "Then you should have just died." Hearing those words, Hwang Dong-min was stunned for a moment, then shouted back in anger, "Instead of hurting my friends, I should have just died. That bastard, how is any of this fair to me? Didn't you guys see my stats get lowered? Because I was the area representative," Kim Seo-han continued to scream. "As if you're the only one who got nerfed. We were used by our own friend. If from the very beginning you hadn't been so greedy for that area representative position, then none of this would have ever happened. You traitorous bastard." Hwang Dong-min also shouted in anger. "Hey, Kim Sung, don't you ever call me again. Whether it's in the real world or in that other world, just act like you don't know me. Because if I see your face again, I'll probably lose it and kill you," Hwang Dong-min said angrily, looking at his phone. "I didn't do anything wrong enough to deserve this. I'm a victim here too. I'm going to get the others to crush that bastard." The phone announces Hwang Dong-min's call. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Hwang Dong-min grew even more resentful, to the point he threw his phone. "Those sons of bitches." "That's right, friends, huh? Who needs them? It's every man for himself. What was that guy talking about? That he'd kill me if he ever saw my face again. Does he want a piece of me or something? Just try me next time, I'll kill every last one of you." Imperial Headquarters. Unit Leader. Anne walked in. "So you managed to come back alive again, huh?" Majorok asked Unit Leader Anne with concern. Unit Leader Anne bowed his head and replied, "I got lucky." Majorok asked, "Round 3 must have been a bit tough. Are you all right?" Unit Leader Anne replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. I didn't run into too much trouble. It might be because the monsters have gotten weaker." Majorok asked again, "What's your current level? Do you have a class yet?" Unit Leader Anne bowed and replied, "Sir, I'm level 11. My class is Knight. Oh, and Cell Aaron is at the same level as me, but her class is different. She's a summoner." "A summoner? That's amazing. I don't think that's a common class." Anne agreed with that view, saying he was also very surprised. After her class changed, she summoned a spirit to create a shield. Thanks to her, I was able to hunt safely. Majorok pondered for a moment before finally nodding. "Very good. Just continue to maintain your relationship with actress Cell Aaron. If you like her, you could even date her." Anne was startled by this. "Date her? What do you mean by that, sir?" Majorok explained. "I'm just saying that dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I don't mean you have to get into a serious relationship with her. So should I date her?" Anne's reaction made Majorok laugh out loud. "It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered. If it's too much trouble, then don't bother." Anne nodded. "I understand. Besides, Cell Aaron doesn't like me anyway." "Why not? You're so reliable and manly," Anne explained. "She's still very formal with me. She still calls me Mr. Bodyguard. Is that so?" "Well then. Anyway, what was that urgent report you wanted to give me?" "First of all, I want to apologize, sir." Majorok immediately asked why. Anne replied, "I was unable to carry out your order to assist Haku, the one you gave me. I also couldn't deliver your message. To him." "I see. I'm sure you have your reasons, right?" "Yes, sir. This is what happened." Anne recounted all the surprising events that occurred in round 3. Majorok's expression turned serious as he listened, and finally, when the story reached its climax, he wondered, the incarnation of the god of punishment. Sounds like a powerful opponent. So Dark Hook killed him. "Yes, sir. He used an overwhelming skill to take him down. It was as if he already knew how to win from the very beginning." Dark Hook. He's like the type of person who doesn't need anyone's help, Majorok pondered. So it turns out, his stats are truly beyond our expectations. He's so strong it's embarrassing. Especially after I thought I was strong enough with my ancient language. The Dark Knight, Dark Hook. If I get the chance, I'd like to meet him. A moment later, Majorok finally responded to Anne. "You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible. I'm sorry. That's enough. What are the results of the search for those thugs?" Anne held up his phone and began to report. The first one goes by the nickname Fake Hwang Yong-min. If that were his real name, then all across the country, there are dozens of people with the same name. But if he's in his 20s and lives in Seoul, that should narrow it down to about 5 people. What about their locations? The detective agency said that to confirm, it must have taken Min a month to get their address. Ma Gae-jok gently swirled his wine glass. "A month, huh?" "Yes, so we'll only know after round 4. Anne refilled his boss's glass, agreeing with that assessment. "Well, there's no rush. We can take our time." Ma Gae-jok changed the subject. "How much have you saved up?" "In gold?" "About 10,000 gold, sir." Ma clicked his tongue. "That's already halfway there. There's also a common skill in the shop, called tracking. So after you earn 20,000 gold, remember to learn it right away." "Ah, sir. I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that. Last month, a share..." Holder bought a large amount of this company's stocks. What company are you talking about? The Chianma consulting firm. It's the company that person is currently focusing on. Ma Jae-dok put down his cup and immediately asked, what percentage of shares does that person own? And cautiously replied, please don't be too surprised, sir. A whopping 31%. This number stunned Ma Jae-dok. How could one person buy up 31% of the shares? Anne replied, yes, when I saw it on the screen. I couldn't believe my own eyes either. The Chianma consulting firm has a market value of 900 billion won, so 31% means that person invested 280 billion won. How could one person have that kind of money? The more he thought about it, the more unpredictable he seemed. Is he some rich guy I don't know about? Or is this some kind of reconnaissance from my siblings? As he pondered, he reached for his phone. Whatever the case, I'm sure that person invested 31% so they could directly participate in managing the company. Hello, Unit Chief Ann. What's the contact information for this major shareholder? Riemann heard his phone vibrate. He flipped it open and saw the incoming call. He smiled. It's about time he contacted me. I couldn't call him first. As the major shareholder, I have to maintain my image, you know. While he was chilling, little Rowan burst in shouting, causing him to drop the phone on his face. Bro, what level are you now? Why are you suddenly asking me that? There's this super arrogant kid, and he keeps bragging about how high his big brother's level is. They keep making fun of me saying his brother just reached level 11 and got a job class. Riemann calmly asked back, level 11, I'm higher than that. So don't you worry. Really? Then what level are you? How am I supposed to tell her this? If I tell her the truth, it could cause a lot of trouble. I'm level 12. Hearing her brother's level, Raiwan's jaw dropped. Is that so? Then you must have a profession too, right? Of course. Jiwan grew even more curious, asking urgently, what is it? What is it? What's your profession? Jimin lay down and pulled up the covers, firmly replying, it's a secret. Aw, come on. We're buddies. There are no secrets between us. Yes, there are. Now get out. I need to sleep a little more. Filled with curiosity, Jiwan narrowed his eyes as he closed the door. Fine. The door clicked shut. Just then the phone started ringing. Here we go. Hello, is this Mr. Dui Min? Yes, it is. Who is this? Hello, I'm Ma Jae-dok, the CEO of Chianma Consulting. Dui Min smiled to himself, thinking, I should play dumb at first. The more I seem like an easy mark, the more I can lower his guard. His voice replied, hello. Ma Jae-dok continued. Last month, you invested quite a fortune in our company. Correct. Ah, yes, is there a problem? You've become the largest shareholder of Chianma Consulting, so I'd like to meet you in person. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Jimin nodded. All right. Ma Jae-dok's voice on the other end sounded pleased. That's great. So what about this Friday? This Friday is crucial for obtaining the ancient script, the internal thought language. So you cleverly refused. I already have plans on Friday, so I can't. How about Saturday? Let's meet then, okay? The beeping sound was heard. Both sides reached an agreement. Riemann was secretly pleased. Excellent. I knew Ma Jin-seok would call. After all, he created the Chianma Consulting Company, so he could be acknowledged by his father. There's no way he would mistreat a major shareholder. Before I meet Ma Jin-seok, I should probably go get the ancient scripts I need. There are many ways to acquire ancient scripts. You can find them in certain places, in certain rounds, or they can be special rewards. They can also drop from monsters, bosses after you defeat them, or from regular monsters, in some extremely rare cases. But it can still happen. And there's a way not many people know about. You can also obtain ancient texts in the real world. Of course, the conditions for the ancient texts to appear are a bit complicated. It won't be long before Jang So-hoon appears here. The name Jang So-hoon is also his real name. I will never forget that name, because he's the criminal who kidnapped my little brother. I still remember that bastard's voice so clearly. At this moment, Huikwe remembered that time. Seo-hoon held a knife to Woon's throat and threatened him. You want to see it, don't you? Then you'll have to pay a fitting price. Give me the hidden information that no one else knows. Hearing this, Huikwe replied, what kind of nonsense is this? How would I know any information like that? Hearing this, Seo-hoon burst out laughing. Then his face went cold as he snapped. Don't you dare lie to me. You're the regressor Huikwe. Hearing this, Huikwe was startled. How could he possibly know? Seo-hoon continued. You're wondering how I know, aren't you? I have the inner thoughts ancient text. I used it to scan your little brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. After that incident, I sought revenge against Jang So-hoon. From my 11th regression until now. That's why my purpose no longer carries any personal grudge. However, I will get the inner thoughts ancient text before he does. That day is today, right in this very place. At this moment, he had kidnapped a girl and brought her here. As he removed the tape from her mouth, I'm about to take the tape off your mouth. So don't you dare scream. Got it? The poor girl begged him, please let me go. I'm begging you. Hearing this, Sehun cursed, damn it. I let you open your mouth. And that's all you can say. Try saying something else. Please save me, I have a child. I'll give you money. I don't want to hear that boring crap. The girl then pleaded again, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Sehun wondered, sorry for what? The girl knelt, clasped her hands together, and said, You're doing this because the other day, the way I looked at you was disrespectful. Wasn't it? I'm so sorry. Sehun grimaced like a gorilla and replied, That's right. Then why'd you do something you'd feel sorry for? I was in a terrible mood that day, 2 nights ago. Sehun was strolling down the street thinking, which chick should I pick today? I feel like I just need one broad to help me blow off all this steam. Heh. Just then he saw a woman on the street. She was looking down at her phone and he immediately checked her out. Nice body. After that, Sehun followed the woman. He sees a girl walking alone into a dark alley. He looks around and seeing no one, he follows her in. Then he uses a trick to make his body flash brightly in front of the girl. At this point, the girl is blindfolded and can't see a thing. My eyes, I can't see anything. Who are you, Achi-han? Just then his whole plan was falling perfectly into place. Sehun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This feels so good. In this situation, I can do whatever the hell I want. As much as I want. I love this so much. My life before this was so fucking boring. It wouldn't have mattered if I just dropped dead. Ancient light language can make the body glow. It must be to blind the opponent. This ancient language is perfect for me to find some entertainment. At that moment, Sehun entered a coffee shop. The employee greeted him with a cheerful and warm smile. Welcome. The moment Sehun saw the girl, a wicked thought immediately crossed his mind. Oh yeah, she's pretty hot. Then he approached the girl and said, Give me a large iced Americano. The employee replied to him very politely. Yes, your total is 5,001. After that, Sehun started to probe for information about the girl. Are you a part-timer here? I'm a regular at this shop, but you're not the employee I usually see here. Hearing this, the employee smiled and replied, so you're a regular. I'm so sorry I didn't know. All the part-timers have quit. You know that too, right? The world has become really strange now. Hearing this, Sehun agreed in his heart. That makes sense. They could die at any moment, so there's no way they'd be willing to waste their time working a part-time job. Then he asked her, Are you the owner of this shop? How old are you? You look pretty young. That's right. I'm 32 years old. Hearing this, Sehun became even more interested and said, Oh, so you're not a player, huh? She also replied politely, Yes, and I'm very glad about that. At this point, Sehun pushed even further. Can I have your phone number? I'm into you. Hearing this, the girl was stunned. Sehun, seeing that the girl had no intention of giving it to him, started to lose his composure. What's wrong? Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? The girl was still bewildered by Sehun's unreasonable anger. What was that? Hearing her, Sehun screamed. What you find these spots on my face disgusting, huh? Damn it, this is so irritating. I don't want to drink this damn coffee, so give me my money back. It's fucking disgusting. Seeing Sehun angrily slam his fist on the table, the frightened girl immediately returned the money trembling. Here's your refund, sir. Sehun slapped the money down and then walked away. But even that wasn't enough to quell his anger. That fucking bitch. Just because she's a little pretty, she judges people by their looks and looks down on them. I'll make you pay for looking down on me with those shitty eyes of yours. After that, he waited for the girl to close up shop and head home. Then Sehun attacked her with a club, and that leads us to the scene from before. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Hearing this, Sehun continued to interrogate her. You shouldn't look down on people just because of their appearance. Got it. The girl, thinking he was about to let her go, quickly agreed. Yes, I won't do it again. But unexpectedly, her answer didn't satisfy Sehun. This isn't good enough. You're not being sincere. Sehun shoved the girl to the ground. You think I can't tell? You're just pretending to be sorry, so I'll let you go. The girl whose hand was being held became even more terrified. Please just let me go. A sinister, lecherous look appeared on Seo-hun's face as he spoke. Didn't you just say you knew you were wrong? If you know you were wrong, then it's time to pay the price for your mistake. Seeing that Seo-hun was about to do something terrible, the girl grew even more scared. I was wrong. It was my fault. Okay? Hearing this, Seo-hun became excited. That's right, so just stay still now. Just then a voice echoed from behind Seo-hun. You're the one who's going to stay still. Got it. Hearing this voice, Seo-hun felt a bit panicked. What the hell, I thought no one else was here. Is he a detective? Then Seo-hun angrily turned around and yelled, Damn it, who is that? The voice spoke up again. Watch your mouth. After all, you'll be screaming and cursing. Your head off soon enough. Seo-hun heard this and wondered, what's with that giant scythe? And that white mask, too. Seo-hun, still acting tough, cursed, You psycho. You think this is a playground for you to swing your toys around? The man in the mask raised the death scythe. It seems you still don't understand the situation. But tell me, does this look like a toy to you? Seeing the white-masked man swing the sharp scythe, Seo-hun finally realized the gravity of the situation. Wait a minute. Is that thing real? Are you a player? The white-masked man replied, You're so stupid. What do you think? But this young lady can leave now. This is your only chance. Seeing that the white-masked man intended to let the girl go, Seo-hun got angry. Huh, says who? But immediately after, the white-masked man leaped forward, charging straight towards Seo-hun. He jabbed the end of the handle into his balls. Seo-hun screamed in agony, wailing for his parents. The man in the white mask then spoke, after delivering a crippling blow. I told you you'd run your mouth. Then Hak Kao turned to the girl and said, Go on, leave this guy to me. Hearing that, the girl didn't hesitate to leave. Thank you. He looked at Sehun, who was still clutching his nightingale. Hak Kao said, Well, now it's just the two of us, isn't it? Let the real game begin. Hearing this, Sehun furiously screamed, Fuck you! I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. Hak Kao heard this and calmly replied with a certain demeanor, Your attitude isn't half bad. It wouldn't be any fun if you gave up too soon. Sehun growled and charged towards Hak Kao. You bastard, how dare you laugh in my face? But right after that, all of Sehun's attacks missed completely. Hak Kao dodged the blows more smoothly than silk. As Sehun attacked, he felt a growing fear in his heart. What the hell is this? He dodged every single one of my attacks. Noticing Sehun's weapon, Hak Kao couldn't help but speak up. I can't believe you even brought a goblin's dagger with you. After dodging a series of Sehun's attacks, Hak Kao finally swung his scythe in a single slash. Sehun's hand was instantly severed. As blood spurted everywhere, Hak Kao calmly asked, Does it hurt? I haven't even started yet. Staring at the cold, white-masked figure in front of him, Sehun trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that Sehun was now off balance with one hand, and feeling that wasn't right, Hak Kao landed a blow on Sehun's other hand. There, now it's even? Look at your overreaction. Having now lost both his hands, Sehun was filled with absolute terror. At this rate, he's going to kill me. If I want to get out of here alive, I have to blind his damn eyes. With that thought, he began to focus a beam of light from his chest. Die, you brat! But then he was shocked when the skill wouldn't activate. Huh! His mind was filled with question marks. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Hakugo looked at Shohun. Putting on this pathetic act in front of me, he thought to himself. Go ahead and shine as much as you want. It's useless, my dark night doesn't allow any source of light to exist. I knew he would use this move, so I activated the Dark Knight skill beforehand. And even without Dark Knight, I would have just cut off his wrists and ankles. Putting his thoughts into action, Hakugo spun his scythe, and with that Seo-hun's legs were severed. Seo-hun screamed from the ground, You demon! Why are you doing this to me? Why? Hearing Seo-hun's 10,000 questions of why, Hakugo sneered. Why, you ask? Then he swung his scythe again. A single swing came down on Seo-hun's thigh. Well, why do people kill insects? Because letting them live only causes harm. After 2 more slashes to his thighs, Seo-hun lay miserably on the ground. Damn it, you psycho! Let's see how long you can keep that attitude up. After that came Seo-hun's blood-curdling screams. A while later, Seo-hun, covered in countless stab wounds, lay miserably on the ground, unable to move. Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge could he possibly have against me? This is so unfair! So damn unfair! Instead of enduring this, should I just kill myself? Yeah, I should just hurry up and die. As Seo-hun was lost in his tangled thoughts, Hakugo's scythe was already pressed against his neck. Tears streamed down Seo-hun's pathetic face. He looked up at the cold Hakugo. He said, What's wrong? Thinking of biting your tongue to kill yourself. You think I just let you die that easily? You won't be allowed to die until you get on your knees and beg me to set you free. By this point, Seo-hun was covered in wounds. Dark blood had stained him red. Seo-hun lay on the ground, thinking in despair. I have to make this pain stop. Then he opened his mouth to beg. Kill me, please. Hearing this, Black Dog sneered. What was that? Are you being serious right now? Sehun trembled weakly, saying, Kill me, please. I'm begging you, kill me. Black Dog seemed to be thinking about something. Then he spoke. You don't know why I had to go this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers. Actually, we can't be considered complete strangers. You see, Kang Sehun, we've met before. Hearing this, Sehun was startled. He knows my name? Then Sehun asked, Don't tell me you're connected to her. That woman. Black Dog shook his head. No, I have nothing to do with her. Hearing this, Sehun became even more confused. Then why? Black Dog then revealed the truth. You kidnapped my little brother and threatened me. Let me give you the inside scoop. Hearing this, Sehun was completely lost. I did that, but I didn't. Knowing what he was about to say, Black Dog cut him off. Of course you don't remember. After all, that's something in the future that hasn't happened yet. For me, this event is already in the past. If I don't intervene now, you will obtain the ancient language of inner thoughts. Sehun was stunned to hear that. The ancient language of inner thoughts, Black Dog continued. There's an ancient language hidden here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when you hear another person's true voice. A voice that comes from the heart itself, sincere and without deceit. If I hadn't shown up here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. she would have used her true voice to beg, pleading for you to spare her, and you would have obtained the ancient language of inner thoughts, and use it to commit even more crimes. This has been proven so many times through my regressions. But even without that, with your 12 prior convictions, it's clear you're just a damn scumbag who deserves to die. Hearing this, Sehun trembled and said, if I deserve to die, then please just kill me quickly. But Hakkao refused. No, I'm not going to lay a hand on you. Sehun was shocked. Huh. Then Hakkao swung the handle of his weapon and clamped it between Sehun's teeth. He continued coldly, what do you think I've been doing this whole time? I'm waiting for you to stop breathing on your own. What? Muffled by the weapon in his mouth, he couldn't speak. He thought, but I told him to kill me quickly. This is too painful. Didn't you want to obtain the ancient language of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice? Coming from my heart. So why? Why are you stopping me from speaking? Just then, Hakkao's voice rang out again. Why won't I let you speak, you ask? It's because I want to test out the ancient language of inner thoughts. Hearing this, Sehun was horrified. What? Hakkao explained. Sorry about that. But I've already obtained the ancient language, don't you remember? You sincerely begged me to kill you, right from your very own heart. At that moment, the ancient language reacted to your true voice. You have made the target use their true voice. The activation condition has been met. You have discovered the hidden ancient language of inner thoughts in this location. The ancient language will automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Effect. Read the thoughts of the target in front of you. If you observe the target, you can also read a glimpse of their inner purpose. It can only be read when you are at most 30 meters away from the target. Hutgu spoke again. I'm just testing it out to see how it works. And as you can see, it's quite effective. Sehun's mouth was tightly gagged, so he could only make muffled sounds. You already have what you want in your head, so please, kill me. But Hutgu still wanted to torture him. I can't just kill you that easily. That wouldn't be fair to your victims. Sehun trembled internally, you damn devil. Then from the pain, both physical and mental, he kicked the bucket. Seeing this, Hutgu thought to himself, the guy's dead and there are no witnesses, but I need to clean up this mess. I'll use that common skill I just learned. Hutgu shouted, erase traces. At that moment, the system interface appeared. Effect erases all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Then a blue light cleaned up the entire mess. It's definitely effective. It's best not to leave a mess behind. Now that I've gotten what I wanted, I should go see Ma Seok tomorrow. Skyscrapers reached into the deep blue sky. One exclaimed. Go, Riwan asked in alarm. Bro, are you going on a date today? June brushed it off and said, why would it be a date? Riwan replied. You normally never dress up this formally. June explained seriously, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, this is an important occasion. I'm about to meet a business partner. Riwan looked at him and asked again, are you planning on getting into the business world? Riwan thought to herself. The other day he took all his money to invest in stocks. And now he's going into business. What if he fails? He would be so sad. June thought to himself, then looked at Riwan and smiled. Instead of worrying about our finances, she's worrying about me, huh? So cute. June smiled brightly at Riwan and said confidently, if this meeting goes well, then I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You trust your big brother, right? Riwan quickly cut in. Of course I do. Who else would I trust? June waved him off, saying, just stay here and wait for me, Riwan. It's dangerous outside right now. There are all kinds of other players out there. Riwan crossed his arms and said seriously, oh yeah, I've seen the news. They're using their powers to commit crimes. I also heard that in other countries, they're having problems. Criminals are using their powers to escape from prison too, June said with a worried tone. That's right, if they're the right age, then even criminals are given the chance to become players, June thought to himself. Players are getting stronger and stronger, while the population is forced to decrease every month. So it would be strange if nothing changed. Besides, in the future, there will be a period of time when normal people are hunted, like animals, and treated like slaves. That's when those players will reach the peak of their power. Before the world turns into a place so lawless like that, I need to become overwhelmingly powerful and build up the reputation of Black Hook at the same time. June turned his head back and said to Riwan, anyway, if you do go out, remember to be careful. Riwan replied to his older brother, all right, so when are you going to tell me about your business? June turned his head, grinned, and said, it's a secret. Riwan said cutely, but I'm so curious. June turned his back and said to Riwan with a serious expression, I'll tell you soon enough. So stop whining. Just wait here and order yourself some lunch. Get something more expensive than black bean noodles, you hear? Riwan replied to him. I know. Arriving at the location, June thought to himself, just as I guessed, he asked to meet me here. It's like in soccer. The home team always has the advantage. The place Mario chose to meet for lunch is nominally a hotel belonging to the Oyuisu group. But in reality, this is one of Daolok's hotels. Of course, this is top secret information. I'm probably the only one who knows this truth, June thought as he walked. Oh wait, At most, his relatives might know too. I have to try and use this information to make myself seem more valuable in his eyes. But before that, I have to act the part. I have to play the character I've created for myself. The more naive I seem, the better. June approached the hotel reception desk and said shyly, "Hello, I'm here for an appointment. I was told to come to the reception desk." The receptionist asked him, "Are you referring to the appointment with the chairman of the consulting firm?" June quickly replied, "Ah, yes, that's right." "That's right." She told him the chairman will be here shortly. She pointed to the waiting area and said, "You can have a seat over there while you wait." June bowed his head to thank the staff. "All right, thank you." He looked around and thought, "Perfect. Now I just need to sit here looking dazed for a bit, like some country bumpkin who's just arrived in the city." He looked up at the ceiling and said, "Whoa, that red chandelier is so cool. Are you Jun? You're finally here." Jun replied, "Yes, sir." And Sang-Chu explained, "We've met before, haven't we?" At the Galaxy Fresh Extended Stay Hotel, June suddenly remembered and replied to him, "Ah, that's right. I think we have met before. Back when I was still delivering rice cakes, right after I moved into a new house. Are you the person who was with actress Si-jin?" Sang-Chu bowed respectfully and apologized to June. "Yes, I apologize for my rude behavior back then." He thought to himself. He doesn't even look 20 years old. This kid is the shareholder who invested 28 billion won. June looked at his face and guessed, "He's definitely suspicious of me. It's hard to believe someone my age has that much money. So his reaction is only natural, isn't it?" Though June said awkwardly, "It's no big deal, we're strangers anyway. I didn't realize the president of the consulting firm was living right above me." Sang-Chu said, embarrassed. "Oh, please don't, I'm not the president. I apologize for introducing myself so late like this. I am unit leader. Sang-Chu, the president will be a little late, so I came ahead of him. Let's go inside and wait." June replied to Sang-Chu, "Ah, all right." Sang-Chu said, "Please wait here for a moment." Sang-Chu turned away and immediately made a phone call to report, "Mr. President, I've met him in person, and there's no way he could have invested that amount of money himself. Someone must have sent him as a proxy, so please be careful." Sitting inside, Jun smirked knowingly and thought, "I was spot on. He had Sang-Chu come here to scout me out. Before a meeting this important, there's no way a meticulous person like Ma Tae-hyuk would actually be late." Ma Tae-hyuk walked in and greeted Jun politely. "Hello, I am President Ma Tae-hyuk of Chianma Consulting." Jun shook his hand and introduced himself. "Ah, I'm Jun Min." Ma Tae-hyuk politely invited Jun, "Please have a seat." Jun replied, "Yes. Unit Leader you will sit next to me." "Yes, sir," Jun thought to himself. He plans to have Sang-Chu participate, and he didn't even ask for my opinion this time. Is he trying to take the initiative? Marjo reached out his hand and said, "Before we talk business, let's have lunch, shall we? I've prepared some Korean food. I hope it's to your liking." In a luxurious hotel like this, any dish would be amazing. June ate enthusiastically, praising how delicious the food was. Marjo smiled and said, "I'm relieved as long as you like it." Marjo looked at June and thought, the chief was right. He's too young to have invested 42,800 won on his own. Even if he had that kind of money, it doesn't seem like he has the guts to do it. Definitely. He's working with someone. Who sent him here? Was it my guys? Or was it one of us? "I just need to get to the bottom of this," Marjo said. "I was very surprised when I first saw you, Jun. I never expected that our major shareholder would be so young. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?" Jun replied, "I'm 20 years old." 20, Margot added, "I'm 29. It's nice to meet someone around my own age." "It really is." June also smiled and replied in kind, "Yes, I'm happy about it too." "So at your age, how did you manage to earn such a large amount of money? Are you the son of a chaebol family?" "Yes," June thought to himself. "He's pretty direct, isn't he?" June said, feigning innocence. "Haha, of course not. I'm just a normal student. Or at least I was until a few months ago." Marjo asked, "Until a few months ago." "That's right. Have you been watching the news lately?" June said with a wry smile. "Have you heard about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire?" "Well, about that. That was me. I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row." "What?" Ma Jae-seok said in shock. "Is that for real? Are you the lottery winner who was on the news last month?" "Yes, sir, yes." "According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 million won. How did you make 28 billion won?" June smiled and replied, "I invested a little in Bitcoin." "Bitcoin, is that all there is to it?" "Yes, sir," Ma Jae-seok said. "You're truly unbelievable. What made you invest 60 million won into Bitcoin?" "I don't think I could ever do something like that," Sang-Chu said with great admiration. "It seems he's very lucky." June replied, "It wasn't luck." Sang-Chu suddenly had a thought and said, "Oh right, I remember an article said that you claimed the numbers on the ticket were ones you had dreamed of. If that isn't luck, then what is?" June looked at Anne and said, "I didn't dream them." "Then how?" "This is the only way I can do this, to gain Jae-seok's acceptance and get him on my side. This is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone else. But I have a stigma that lets me see the future. This stigma helps me see events, several years from now. In other words, June clasped his hands on the table and said seriously, I am a prophet who can see the future. What did I just hear? A prophet? What the hell is this nut job talking about? Ma Jae-seok asked, Are you being serious right now? June looked at him and said with a straight face, Why would I lie to you? Ma Jae-seok wondered aloud. So you winning? The lottery. You used your stigma to see the future. June smiled and answered him. That's right. That's also the reason I invested in Bitcoin to get even richer. Thanks to being able to see the future, I can confidently invest all my money in it, Marjo said doubtfully. If you don't mind, could you prove it to me? If you can predict what I'm going to do next? John thought to himself. It's easy to see what he'll do next. After all, I can read his mind. But for dramatic effect, it's best if I set some limitations on my ability for now. John pretended to be worried, placed a hand on his chest and said, I'm terribly sorry, sir, but I can't use this ability freely. It activates automatically and at unexpected times. It's not under my control. Marjo picked up his glass and thought, someone who can see the future. It makes sense that it would have a limitation like this. Is that so? He then remembered something and said, by the way, John, about that 280 million, when you invested in our company. John quickly replied, yes. I know that the Chianma Consulting Company is going to grow very strong in the future. That's why I invested in it. Marjo asked curiously, prompting John to explain. How strong of a growth are you talking about? Within half a year, you'll be able to get listed on the Kospi without any trouble at all. Kospi is the Korea Composite Stock Price Index. Marjo thought smugly. If that really happens, it would be amazing. Not only will I get recognition, but I could even take the chairman's seat. Looks like I'm getting a little too excited, getting this happy over a piece of information that I haven't even verified yet, John continued. But if you want to succeed, then you have to completely change the business model. Sang-Chu asked back in surprise, what the business model? That's an outrageous demand. You're telling us to change at a time like this? Our entire business. What's next? You'll tell us to change the company name, too. Ma Jae-wook told him to calm down. Unit Chief An Jun looked at An Sang-Chu and said calmly, since the type of business will be changing, it's only natural that the name will have to change as well. And Sang-Chu slammed his hand on the table, looked at Jun and said, Are you being serious right now? Jun looked straight into An's face and said, At this point you still think I'm joking. You're both players, so you should understand. Revealing your own secret to others is very damaging and puts you at a disadvantage. Ma Jae-wook said, I've considered that issue, and still decided to reveal my ancient language skill to you, as a major shareholder and a business partner, who will be working together in the future. I want to help the company grow. Otherwise, why would I invest 280 million into this? For a company to succeed, you must cooperate with me. And Sang-Chu looked at Ma Jae-wook and asked worriedly, Mr. Chairman An, you don't actually believe what he's saying, do you? Jun sighed, looked at Ma Jae-wook and said, It seems you don't trust my abilities. And Sang-Chu said with extreme conviction, To be honest, I don't. Jun looked at him and said, Unit Chiefin, have you ever wondered why I moved into the apartment right below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think that was just a coincidence. Ma Jae-wook interrupted. Wait a minute. Below the penthouse? Unit Chief An, what do you mean the apartment below yours? And Sang-Chu replied, Mr. Chairman, it's just that about 2 months ago this guy Jun has moved into the apartment on the floor below, the penthouse of the actor, Sejin. That's right. At that time it was a few days after I received the ability to see the future. Madarok angrily asked An Sang-chul, Unit Chief An, why am I only just finding out about this now? An Sang-chul replied, until today. I didn't think it was anything important. If that was in January, then that would be before he invested in Bitcoin. And yet he moved into a place near someone related to the company he would later invest in. But unless he can see the future, there's no way he could have done that right. It's also possible that he knew he was sponsoring Sejin. Jun smugly thought to himself. He said helplessly, That's right. This alone still isn't enough. It seems you still don't believe me. In that case, how about this? The hotel we're in right now is your property. Isn't it, Chairman Madarok? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Using Group. Chianma Consulting is a business secretly established to seek recognition from your father. Am I wrong? An Sang-chul yelled, Hey, who the hell are you? How could you know things that only my relatives would know? Madarok said with a look of anger. Calm down, Unit Chief An. An Sang-chul bowed his head and said, I apologize. Madarok clasped his hands, nodded, and said, That's right. Everything you've said is correct. However, if you're saying you know these things, by seeing the future, that's still not enough to convince me. Just as Unit Chief An has said, anyone among my relatives would know this information. In fact, I'm starting to suspect that you are someone sent by a third party to lead me into a trap And in this situation, you're still suggesting that I trust you and change my business strategy, even if I don't say it? Out loud, you already know my answer, don't you? Doesn't all of this seem completely absurd? I also want to believe that your ancient language that sees the future actually exists. Who wouldn't want something that could help their company grow stronger? Of course, anyone would want that. But what you're telling me makes it very hard to believe you, Junmin. Thank you for investing in our company, but I need to call a shareholders meeting to consider this proposal. Of course, you will be the one who has to convince them. Please excuse me, but I can't help you with this. Now, if you'll excuse me, June sternly interrupted Mario Rock, saying, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Chairman." Mario Rock looked at June and asked, "Is there something else you want to say?" June thought to himself, "This is really the only way." "Yes," June revealed. "How about this? I'll give you information about round 4. "Round 4?" Mario Rock asked in surprise. "You have information about round 4? June replied to him. "That's right, the same future-seeing ability has already shown me everything. I know what kind of a tragedy will occur. This information should be enough to prove my abilities, right?" And Sang-Chu bowed his head and said, "I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I got a little carried away earlier and yelled in front of you." Mario Rock waved his hand to console and Sang-Chu. "It's fine. You only did it because you were thinking of me." And Sang-Chu then asked, "I just remembered something else. May I tell you about it?" Mario Rock looked at him with a smile and said, "Go ahead and say whatever you want, model." Honestly, I'm very suspicious of that Junmin guy. He can see the future. If he really has that kind of ability, he could just keep quiet and enjoy his life. Why would he want to help us? Maze Rock said nonchalantly. Didn't he say he wanted to grow? Along with the company, it seems he wants to make even more money. And Sang-Chu tried to explain. What's his reason for doing this? If he has 28 million won, that's already a huge amount of money. He could relax and not have to work for the rest of his life, Maze Rock said confidently. That's probably still not enough for him. Human greed knows no bounds, and Sang-Chu interrupted. Even so, it's still too dangerous and risky. It's hard to believe. The fact that something like that might exist is suspicious in itself. Maze Rock propped his hands on the table, lost in thought. I agree, but if he really is a prophet, someone who can see the future, then we need to make him our ally. Just think about it. If we always have information about the next round, and can be fully prepared, how beneficial would that be? And if in the process, we can also help the company grow, it can be considered a win-win situation. And Sang-Chu said worriedly to Maze Rock, but what if he isn't really a prophet? Maze Rock said nonchalantly, about that, we just need to test him right, he thought as he walked. After round 4 ends, he'll know for sure that I'm a prophet. But I won't reveal to him the truly important information. For example, the side quests, or how to climb the rankings. The mission for round 4 isn't to kill monsters. Instead, there will be a survey for the players. I can't let my guards down for a second. I thought to myself as I walked, that should be enough to prove I'm a prophet. After that, their attitude towards me is going to change. They'll treat me well and try to protect me because I'm a prophet. Besides, making prophecies that are on my side is always better than siding with other people. Now that I've sealed the deal on this prophet gig, does this mean I'll shoot straight to the top? All right, then first I should contact. Yuri was rushing down the street. Oh, at this rate, I'm going to be late. Come on, turn green. Yuri wondered, looking at a car on the road. What's with that red car? It's blocking the front of the store. What kind of inconsiderate person does that? Seeing Ujin in the car, Yuri shouted, Ujin Min, is this your car? Ujin apologized sheepishly. Yeah, sorry for parking in front of the store. Get in. We can go for a drive while we talk. Okay, sounds good, Yuri said excitedly. This is the first time I've ever been in a car like this. Is that so? Ujin said smugly. It's a first for me too, I just bought it. Oh, really? Yuri looked at Ujin and asked, how much does a car like this cost? Ujin replied casually to Yuri. Not much, only about 900 million. Yuri asked again, shocked. 900 million? You call that not much? Oh, give me a break. Do you have any idea how many convenience stores I could open? With 900 million, he said calmly as he drove. Compared to the money I won, my lottery winnings weren't that much, really, Yuri thought to herself. Yeah, right. Look at Min getting rich with a whole 60 million. I feel like we're living in two different worlds. But this feels a lot like we're on a date. It's a little embarrassing, June said gently. Honestly, there's something I need to confess to you. Blushing, Yuri asked. A confession, June reassured Yuri and said, it's nothing weird. So don't get the wrong idea, Yuri shouted in embarrassment. The wrong idea? No way, not me. I wish I could find a hole to crawl into and hide. So what did you want to confess? June replied, before I said that the lottery results appeared in my dream. Right, Yuri nodded. Yeah, that's right. Actually, that's not true. In reality, I got the information thanks to my ability, foresight. It wasn't because of a dream. That's what helps me know about future events. That's why my class is Prophet. Puzzled, Yuri looked at June and repeated, Prophet. Yuri turned to June excitedly and said, That's so cool, isn't that a special class? June looked at Juri shyly and said, I guess so. Juri continued, that's great then, your ability. To see the future sounds amazing. Thanks for telling me the truth. Even between friends, telling someone that must have been difficult, June said gently. It's nothing. You told me your class was a support type, right? So this is only fair. Fair how so? I never told you about my ability. But while we're on the subject, should I tell you about my ability? Juri immediately replied, oh, there's no need. In the first round, I got a protective ward. For every person within a 10-meter radius of me, I get a thin layer of protection. For example, if there are 5 people, I'll be covered by 5 layers of protection. It feels so good to finally say it out loud. June smiled cheerfully and said, haha, right. Juri asked curiously, but why did you suddenly decide to tell me about it? June explained, because of that mystery. Keeping it a secret was really weighing on my mind. Besides, I figured if I didn't tell you the truth, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say. Juri asked, puzzled. What is it you want to say? Juri looked at June in shock. Is that the mission from room 4? June warned, yeah, so you need to be careful, Juri. You have to stay on your guard, because you never know what the players around you might do. Juri obediently replied, okay, I'll remember that. Juri thought to himself. Either way, I'm still really grateful. She's concerned about me. That's why she told me. She even called me first. Could it be that she has a little crush on me? I hope so. June wondered to herself, I can't believe Minori has liked me for all this time. I had no idea. No wonder she's always been so nice to me. It's a bit awkward, but this is probably for the best. It'll be easier to make her an ally now. She'll also be more likely to believe my prophecies. Well, that's one thing settled. Time to get some rest. Anyway, I don't have much to do this month. Time passed slowly. March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Night 4. Before entering the other world, I bought a high-quality gear set from the item section today. A dark gauntlet grants +5 strength and +4 agility. The weapon becomes semi-transparent. It's only effective at night. Usage is restricted to Sage level and above. The description says these gauntlets are shrouded in darkness and can turn invisible. Your equipped weapon will become semi-transparent. Its stats are high, plus the option to turn into a duplicate is also useful. If I combine this with my stealth skill, the effect will be even greater. Rain peeked her head in and said, hey, it's time. Are you confident you can take this thing down? June quickly replied, we'll know once we try, won't we? Didn't you say you had information about it? June answered her. Having information is one thing, but how you act on it is another. What's with you? Rain, extremely worried, said, you have to survive and come back. Do you hear me seriously? June said angrily. Don't say things that'll jinx me like that. Just hearing that is bad luck. It's the Chamber of Death penalty. It's happening again. The status window has applied a penalty. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. Everyone watched in disbelief. This is the price for betraying the exemplar of my bloodline. I don't even have the tenfold command authority anymore. How am I supposed to clear the 4th round now? Young Min thought to himself. Those who want to steal the position of regional representative might come after me. Or my old buddies might come for revenge. And on top of that, where am I? Young Min felt helpless and panicked by his surroundings. What kind of mission starts in a godforsaken place like this white space? Being surrounded by it makes me feel like a lab rat. That wicked demon, he definitely knew things would turn out this way. June turned back and said smugly, you've used up all 10 command authorities and destroyed the artifact. You didn't even hesitate to kill a god's incarnation, and its punishment too. That's way too suspicious. He thought to himself, then said, if only I were strong enough, I would have beaten that bastard to a pulp. Youngmin said, frustrated, this is so damn annoying. But I don't have any other choice. If I want to at least save my own skin, I have to make a deal with that demon. Hey, Hakkow asked back. So Youngmin gave a bitter laugh and asked, the deal from the last round, is it still in effect? Right, June asked, bewildered. A deal, didn't you say that? If I became your subordinate, you would protect me, Hakkow said smugly. Why would I need a subordinate like you anymore? You don't have any command authorities left to use. A regional representative without any command authorities is useless. Not to mention you've now become a player with a stigma. Even if you had command authorities, they wouldn't be very effective. Before Youngmin could speak, but Hakkow said, you have absolutely no value left. You're just a moving target, Youngmin said angrily. A moving target, Hakkow said, crossing his arms. Don't worry, you're just a target in name only. There aren't many people who'd actually want to kill you. Youngmin asked Hakkow again. They won't target me. Hakkow calmly explained to Youngmin, you already know the fate of players who hold the title of regional representative. Everyone gets it now. As for being a representative, being in charge of a region isn't all it's cracked up to be. And the more high-ranking subordinates you have, the number of people you can actually control with your command authority goes down. Compared to the risk, it's just not worth it. Hearing this, Youngbin thought to himself, Hakkow's got a point. If I could, I'd want to give up this command authority myself. Yongbin said suddenly, "Why are those people here?" Seoari looked at Hakkao and said, "Hello, Hakkao?" "Hey, do you remember us?" Hakkao replied instantly. "Of course I do. What do you want? Didn't you save us? From this thug standing right here, we wanted to thank you again," Yongbin said in a panic. "What a thug," Hakkao said coldly. "Thanking me once was enough. You don't need to come looking for me again, but we're still so grateful to you. The president of our company also wanted to extend his gratitude. I saved you. That's right. As for our president," Hakkao cut him off saying, "Stop right there. I don't care," Seo Aaron said anxiously. Hakkao, this is a small token of our appreciation for saving us. Please take it." Looking at the stone in Seo Aaron's hand, Hakkao thought to himself, a low-grade purple magic stone. Well, this is a bit of a surprise. Seo Aaron looked at Hakkao and said, "I thought that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough." So Hakkao took the stone and said, "That's thoughtful of you." "Thanks," Hakkao thought to himself. "Since you've given me such an incredible item, I guess I have no reason to refuse. When I get back, I'll have to craft some low-grade magic stones myself." Seo Aaron worried. I wonder if he likes the gift. He won't think I gave him something that looks useless and get angry, will he? Just as I thought. She has no idea what this magic stone is worth. Well, that makes sense. If she knew, she wouldn't have given it to me. Young Min suddenly remembered and said, "I have something similar to that too." He has a magic stone too, as Young Min blankly said. "I think it's called an engraved force stone." Hyuk asked again, "What an absorbing force stone?" A black force stone is an item that drops from monsters at an extremely low rate. It's an item that's even harder to find than a magic stone. At this point in time, trying to actively get one is practically impossible. Hyuk realized with a smirk. Now I know. He has such a valuable item. Is this good luck or bad? "Hey, Mr. Hyuk, do you need a protective shield?" Hyuk asked back, "A shield," Seo Aaron said cheerfully. "I leveled up and became a summoner. So, I can summon a spirit to create a shield for you. If you need it," Hyuk cut her off saying, "Thank you for the offer, but I refuse. I don't think it's necessary," Seo Aaron said sadly. "Oh, I see." Seo Aaron lowered her head and walked away. "Well, we'll be going then. Hope you have good luck in this room." Hyuk said, "Good luck?" Hyuk shouted. "Wait." Hyuk looked at Young Min and said, "If you keep this up, you're going to regret it." Young Min turned his head back and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Hyuk explained. "I've already told you. You're a walking target," Young Min said sadly. "But you also said that no one would target me." Hacker cut him off saying, "I said not many people would. Not that no one at all would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared, you know. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have a class, there are still a few who haven't reached that point. That means there are still targets to use the command authority on." Hacker said to Yongmin, "Just think about it. Do you think that out of thousands of players, not a single one would come after you?" Yongmin asked Hacker, "So what should I do?" Hacker answered him, "I'll help you so you don't become an easy target." "It's too dangerous." Yongmin, still uncertain, asked again. "Really?" Hacker retorted sharply. "I never said I'd do it for free. As payment for my help. You saw that stone Siri gave me earlier." "Right. If you have anything like that, just give it to me." Yongmin replied to Hacker smugly. "Well, I happen to have a stone just like that. Stone of metal-resistant force. It was a high-grade black stone. It had a smooth surface and a glossy sheen." Yongmin said worriedly, "All right, I don't have anything else." No, that's not. I've already given you everything I can give. Please don't take my equipment." Hacker cut him off and said, "Don't worry. Even if you wanted to give it to me, I wouldn't take it." Yongmin asked again, "I've given you the stone. So will you help me now?" Hacker said as he walked away. "Yeah, I'll keep my promise." Oh, you humans! Today you have all gathered here once again. But your numbers have dwindled. Your numbers have dwindled, so people are actually fighting in real life, Hak Gyu thought. For a whole month, not a single player got into any trouble. That's what's surprising. It seems everyone is here now. All right then, I'll announce the mission for Room 4. The fourth main mission: slaughter each other within 3, all regions. Total participants, 181 million. Number of players who completed current region ESK, 45.5. Total participants, 1,000. Total players completed 0 out of 521. What the hell is this? Slaughter each other. You humans really are slow, aren't you? It's just as I said. You just need to stab and slash and kill the players next to you. Simple, isn't it? Kill them. The players kill each other, the angel said with a smile. Let me explain a little more for you all. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike the previous rounds, this time there won't be any monsters. Everyone was confused and horrified. No monsters, but I need to level up and get stronger. Someone spoke up. Excuse me, Sir Angel. If half of us can survive, then each person just needs to kill one other person, right? The angel clasped her hands and said, "That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be?" Hak-gyu looked up contemptuously and said, "Fun, you say? You just receive orders. You're not allowed to reveal anything from your superiors. Being an angel is just a means to convey information to us in this survival game. This damned game. There's another game, Master, isn't there? She's looking at a specific schedule. That means she's received orders from the manager." Model, the angel up high turned his head down and said, "It's not just about killing other players. That will allow you to complete the mission. Only the top 54 ranked players will survive. As for what the ranking criteria is based on, that's a secret. And one more thing. Even if you're the first one to kill someone, it doesn't guarantee you first place." All right, that concludes the explanation. Now go ahead and start killing each other. Time remaining until the round ends, 3 hours. The scene was pure chaos. Everyone was scared and hesitant, not knowing what to do. What am I supposed to do now? So we just have to kill someone. Just end the other people like that, even though I have no beef with them. What is this crazy room? Young Min asked with excitement. Killing other players, huh? I'd love to kill you, you bastard. Hakkao said, watching Young Min from a distance. I was right. He's already thinking about killing his friends. Young Min placed a hand on his mouth and said smugly, "Wait, now that I think about it. If the other players hesitate to make a move, wouldn't that be better for me? Hey, Hakkao? What's up?" Hakkao turned and said to Young Min, "I told you I'd help you avoid becoming a target. Didn't I? Well, I'm here to keep that promise. A side quest has appeared. Defend the designated area for a certain period of time. Mission complete. Reward lowest grade mana stone draw ticket. You have completed the mission. You have been rewarded with a draw ticket. Lowest grade mana stone. Item type supply item. Effect randomly provides 15 lowest grade mana stones. Usage restriction until the next round. Available from apprentice level and above. Description. A time-limited item that randomly provides you with mana stones when you advance to the next round. This item will disappear automatically. It will be affected by the luck stat," Haku said smugly. "Good, I got the reward I wanted. I killed Yongmin to get the mission reward, although that wasn't the only reason. Everyone was horrified to see Yongmin dead. Hey, someone's dead. I saw it. Haku killed him, not long ago. They were the ones aiming for the position of regional representative and wanted to kill him. What a bunch of hypocrites. Now they're pretending to be so righteous." Everyone around started whispering and pointing fingers at Haku. "You can't just kill people like that. Don't you have any humanity?" "So they're calling me a murderer," Haku thought. "It's not like they're wrong. I killed Sangsail, and not just him. I'll continue to kill countless more, until there are only 20 left. But I've never killed anyone without a reason, especially in this room. I had no other choice but to kill, in order to clear this stage. Whether I liked it or not, everyone was gossiping about Haku. Even though they knew this would happen, they still blame me. If this goes well, I might be able to use this to my advantage. I have to use this opportunity to ruin Haku's reputation. If we attack as a group, she won't be able to do a thing. We can't let Haku become the regional representative. I need to frame her for some crime to ruin her name." Haku looked around smugly and thought, "They think they've found a golden opportunity. How pathetic." Everyone around turned to attack Hook-go. "And you think this is funny? Are you insane? After everything you've done, you still have the nerve." Player H has become the new regional representative of the SKS Guild. Everyone panicked when they heard the news, so Hook-go is the regional representative now. With everyone just worrying about themselves like this, it's like giving a tiger wings. What are we supposed to do? Hook-go walked closer and said with a grin, "What's the matter? Why did you all stop screaming? Is it because I became the regional representative? Is that why you're all scared?" Hook-go said with a laugh, "Aha, if you're scared of command authority, then you probably haven't changed your class yet, right?" The crowd asked angrily, "What did you say?" Everyone fixed their gaze on Hook-go. "Look over there. His name changed color." "He's right, it really changed color. Why is he the only one whose name changed color? It must have gone from yellow to red. In rounds like this, once you've killed someone, your nickname will turn red. The more you kill, the darker the red becomes. This color-changing system is to distinguish those who have murdered other people. Damn murderer, you killer. Just die instead of choosing an innocent player. People will choose to kill the murderers. After all that way, it'll weigh on their conscience a lot less. But those who have killed a murderer also become murderers themselves. And as a result, they end up encouraging each other to go and kill the people around them. For now, they might still be hesitant to kill anyone, but this will be the reason behind the deaths of many people. Hook-go looked at everyone and spoke with a contemptuous expression. What do you think you're all doing? I'm sure you people don't have the time to just stand around dawdling. Everyone shouted and criticized Haku back. Hey, you stop right there. That's right, you murderer, Haku retorted angrily. You all act as if I'm the only one who wants the regional representative dead. What about all of you who flocked to Chorang in the previous round? What were you planning on giving him a kiss or something? You either finish them or you get killed. Don't tell me that all of you who've survived this long still don't know that simple principle. Stop being such hypocrites and face reality. If your own life was in danger, there's no way any of you wouldn't fight back over a decision about your own fate, Hako said sternly. This isn't the time to be sitting around doing nothing. If anyone is that worried, then just go ahead and argue, just like we took a vote last time. Even if I hadn't said these things, they would have started fighting each other anyway. By that point, it would have been too late, Hako thought with satisfaction. If I hadn't at least said this, they would have just kept on wasting time. If that had happened, the number of people who passed this round might not have been 21. Even if I have to make them fight, this thing you all call a mission is the only way for more people to survive. Everyone started discussing amongst themselves. I don't think we should just be standing here. It's just like Hako said. Shouldn't we be doing something? He asked the girl. So what do you suggest we do? Talk about it, the girl said angrily. Why do you have to be so sarcastic with me? I was just trying to figure out what we should do. He smugly wants to fight the girl. How about a one-on-one duel to make it fair? Let's do it. How is fighting to the death fair at all, besides a duel? Do you think this is some kind of game? We don't even have enough time now. He angrily shot back. What did you just say? Erin worriedly asked her bodyguard. Bodyguard, what are we going to do? Is it really true that we have to kill people like Hak Kao said? The bodyguard answered Erin. Of course we do. If we don't, we'll be the ones who get killed. Why should we care about the lives of strangers that we don't even know? I completely agree with Hak Kao Erin. I think you should make up your mind because killing someone is not a pleasant experience, Erin said angrily to the bodyguard. You talk as if you've killed someone before. The bodyguard turned his head and said, Of course not, it was just a guess. Erin asked, confused. So what should we do? Let's figure out the situation. Everyone started acting chaotically. Stop acting like this. We need to decide who to kill and get it over with. Then tell me, who are you going to kill? Those who have already killed someone are the perfect targets. Let's focus on the ones with nicknames. Their names turn red. Who gave you the right to decide that? She shouted in a panic. Are you saying we should kill her? That Hak Kao is insane. How are you supposed to kill someone who's already level 30? I bet that even if we all attacked him at once, we still wouldn't be able to kill him. Be quiet. What if he hears you? Hak Kao said from behind them. Oh, I heard every word. The man yelled in Hak Kao's face. What the hell are you people talking about, model? Life is precious, even if that person is a murderer. Then we have no right to judge anyone. This guy's right. If you kill someone, then you become a murderer yourself, just like them. So what the hell do you want me to do? Someone has to die for me to survive, right? Just shut up and stop arguing. Let's just agree. To kill the criminals, okay? Everyone started to panic. How are we supposed to tell who the criminals are? Are you saying people with a criminal record should just raise their hands? They're not just going to turn themselves in. He furiously yelled in her face. Who the hell are you, you bitch, to look down on others? Why don't you offer an opinion yourself, you whore? Enraged, he said, Are you cursing me out? You son of a bitch, you want me to kill you right here. What's this? Think you've got guts? Then try me, you whore. The others stepped in to stop the argument. Hey, you two stop talking and just fight already. Who the hell are you to enjoy this? The ones hiding in the back and instigating others are the worst. That's you, you scumbag. What did you just say to me? Fuck this. Keep running your mouths and I'll kill every last one of you bastards. You feeling that confident? You must have a death wish, you idiot. He screamed, This is complete chaos. They just keep talking and don't do anything. But there's nothing to worry about. Soon enough, they'll start slaughtering each other without a second thought. So everyone stop screaming and try to think realistically. Pointing at his face, he said, That's my mother. No, it can't be. This is the rule for this round. 10 minutes after dying, a player will be revived. She wondered to herself, why is everyone staring at me like that? And not just staring at me. So they wouldn't have to look at me like I was some kind of zombie. So weird, I'm clearly talking to two girls. So what's going on? He came back to life like a god being reborn. What are you talking about? The heavens actually brought him back to life. Does that mean the dead among us will be resurrected? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter if we kill them, right? If they come back to life, then it should be fine. Everyone calm down. We're not even sure if resurrection is really possible. So don't be so hasty. The battle was fierce. She was attacked from behind. He acted with ruthless cruelty. Why don't you go to sleep first, you little mutt-die? Wielding that razor-sharp three-bladed knife, everyone was horrified. He continued to taunt her, Come on, come back to life. You and I still have a fight to finish. Everyone stared in horror at her body sprawled on the ground. But she's not coming back to life. We should wait a bit longer, another person said thoughtfully. She probably won't resurrect right away. A red-haired guy added, After 10 minutes. Is when that guy came back to life, everyone. How about we just wait for her to be resurrected? Everyone shouted in unison. I agree. Me too. 10 minutes later, she suddenly came back to life. A brilliant aura radiated everywhere. She stood up and spoke. All right, which one of you bastards was it who attacked me? The man stood behind her holding his sharp weapon. He was the one who had just struck her down. That would be me, you bitch. Haklong appeared and delivered a devastating blow. So they come back to life after 10 minutes, is that it? Hako observed from a distance. Even though the ability to resurrect had been proven, they still wouldn't feel comfortable with the act of killing. But people are often influenced by their circumstances and end up revealing their own madness. People have started to not care anymore, so they just started killing each other. To hell with it. Say whatever the hell you want, I don't care anymore. Just die so you all knew about this. Hey, you son of a bitch, he hastily confessed. Sorry, I've got nothing against you. Why don't you try pulling one of your own cheap tricks on yourself? Please just let it happen. Stop resisting. You're going to revive anyway. He turned and cursed at him. If you think you're so tough, why don't you just die? Around 1,000 players were slaughtering each other savagely. Basically, this was a battlefield, Hakkao decided. Well, then I guess I should make a move too, huh? As he finished speaking, 3 people from behind plotted a sneak attack on Hakkao. This is our chance. Die. But their plan didn't go as they wished. Hakkao had already spotted them and killed them all. I was aware of you, so there was no way you could have ambushed me. Haklong-gu was lost in a frenzy of slashing and stabbing. Die, Hakkao turned and said. Ah, that's right. There's still that guy, Haklong-gu said smugly, calling round 4 a round made just for Hak Hualong. Isn't an exaggeration. With the devouring ancient language in my hands, this situation is nothing short of a feast for me. Look at the color of his name. It's so dark he must have killed over 10 people already. That guy's gonna need a few revives. Haklong-gu laughed smugly. I can't believe that every time I kill a player, my stats increase. What a sweet deal. I knew my stats would increase from killing monsters, but I never thought killing players would have the same effect. Devouring ancient language. Effect. The progress bar will increase each time you kill an enemy. Once the progress bar is full, you will receive 1 stat point. All of a sudden, your enemy's speed will correspond to the increase of the progress bar. Hak Ryong-gu continued to attack the rest of them. Just die then! Die! Hak Ryong-gu chuckled dismissively. The progress bar increased by a lot. Is it because their levels are high? He's the same level as me. Yet the progress bar went up by that much. If I kill Hak-gu, I wonder how much the progress bar will go up then. It'll probably fill up instantly. And then I'll probably get a stat point. Forget it. If I mess with a big shot like him, who knows what kind of trouble I'll be in. Hak Ryong-gu scanned the area and said with a chuckle, I should just take care of these small fries and level up more. Hak Ryong-gu continued his ruthless slaughter. Sorry, man, I've got nothing against you personally, he said with a smug grin. Hey, this is a great way to blow off some steam. Because of that bastard, I couldn't even hunt in peace. He laughed full of himself. This round was made for me. After all the other guys, they don't get anything out of killing other players. But my stats go up, and I get to become stronger. He looked thrilled. Best of all, my prey just keeps respawning, getting stronger out of nowhere. Could there be a better opportunity than this? Hak Ryong-gu started to wonder how many people he'd killed. How many have I killed already? I need to kill as many as I can, so I can climb to the top of the leaderboard. Maybe I should head over there now. Hak Ryong-gu was surprised to see Hak-gu approaching. Huh, Hak-gu? The people around them exclaimed in shock. What's this? What's happening? What's happening to him all of a sudden? His scythe just turned transparent. No matter what's going on, I have to be extremely careful, Hak-gu. All he has to do is raise his blade. Haklong-nu had collapsed. In despair, Haklong-gu could only say, oh, so I'm dead. That's Hak-ko-ma for you. I really should have avoided him. It's horrifying everyone's turning on each other. DDD, you bastard, do me a favor and just die. Kwandong looked at the girl and wondered, did she just come back to life? Is it true that everyone gets revived after 10 minutes? This isn't good. They set all of this up for us. To kill each other. This is my chance for revenge. Those bastards who backstabbed me. I'm going to kill every last one of you. Hey, Kim Soo-han, there you are. Where is he? Kwandong had spotted his next prey. There he is. He laughed mockingly. Ha ha. What an idiot. Look at him, he's pissing his pants in fear. And all he has to show for it is a stat reduction penalty. He waved his hand and said to Kim Soo-han, Hey, Kim Soo-han. Kim Soo-han said in a panic, Kwandong. Kwandong came closer and said, So nice to see you, you son of a bitch. He attacked relentlessly, killing Kim Soo-han. After finishing him off, he said gloatingly, Hey, Kim Soo-han, you goddamn bastard. You were just saying that if we met again, you would kill me, right? He gloated, laughing in Kim Soo-han's face as he said, So why don't you try and kill me now, huh? Successfully eliminated Kim Soo-han. Kwandong said with satisfaction, Finally done, that feels great. He turned around looking for someone else. Where are the rest of you bastards? A dark scene of death. If hell exists, would it look like this? Just people killing each other. Model. Die, you bastard. A place rife with violence, and the people there only know how to hate each other. The bodyguard turned and asked, Are you all right, Miss Aaron? Cell Aaron reassured him, saying, I'm still okay, I'm not tired. but mentally I'm still a bit shaken. The bodyguard worried for Sel Aaron thought to himself, I can endure this for a little while, but this is definitely going to be tough. If this affects me psychologically and gets in the way of my work, then I won't be able to face the chairman anymore. Suddenly, another man appeared from behind preparing to stab her. Sel Aaron, but the bodyguard appeared just in time, saving her. In your dreams, he said, Miss Hidgen. Seeing her injured, the bodyguard felt a great sense of pity. He thought she wouldn't be able to bear it. He thought to himself, if I tell her what to do, she'll still obey me. A tired Sel Aaron asked, Hey bodyguard, how long do we have to keep fighting like this? He replied to her, so there's at least another hour of this. Utterly exhausted, Aaron said. I can't watch them die anymore. I don't understand how people can slaughter each other like this. Seeing her exhausted state, the bodyguard thought, she's so weak. It seems she's been overly sheltered. The bodyguard said in a gentle, caring voice, If you're tired, please get some rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? She said wearily. I suppose I have. He looked off into the distance and said to Sel Aaron, That should be enough to get you on the leaderboard. You can leave the rest to me, Jin. She chirped her thanks to him. Thank you so much. The guard said smugly, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I don't have to lead them to you to be killed anymore. Now I can focus on my own score. 10 minutes remaining until the round ends. Hako pondered since there wasn't much time left. So about 10 more minutes, huh? That means round 4 is going to happen no matter what. But the first place prize from all the zones combined isn't going to be enough. He charged forward to keep fighting. I have to do whatever it takes to get stronger and make it to round 20. He began to worry about the final round. I have no idea how strong the final boss will be, so I have to get as strong as I possibly can. He spotted his prey and lunged. Despite their pathetic screams, Hack Cow, a guy respawned 10 minutes after being killed. I'm alive. Hack Cow looked smugly at the newly respawned players and said, There's no need to kill anyone. I've already killed. The rankings for round 4 aren't just about killing the most people. You need to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as a single kill. That means I can't just kill that guy over there again, and then just wander around this strange place. This whole time he's just been killing his friend over and over. Those guys won't last long doing that. He smugly said hello to his victims. Respawn faster, would you? If you keep dying right after you respawn like this, you'll never get a chance to earn points for yourself. 1. Time remaining until the end of the preliminary round is 1 minute. Only 1 minute left, so there isn't much time left. I've got to get the highest score I can. Everyone started scrambling to rack up a high score. After this round, I killed that guy, and that guy too. I don't remember that name. This will be the first time. There's no more time, so I have to wrap this up in one segment. An angel appeared and asked everyone, wasn't slaughtering each other fun? How could killing other people possibly be fun? The angel looked down at the recent battle. Oh dear, look at that filthy pile of blood. This clean space has become such a mess. Regardless, all of you did an excellent job with the mission of killing each other. Before we look at the results, let's resurrect the dead. Right in front of you, shall we? Ha! The man scoffed at the angel. She talks as if she's the one resurrecting them, but in reality it's an ability of the system. He said furiously, Young Min, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. This damn bastard only lost because he was enjoying it. What the hell are you guys talking about? Shut up, you miserable bastards. The angel above grew angry. From now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll make them blossom. Now that's a little quieter, since everyone has been resurrected. Let's take a look at the results, shall we? She gently floated upwards. But before that, we have to look at the submission for this room, right? Everyone surprised wondered aloud. There's a submission this time, too. Hearing this, the angel immediately responded to them. Of course there is. Did you really think there wouldn't be a submission? Huh, are you stupid or something? Round 4 submission. Eliminate the area master within a certain time frame. Upon successful completion of the submission, the reward is a low-grade mana draw ticket. Looking at the notification screen, the group wondered, eliminate the area master. That's the submission. The angel's mocking voice rang out. That's right, you foolish human. There's only one person in this region who completed the side quest. The angel emphasized, and that person is Hakgu. Hakgu, the crowd started murmuring. Come to think of it, wasn't he the one who killed Dong Min at the beginning? Hoik Ryong thought angrily. Damn it, that means becoming the regional representative. In this round is a good thing. If I'd known this would happen, I would have killed Huang Dong Min myself. He fumed, I'm dead killed by Hakgu. I have no temporary skills. My temporary command authority is gone. Hakgu had once told him, I will help you, so that you don't become an easy target. He said he'd help me not become a target. And then he steals the representative position from me. Well, let's just see the final results. The final results, the angel continued. That's right, you're all curious about how the results are calculated, aren't you? She said with a smile. The rankings will be based on the number of unique people that you've killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it will only count as one kill. Unique people. So it's not just about killing as many as possible. She laughed mockingly. Ha ha! You really are simple-minded. Did you think it would be that easy? She snapped her fingers. Here are the results. These are the results for round 4 across all regions. First place, Hakgu the Reaper, 3,722 kills. Second place, the Fool a Mage, 13,521 kills. Third place, the Demonic Master, 13,433 kills. In the current region, Hakgu is in first place. Cute Little Bird, a level 11 warrior, is in second place. A level 11 knight is in third place. Everyone was buzzing about the results. The angel acted surprised. Oh, Hakao took first place again. Everyone was floored by the result. No way, he killed over 700 people. A buzz of chatter went through the crowd. Is that even humanly possible? I mean, didn't all of us combined only manage to get about 1,000 kills? How is that even possible? That means he alone killed 70% of the total. That's just crazy. The angel looked at Hakao, pouted, and said, You really killed 722 people all by yourself. You're pretty skilled. I guess that deserves a little reward, huh? A system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have placed first in this mission in your region. Congratulations, you have placed first in this mission across all regions. Your reward for first place in your region is a mid-grade very rare selection ticket. And your reward for first place across all regions is a mid-grade special reward chest. A mid-grade armor selection ticket, huh? Perfect, it was about time I upgraded my armor anyway. You may choose one of the very rare items below. Dazzling bronze armor, authentic assassin's garment, dark cloak. I'll choose number 2. Authentic assassin's garment. Item type, rare grade armor. Defense 60. Effect agility plus 4, attack speed plus 5%. Movement speed plus 5%. Durability 600 out of 600. Usage requirement, advanced class or higher. Description. A blood-colored garment once worn by a certain assassin. Sometimes it is still drenched in the scent of blood. Next up, the special reward. You may choose one of the special rewards listed below. Select the reward you want. Option 1. A 50% stat boost limited to round 5. Option 2, 5,000 gold. Option 3, information on round 5. Hakkao's ambition continued into round 5. The side quest reward for round 5 is really worth it. But the difficulty is a bit high. Considering the difficulty, increasing my stats will help me a lot. After he finished making his choice, the angel flew up again and continued speaking. Have you all seen your rankings? Let me tell you something. In our region, there are 30 people tied for 54th place. Everyone ranked lower will be eliminated. Now then, let the purging process begin. Everyone shocked cried out in unison, No! Loud screams. Wait a minute, Angel. Are we really going to die this time? They desperately begged the angel. I don't want to die. Angel, please help us. Everyone was screaming for help. Please give me a chance. Help me. Yongmin smirked and said, I made it through. That was a close call, though. The sound of desperate screams and wails. Please help me. I don't want to die. Hakkao stood in the middle of the purge. He closed his eyes until he heard a sound. A system announcement, round 4 has ended. All region survivors 90 million. Your region ESK 45-5, survivors 521. After a moment, your soul will be transferred to your body in the current dimension. Current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on February 3rd, 2024. See you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. The next day, and Sang-Chu frantically ran into the room saying, Sir! Mario Rock, who was resting on the bed, saw An come in and immediately asked, Unit Chief An, what are you doing here? I don't recall summoning you. And Sang-Chu quickly replied, I couldn't get in contact with you, sir. So I took the liberty of stepping in. I was so worried something bad had happened to you, sir. Mario Rock replied nonchalantly. Come on, you really think I'd die in room 4? So you didn't see the results? And Sang-Chu replied, relieved. I was able to check the rankings, but I was still worried. After all, that last round was completely insane. You're telling me? Mario Rock replied, exhausted and holding his head. That's why as soon as I got back, I crashed right into bed. I'm so mentally drained. That's for sure. 433 people died, Mario Rock said. If you also count the ones who died over and over again, the number would probably be much higher. I'm already this strong, and yet, what kind of monster is that hack guy? Is he even human? On Sang-Chu replied grimly. Sir, do you think he is one of the remaining Special Forces soldiers? He's not the kind of person with skills and courage that you'd normally find in South Korea. Mario Rock pondered deeply. The more I think about it, the more I admire him. No matter what his true identity is, it would be incredibly reassuring to partner up with him. I'll have to ask the Prophet about Hack later. And Sang-Chu continued, Sir, but the fact that round 4 played out exactly as that Prophet said is also incredible. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very skeptical of him. Mario Rock nodded in agreement. Me too. The mission in round 4 wasn't about hunting monsters. It was a player massacre. A massacre. That's right. It was a catastrophe. And players had to kill each other. You had to be on constant alert. And Sang-Chu asked grimly, "What do we do now, sir? What should we do now, sir?" Ma Jeo-deok asked, not understanding An's intention. "What do you mean?" And Sang-Chu answered, "It's about the prophet Junmin. Do you really want to make him your business partner?" Ma Jeo-deok replied without hesitation. "Of course. He's a major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What right do I have to object? In fact, the company is pretty much in Junmin's hands already." And Sang-Chu said sadly, "So, you're going to do as he says and switch to another industry." Ma Jeo-deok put on his coat and continued, "There's no point in arguing. This way the company will be able to grow even further. Besides that, we need to get him on our side. Don't underestimate him or get arrogant, just because he's young. Even if you don't like his attitude, you have to take it step by step. We have to do everything he says. Only then can we get all the sweet benefits from this honeypot called the Prophet. Understand?" And Sang-Chu nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. From now on, when dealing with Junmin, I'll be more careful." Ma Jeo-deok ordered him. "Good. Call him immediately." "What should I tell him?" Ma Jeo-deok said smugly. "Tell him that to celebrate our survival. We're throwing a party tonight. Oh, and tell him to bring his family if he has any. Should I invite Miss Ajin to the party?" "What about Sari?" Ma Jeo-deok laughed smugly and said to Anne, "At times like these, it's good to have a celebrity celebrating with us, don't you think?" Junmin waved his hand and said, "Over here." Juri walked over and said, "Junmin, you're looking well." Jun retorted cheerfully. "You too." Juri asked Jun with a curious look, "Is everything all right? Asking me out to lunch all of a sudden like this?" Jun replied nonchalantly, "I just thought we should go out to eat, to celebrate successfully making it into the next round." "Don't worry, it's on me," Juri said with a playful laugh. "Well then, I'll be sure to take advantage of having a rich friend. If you don't mind, of course." Sitting in the car, Juri turned to Jun and said with a smile, "Thanks, Mr. Prophet. Thanks to you, I was able to prepare for the 4J round," he said with a laugh. "Did it never cross your mind that I might be lying?" Juri replied with absolute trust. "But you would never do that, right? What would you possibly gain from tricking me? Thanks for trusting me. Thank me, I'm the one who should be grateful. I mean, if you hadn't told me that we needed at least 30 people, I'd be dead by now, thank you." As he drove, Jun thought to himself, "But in reality, she has no reason to be grateful to me at all. Even if I hadn't revealed it, she would have survived and gotten protection anyway. She's also quite talented and above all a great judge of character. She's not like some flower protected in a greenhouse. She's more like a weed growing in the wild." Jun invited Juri to eat to ease the awkward atmosphere between them. "Well, let's eat then. Thanks for the meal." Jun smiled, thinking this was the umpteenth time she had thanked him. Juri thought to herself, "I'm a murderer. But is it okay for me to be doing this? I mean to just get a call and come here and have a meal so peacefully? It just feels so wrong." Seeing that Juri wasn't touching her food, Jun immediately asked, "Juri, why aren't you eating?" "Looks like she's still feeling guilty," Juri said wearily. "I don't feel very well," Jun said reassuringly. "Is it because you killed someone?" Don't overthink it. Don't blame yourself either. You have to survive," Juri replied weakly. "That's true, but..." Jun continued, trying to make Juri understand. "Besides, it wasn't just you. My friends and the other players couldn't avoid it either." Juri sighed, looking down at the table and said, "Even so, I've killed enough." Jun started to get annoyed. So what? If the statue incident were to happen in the future, are we just going to let it be? If I hadn't woken up, what would my family here have done? We have families waiting for us. Juri thought about her family and said, "My family, they would be so sad if I didn't make it." Juri brightened up and said, "You're right. I had forgotten about my family, not realizing that they were the reason I held on for so long. Thank you for helping me, Junmin." Understanding, Jun waved it off and said, "It's nothing. Have some of the delicious food here to cheer up." Juri nodded in agreement. "Okay." Juri picked up some food and said to Jun, "This is really delicious. It feels like all my fatigue has just been washed away." Hearing that, Jun smiled and said, "I'm glad to hear you say that." But as they were leaving, Juri thanked Jun again. "Thanks for the meal, Junmin." Jun sipped his tea and said, "That's the first time you've called me without using my full name." Juri immediately replied, "Is that so, if you don't mind? Can I call you that from now on?" "Of course you can." After reassuring Juri, Jun felt much more at ease. Looks like her mood has improved. Now should I bring up the main topic? "I brought you here today to share some information about round 5 with you," Juri asked in surprise. "You can predict the future now." "Yeah, the 5th round will be the hardest one yet. Also, the regions are going to merge." Juri wondered. "The regions will merge. Basically, the regions that have been separated will now combine into one," Juri said in shock. "So does that mean you and I can finally meet?" Jun calmly said while sipping his tea. "That's right, but not in round 5. After saying that, he thought to himself, "Actually, we will meet in round 5. But if I tell her we're in the same region, she'll want to meet me." I have to meet her while I'm still anonymous to make this work. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. June continued. As I've already revealed, round 5 will be even more difficult. You probably won't be able to get through it. But there is one way. Juri asked, what is it? June said sternly, Haku. Go meet him and ask for his help. Juri's eyes widened as she asked, Haku? Is the Haku you're talking about that guy? The one who's ranked #1 in all the regions, right? That's him, Jun replied. So you want me to ask Haku for help in round 5? June continued to answer. Instead of asking for his help, it would be more accurate to say you'll be cooperating with him. The #1 player in all the regions, right? Juri said worriedly. But he's 30 levels higher. Will he even agree to cooperate with me? You have my pen, so it's likely that Haku will need you too. It will be a symbiotic relationship between you two. If I can safely get through this round, with his help, that would be great. Juri said worriedly to June. To be honest, I'm still anxious. I don't know if Haku will be willing to lead me just for my little pen. June thought to himself. It's not just a little pen. Your skill is amazing. June reassured Juri. Don't worry. You'll do your best to cooperate with me, not just for that day, but for the entire week after. I've already seen that scene in the future, so you don't need to worry. Juri asked again in surprise. Really? Thank you for telling me such important information, Jun replied frankly. We're friends. It's the least I could do. Could you hold out your hand for a second? I should give you a little something in return. June happily took the gift. Thanks, Juri, June thought. I knew she would give me something, because I know her personality. She doesn't like being indebted to others. Now I can go home and use this. All stats increased by 50% due to the skill's effect. Blessing of Fate. Current kills 100 out of 100. All stats increased by 50%. Thanks to the female servant's effect, June sat comfortably on the sofa. Thanks to Juri's blessing effect, and the bonus stats from the servant girl, after killing 100 worms, my stats must have gone up by quite a lot. Open status window. Robin. Nickname, Black Hook. Class Normal. Level 30. Profession, Reaper. Titles, The Last Time Traveler. Hidden. The first to kill an angel hidden. Challenger of the God of Punishment hidden. Stats strength plus 93. Intelligence plus simps. Agility plus simps plus astondismet chetri. My luck is 84. Looks like my luck is high. In that case, I can expect to get something good from the draw. Draw ticket. Item lowest grade magic scroll. Type consumable. Effect. Randomly provides 15 lost and most needed spells. Restriction must be used before the next round. Requires novice rank or higher. Description of a limited time item. Randomly grants you a magic cloud. If you don't use it by the next turn, the item will automatically disappear. It's affected by the luck stat. June looked at the gift and thought for a long time. If I were a normal person, then I'd probably be praying to the gods to get some kind of decent item. He smirked. But screw praying to those damn gods. The angel made another announcement. We will now begin a game. We have played 20 rounds on the first day of every month. Human souls will be brought to a different dimension to play a game. I don't know who it is, but this is definitely the work of a god. Who else could snatch up 1.8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all of this is definitely a god. A god who's toying with humans. If I manage to clear the final round and can make one of my wishes come true, then I'll wish for the bastard god who created this disgusting game to be torn to shreds. June used the lowest grade magic stone lottery ticket. Congratulations! You have drawn 5 magic stones of the lowest grade. Items obtained lowest grade red magic stone ×2. A yellow magic stone, a blue magic stone, and a purple magic stone. June wondered, annoyed. Only 5 is the maximum amount. I got the best possible result by cursing the gods instead of praying to them. I guess I'm pretty lucky, huh? June gave the command to merge them all. All right, let's start combining. First, I'll put the 2 lowest grade red magic stones in together and hit combine. Combination successful. You have created a red magic stone. June places the stone in his hand to begin. When combining magic stones of the same color and level, you can obtain a higher grade magic stone. I'll try a few combinations with the magic stones I have. A protection scroll was obtained from a lottery ticket, successfully combined into a purple magic stone. June takes the next step. Next, if I combine a magic stone with an item, a hat. The assassin's hood has gained an additional 2% damage. Great. Now to combine the next item. Tainted gauntlets gained an additional 2% to stats. The belt of victory has been enhanced with 2% luck. Boots of cunning have gained 2 agility. I socketed the blue magic stones into the hunter's leather. The blood-stained assassin's garb gained a 1% damage reduction. Well, I've used up all the magic stones that I had. It was worth trading that information for this boost, June said smugly. Now time to get ready to meet Magio Doc. Wait, the president of the company you invested in is the heir to the Osung Group. Yeah, I was invited to the party as their business partner. And in the future, we will be working together. Ji-won asked June, "Can I really go to a place like that?" June grabbed Ji-won's tie, making him flinch. "I was told I could bring family. So you don't have to worry. Besides, your tie is crooked," June said. "They're here. Let's go." "Greetings. I'm here to escort you. It's the same person we met before. This is my younger brother." And Sang-chu bowed respectfully to Ji-won. "My apologies. I didn't introduce myself to you properly last time. I am the head of Unit An Model. We've met before, haven't we? Here is my business card." Ji-won surprisingly answered, "Yes, sir. Although I've already apologized to your older brother, I am very sorry for how rudely I treated you before." An Sang-chu extended his hand, inviting Ju-yoon to go with him. "Please consider this party as an apology, so I hope you don't find it a bother." "Well then, shall we go? A limousine is here to drive you both." At Marshall's hotel, a cheerful greeting came from somewhere. Shareholder Jun Min. "Yes, me too. And this must be your family member, right?" "That's right. This is my younger brother, Ju-yoon." Marjok laughed cheerfully. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the chairman of the Cheonma consulting firm. You're supposed to use your right hand to shake his." Dui-won said respectfully. "Hello?" Magyeosok asked Jun Min, "Is your younger brother a player too?" Haran asked shyly. "No, I'm not a player," Min replied. "He's only 14 years old right now." Magyeosok laughed smugly and said, "That's really lucky. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to escape that death game. I'm so jealous of you." He asked, "Jealous, huh?" Magyeosok led the way, "Please this way. It might be a bit simple, but we put a lot of thought into preparing this party. You must be hungry. We couldn't prepare much, but I'm sure it's enough to fill you up." "Is he kidding me? This is what he calls not much." "Well then, please help yourselves first. Say Aaron." Say Aaron was invited here too. Seeing her walk in, Magyeosok said, "You finally arrived, Miss Say Aaron." Say Aaron apologized shyly. "I'm so sorry. I had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor, so I ended up being late." Magyeosok reassured her. "You don't need to worry about it. We understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company that I told you about." Say Aaron looked at June and Kyon, then said, "Hello, I'm the actress Say Aaron," she said in surprise. "Aren't you two the ones who brought over rice cakes when you first moved in?" "That's right," Say Aaron said, grinning happily. "So it turns out I'm neighbors with the major shareholder. This is amazing. He looks even younger than me, and he's already the company's major shareholder. Is the chairman messing with me?" Riwan grabbed his brother's shoulder and said, "Hey, is that person?" Saren Jin thought to himself. I forgot. He still doesn't know about the relationship between Marok and Saren. If he sees her suddenly showing up like this, it'll probably surprise my little brother a lot. But more importantly for anyone to see her appearance and react like this. That's a perfectly natural response, isn't it? I'm shaking. Well, I guess I should show a little interest too. Eric looked at Jin smugly and thought, he really is just a kid. So it turns out the prophet is just like any other man, huh? Calling Saren here was the right decision, Marek said joyfully. Well, I'm sure everyone must be hungry by now. Please enjoy the meal. Don't worry about a thing. Brother, the meat is so tender it's melting in my mouth. Really? Then make sure you eat plenty. Marok asked Jin about the food. So our major shareholder, is the food to your liking or not? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes. Jin replied with incredible finesse. It's delicious. And you, Saren, is the food to your liking? Saren answered shyly. Ah, yes. This is the first time I've ever eaten dishes like these. I'm so glad to hear you say that. Take all of these dishes back and remake them. My relationship with the chef is something else, isn't it? Marok asked curiously. I see you didn't bring any other family members with you. Why only your younger brother? Jin looked down at the table and replied, My younger brother is my only family. My parents have passed away. Marok said awkwardly. Oh, I see, I'm sorry. Damn it. He thought to himself, why did I have to ask that? The friendly atmosphere between us is completely ruined. Damn it. I have to get the conversation going again until the mood improves. Marok plotted. Someone needs to liven up this atmosphere. Marjok looked at Seo Ah-rin and said, Miss Ah-rin, come over here for a bit. Seo Ah-rin. He stood up and said, Miss Ah-rin, can we talk for a moment? She replied gently, Ah, of course. He ordered her, Listen here, Miss Ah-rin. Yes, Mr. Chairman. He asked, Is the food good? Ah-rin replied, Yes, it is, sir. Do you think I called you here just to let you eat and drink to your heart's content? Huh. He berated her harshly. I called you here to help, make the atmosphere a little more cheerful. So how can you be so slow on the uptake? I'm sorry, I just thought I was invited to a party today. Why on earth would I invite you to a dinner like this for no reason? What for? Didn't Unit Chief and tell you who that person is? He's a major shareholder, isn't he? He was explaining it for everyone to understand. He is both a major shareholder and a prophet. A prophet. That's right, a prophet. Just as the title suggests, his position is very special. He can see the future. Do you understand now? We have to make him feel happy. If we knew the information for the next round beforehand, can you imagine how huge of an advantage that would be? So you need to use that pretty face of yours, hang on his every word, laugh with him, and do whatever it takes to capture the heart of that prophet. He looked straight at her and said, "Forgive me for being blunt. I think this is the best course of action. As the chairman, I've created an opportunity for you to succeed in your acting career. Shouldn't you be repaying that debt?" He reassured her. "You don't need to hesitate. It doesn't matter what tricks you use. Just make sure shareholder Rome is happy. Why aren't you answering me?" "I understand," he said, annoyed. "I'll be watching to see if you're making a serious effort. Now let's go." "Yes, sir," she replied. "Have you all been waiting long? We had to discuss a bit of business, so we're a little late." He announced, "It seems we've finished our meal. So shall we move on to the next location? Mr. Chairman, you shouldn't be hiding things from me." Majok looked at him thinking, he knows about the conversation between me and Say Aaron. How is that possible? Can he really see the future like that? "You told Ms. C. Aaron to win me over." Majok replied, "If that made you uncomfortable, then I sincerely apologize. I just wanted her to be your friend. But you also wanted to use my younger brother. That's crossing the line. He even knows about that. I am truly sorry. I made a terrible decision, Mr. Prophet. I will fix everything that has displeased you." Marge Robb lowers his head. "If you're going to apologize so sincerely, then I'll let it slide this time. The things you said to the actress Sel Aaron, I'll just pretend I never heard them. Thank you for giving me another chance." A man walks in. "Chairman, I'm back. You kid, get out." "What?" Mario Rock says, "I have something to discuss with this VIP guest. Unit Chief Ann, escort those two to the room next door. Have them wait there." "I understand." He quietly closes the door. "Damn it! I was trying to use Sel Aaron to lighten the mood, but I just made things worse." Mario Rock thinks to himself, You want information about the next round, don't you?" "Of course." "You even know about that. The reason I accepted your party invitation was to give you information about round 5. But if you keep treating me this way, then whether it's giving you information or cooperating with you, it's going to be very difficult. I sincerely apologize to you. Please overlook this mistake of mine. Mr. Chairman, don't you hide anything from me. In the future, you will trust me unconditionally. I hope you also won't question the way the company is run anymore. Also, you will persuade the other shareholders during the meeting." "The shareholders? All right. I'll do whatever it takes to control the other shareholders." "Good. I will do my best to help you grow the company. Now I'll tell you the information. You want to know about round 5. The difficulty of round 5 is the highest compared to all the rounds we've been through so far." Mario Rock says nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry. For someone like you, it won't be a major problem. In that case, what's the mission for round 5? The mission is to kill 500 orcs, but it won't be that easy. Also, the regions are going to merge." He said it's because the number of players has dropped significantly. So the separated regions will start to merge into one. Ma Geodoc asks, "So that means we can meet players from other regions? For example, someone like Hak Kao. You won't be in the same region as the player named Hak Kao." "Oh, is that so? Do you know the identity of Hak Kao?" "I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet him soon enough." "We're meeting right now," he thought to himself. "And one more thing. You're pursuing someone, aren't you? The person named Hwang Young-min. You know about that too. I've already told you. It's useless to try and hide anything from me. Just as I thought. This foresight of the ancient language is truly beyond imagination. Prophet, since you know who that person is, are you telling me not to investigate anymore? Is there a reason? If you mess with that guy, you will suffer a great loss." Magio Doc asks, "May I know the specific reason why?" "No, that's all I can tell you." Magio Doc ponders, and the prophet thinks to himself, "Actually, I'm keeping that guy alive because he's still useful. I understand. We will stop the investigation into Hwang Young-min. Well then, shall we start the party again? Let's not drink this time. To keep the atmosphere friendly, I'll go get the others to come back." "All right then. I have to go blow off some steam tonight." Magio Doc thinks to himself. Outside, it's raining heavily. The soul of the injured man runs into an alley. He screams. Startled, he stopped and looked around. The sound of hurried footsteps. He screamed, "Arr!" Another slash cut deep into his thigh, severing his leg. He collapsed to the ground. "Shut up. If you don't want me to cut out your tongue, well, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Are you seriously pretending you don't know? Wait. That was a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? I've already served my time. I'm a free man now. I'm just an old man." He raised his sword and attacked the man again. "If you don't want a slow and painful death, then stop talking and shut your mouth. If you attract any witnesses, the body count is just going to go up." The old man screamed in terror. "That's more like it. You're an old geezer, but your hearing's still sharp, huh? A piece of scum like you has no right to be alive. Am I wrong?" The sword was raised. It plunged straight into the old man. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. What is this? The old man screamed as the power threatened to devour him. Before the towering prophet, 4 hands trembled. If it weren't for the fact that my dark mana needed to be replenished, I would have killed trash like him in an instant. Oh well, there's no other way. To use my dark aura, I need dark mana. And to replenish that dark mana, I need to take the lives of others. Now you can die. And when I kill people, I get more dark mana than I do from killing monsters. In the first place, for someone like me who enjoys killing criminals, isn't the Dark Knight's class just perfect? Cleaning up this trash really helps me blow off some steam. Devour. He just stood there saying nothing. Just as I thought, it can't devour a corpse. The dark aura only consumes the life force of living targets. There's a light coming from the trash can behind me. He suddenly turns to look. It's just a cat. There's no way there could be any witnesses. I dragged him into a dead-end alley, away from prying eyes. And besides, it's just before dawn right now. Although there might be one person, the Prophet Uman. He could have seen a scene like this through his future-seeing ancient language. If that's the case, then that means he already knows I'm a serial killer. And he still approached me. He smirks. How interesting. Unit Chief, and get over here and help me dispose of the trash. 2 weeks later at a party with Maziong Lox. I didn't really have anything specific to do, so I mostly stayed at home, constantly thinking about the future. That's why I needed a little break like this. But as of today, the break is over. It's time for me to make my move. Now then, time to go get one of the 5 ancient languages that can be found in the real world. The ancient language of replication. A series of newspaper headlines. 1.8 billion people dragged into another world. The number dropped to 90 million in just 3 months. Economy in peril with the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide shut down. An endless tragedy. Mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters all over the world are drowning in sorrow. The guy was reading the news saying, it's only the 4th round, but a ton of people are already dead. What a bunch of losers. It's a complete mess. If they were players, they would have done the same thing. I want to do whatever I want before I die. What's wrong with that? Damn old geezers. He stood up holding his axe. That's why they shouldn't always be forcing us into a box telling us we can't do this, or we can't do that. It's all because of these restrictions and rules. He slammed his axe down, shattering the ground. That's why we're all finally exploding now. It doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me now. After all, I'm a player. I'm superior to all of them. He let out a sinister laugh. Now who should I kill next? The guy looked at his hands, thinking to himself, I just killed people in real life. But I don't feel anything at all. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? No. He looked at all the people he had killed. But only 1 point per person, so stingy. Is it because they're civilians? The 4th round was truly amazing. It was even better than killing monsters. I want to kill players instead of civilians, because I get more points from them. Oh, is there a forum? An online player community. He looked at his phone. In the lawless city 55 minutes ago, people who are against the government have formed an online community. 2 hours ago, could I join the forum and meet other players to kill? That way I'll get way more points. By joining the forum, a series of multiple-choice questions will appear, and you'll have to fill in your information. He smirks. Whatever they want. All of my personal information. And there's an interview, too. What a hassle. But I have to get in, so I can meet the other players. He thinks to himself, the other players would surely never think that there's a player out there killing other players. The guy follows his phone to a house. Is this the right place? The interviewer sends a message. Please come to the Welcome Cafe in Gobu, Namjang before noon. You can wear whatever you want. So this is the place, but damn it. They called me out to the middle of nowhere. The bus doesn't even come out this far. He gets angry. I'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What, the interior is more modern than I thought. Are those two the only other customers? Are you the one we have? An interview appointment with, yes, he replies. What's your username, Black Flame Dragon in hand? Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is 30 years old. Huh? You're a player. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know I don't look it. But I'm already 30 this year. This way, please. This is Lee Doguk. He's also here for an interview. Duguk, this is Black Flame Dragon in hand. You guys might end up on the same team. We should greet each other. The young man thought to himself. Is this scrawny-looking bastard a player? He looks so damn weak. Outwardly, he said, hello. Oh, hello. I guess business isn't doing too well. There are no customers. And I don't see any part-time staff either. It's pretty far from the city, so it makes sense. That's why we rented this place for the interview. Oh, so you guys rented this place. But shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone at all. The owner is in the kitchen preparing food. This is a cafe, but they also serve meals. I see you're looking around. I get it. There aren't even any cameras here. If I kill these two and run for it, then nobody would know, right? Just to kill 2 people. I can't miss this opportunity. Aren't we supposed to be having an interview? The 30-something replied, oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. One more person. Aren't there 3 of us? Yes, he's 1 minute late already. So let's just wait a little longer. Oh, he's here. He opened the door and walked in. Are you here for the interview? Yes. What's your username? Haku. The 30-something was surprised. A few days earlier, welcome, Jamie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, Poppering. Everyone is present except for Jameth of Honey. Now let's begin the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Losiak, you go first. Yes, Chairman. How many people will be participating in the forum this week? About 2,000. That's more than last week. Yes, the number of players is decreasing monthly, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week. I think the article about us is what attracted them. Who hired the reporters? And I, the chairman. I understand. I didn't expect Khan to have connections in this field. It's a new connection. That's wonderful. I wouldn't expect anything less from a long-time member. All right then, Losiak. Out of the 2,000 people, how many are actually skilled? Yak replied. If we exclude players without a class and those under level 10, we have about 1,200 people. So how many are actually useful? I'm getting to that. One noteworthy player is Hak Long Hua from the ESKS 455S region. He's an ordinary level 10 warrior, but he took 3rd place in his region. 3rd place. He must have a good ancient language for his level. Either that or he's lying. But I think he's good enough to be nominated for an executive position. Right. Anyone else? Another one is Lee Coco. He's from the ESK 227 region. He's always ranked between 4th and 10th. Besides those two, there are 50 players who are in the top 100 of their regions. Oh, so that's quite a few. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing everyone. And as for my Mr. 30, he let out a long yawn. Excuse me, were you dozing off? What did you do last night to be so sleepy already? I'm not listening to any excuses. Finish handling the 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you can't do it in time, another senior candidate will replace you. Their 30 bowed his head. I understand. Please leave it to me, model. Anyway, has Losiak Hat Cow contacted you yet? If he had, I would have reported it immediately. You're probably right. I'll give him an executive position. Immediately if he joins. Such a shame, Jamie. Can you get that reporter to write a few more articles? We'll probably need a better promotional strategy. To attract Haku. To join, of course. As long as there's money. The chairman says, don't worry about that. I'll reward you for your dedication. GMI sends him a heart, heh. Thank you, Chairman. All right, let's move on to the next topic. Wait, Chairman. A big name is requesting to join the forum. He asks, who is it, Haku? Everyone is stunned. The scene shifts back to the coffee shop. 30 holds out his hand. Nice to meet you. You didn't have much trouble getting here, did you? Not at all. 30 laughs nervously. Sorry about that. This is the best place to maintain our privacy. Anyway, you really are handsome. I bet the girls love you. This way. Please sit. These two are also here for an interview. Just like you. The chubby guy looks furious while Little Cop bows his head. Oh. Hi, I'm Haku. I'm Little Coco. Our protagonist thinks to himself, this bastard's pretty amusing. The chubby guy thinks that person is Haku. The guy who killed me 5 times. Mintang wants to ask him if they've ever met in real life. Right? So why does he enjoy killing me so much? Ha Hua Long wonders. What's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Hello? I'm Ha Hua Long. Haku remains silent. Ha Hua Long thinks, what the hell? He's not even going to respond. I really thought he'd recognize me. Once I said my player name. Or maybe he can't even remember my name, even though he's already killed me 5 times. Was I really acting that arrogant? I'm also impersonating someone. But this guy is a real con artist. His player name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He's a professional scammer. He's pulled all sorts of tricks and schemes to make money. Right now he doesn't seem like a big problem. But later on, he'll get the replication rune and become famous. Well, infamous is more like it. Because he uses the ancient language of replication to commit all kinds of crimes. This is the bitter reality. When even criminals can obtain power from the other world. But it's good that I met him as planned. I'll use him to get the replication rune. Little Coco's thoughts. Looks like everyone's finished their introductions, right? In that case, I'll start by confirming your personal information. Okay, let's start with Little Coco, 30 years old. Ah yes, my name is Kim Seung-hyun. I'm 20 years old. I graduated from graduate school, so I don't have a job right now. It says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? Yeah. And you're also ranked 4th in your region. Yes. Yeah, right, that's a damn lie. Of course, that's excluding the player name. Little Coco is a real existing name. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else. But I have to do this to meet the condition for obtaining the replication rune. The replication rune requires that the recipient kills someone at the location where the rune is hidden while impersonating another person. In the past, this bastard killed someone while pretending to be me and took cloned by the ancient language. He said, oh, all right. Next up is you Black Fire Dragon. My name is Shim Hyung Tak. I'm 16 years old and currently in high school. Oh, you're the youngest one here. He thought to himself, This fat pig is a high school student. He's absolutely disgusting. That guy, can I still look down on him like this? Unaware. Shim Hyung-tak killed his classmate. That's not something a normal high school student could do. He's a level 10 warrior and ranked 3rd in his region. That was all true, wasn't it? Yes, what did you think I was lying? I'm just following the process. I apologize if you were offended. I've seen you before, Black Hook. Your name is Kim In-hong, 28 years old. I'm a fund manager. I've never dropped from the top rank in my region, and I'm at level 30. You must know that my class is Death God, right? Is there anything else you want me to confirm? No, that's all, thank you. Fund manager my ass. More like a manager of scammers. After that, he'll use the name Black Hook to borrow money from other players, Kim Seung-han thought to himself. That's everything I need from you guys, to confirm your identities. So let's start the interview, shall we? You just need to tell me the reason why you want to join the PCV Guild. You first, Gecko. Oh, as for me, the world is very dangerous right now. It's scary to go out alone, and there are many other reasons, too. I think it'd be better to stay with the other players. Okay. Next up, Hak Hua Long. Go ahead. The young man thought to himself, I can't say that I came here to kill other players. I'm just like Listok. I can't go to school anymore either. And I'm also worried about the next round. The 30-year-old turned and asked, Is that so? What about you, Hack Cow? I only registered because I saw there was a forum. It piqued my interest. So that's why? He'll pass no matter what he says. Because he's Hot Cow after all, Little Coco thought. All of your answers were quite satisfactory. And now for the final part of the interview. Murder. You must kill one person to pass the final part of this interview. Little Coco stammered, Kill someone! But why? I guess you don't understand. All right then, let me spell it out for you. You must have seen the articles. The government has started to crack down on yes players and has turned its back on us. They fear us because we are stronger than them. However, we players will soon rule the world. That world will become a reality much sooner, if all of us cooperate. Therefore, we have no reason to be held back by the law. We need to show the government that, from now on, the players are the law, by defying the laws from the government. Is that why we have to kill someone? Coco looked terrified. The 30-year-old replied, That's right, it's how we show the government our will. The other two were also stunned. To show them that we are not controlled by the law. Do you get it now, Coco? Yes. If any of you don't want to go through with the final part of this interview, you can all leave right now. However, leaving also means you won't be able to ask for help from us later on. Coco thought to herself. Wait, what does he mean if we leave we'll be blacklisted or something? He's doing this to pressure us into killing someone. This way, it'll be hard for us to be accepted by this community in the future. The other two didn't say anything. The 30-year-old smiled. It seems like you're all ready. Good, then I'll take that as everyone agrees. Okay, we'll begin the final part right now. Hak Hua Long asked, What we start killing now, but there's no one here to kill. You don't need to worry about that. I've already prepared everything. It was raining heavily outside. The 30-year-old stood up. Shall we get going? Oh, you gentlemen are leaving already. You can continue to stay if you want. After all, you've already rented out the whole place. The shop owner came out and said, No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? The shop owner replied, It's over there in the corner. Thanks. While I'm gone, could I ask you for a favor? What is it? Could you get my car from the parking lot for me? I'm in a bit of a hurry, so, of course, I'll go get it right away. The girl went outside to the car. As she opened the car door with her umbrella, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed her neck tightly. Don't worry, she screamed in vain. She could no longer fight back. The 30-year-old let out a sinister laugh. Heh! Everyone was horrified. What did you just do? Why did it have to be her? What are you all still standing there for? Get in the car. The girl was placed inside the car. You mean the target was the coffee shop owner? The car moves down the road. It suddenly stops. We're here. This is the place where we will conduct the final part of the interview. They also head inside. Let's begin. Who's going to kill her? How about you go Hack Cow, all right then? Just as I expected from you. Wait, what is it, Little Coco? Can I do it? You want to do it. Interesting. I wasn't expecting much. Seeing how shy you were. Well, I'm fine with it. Hack Cow, you'll let him do it, right? He steps forward. You better do a good job. I just helped you out, Hack Cow says to Little Coco. Thanks. I'll be sure to make good use of the ancient language replica, Ancient language. What are you talking about? Little Coco grabs his head. Hack Cow's head is instantly twisted from his body. Little Coco stands still. The 30-year-old is stunned. What the hell? What did you just do? How dare you kill Hack Cow? The man panics. Are you insane? Hey, you're too loud, old man. The 30-year-old thinks, what the fuck? Those eyes, it's like he's looking at his prey. It feels like something has changed. What in the world just happened? You have killed someone while impersonating another person. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the ancient language replica, a secret script located at a predetermined position, ancient language acquired. It has been automatically engraved onto the player's body. Nice! Finally, the reward for impersonating Tiny Clam you. Clam, at least say something. Why did you kill Hakao? The 30-year-old asks. Why? Because he was a despicable bastard who wanted to impersonate me. Impersonate, but you? You were supposed to kill that woman, so why did you kill Black Dog? Answer me now. Because he's a piece of trash. You're a piece of trash, too. Lit bent down and picked up the bag. He took the plastic bag and hit the female owner on the head with it. If you've got the guts, say that again. You just said it. 30 years old said, then unleashed his power. He showed absolutely no mercy. His power flared. I called you trash, so what? Was I wrong? That scythe, what is that? Could that be Tony Clam's main weapon? I've never seen a player with a scythe that big before. Wait a minute, 30 years old thought to himself. A player who uses a giant scythe? Because he's a despicable bastard who wants to impersonate me. Impersonate, hold on. Do you understand who Hakao is now? You're Hakao. Sorry for lying. So it was true. This person isn't the Tony Clam I know. He really is the real Hakao. The man trembled. Then he fell to his knees. Lord Hakao, I am so sorry for mistaking you. It's just that his acting was too good. Please spare me. Humph. He sliced his head clean off. 30 years old's head flew and landed at the feet of the fat guy. The head touched the tip of his shoe and he recoiled in fear. This is the real Hakao? He's on a completely different level. I couldn't even see the movement of his scythe swing. Hak Hua Long thought to himself, now it's just you and me. So what do you think my next move will be? If you have any last words, say them now. I won't say something pointless like begging for my life. I just have one question I've always wanted to ask. If I ever had the chance to meet you, you're wondering why I killed you 5 times in the 4th round. Right? Yes. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under my control. Keep him under control. Why me? You seem to be the most skilled person among those I've met. At that moment, I just needed to eliminate the competition. Well, is that all? Now you can close your eyes and die. Can I ask one last question / what is it? Well, why do you want to kill me? Because you're trash / me. What did I do? Didn't you come all this way to kill this girl? But I haven't done anything yet. Haven't done anything? You've been standing there watching this whole time. Blackfire Dragon was frozen at a loss for words. All right, unlike those other scumbags, your only crime is apathy. I'll give you a chance to live. Blackfire Dragon was overjoyed. Really? Really? But now you have to give up everything you own. Huh. This guy has a lot of useful stuff. Quite a lot. Blackfire Dragon took everything out. If I sell all these items I bought from the store, I could ideally make around 2,000 gold coins. The girl thought to herself. Yes, I'm even giving you the axe and gear I use. Blackfire Dragon said. This is really everything I own. I have nothing else. / I didn't say anything. You're not taking anything else. I don't need them. You can use them. / yes, sir. Besides, I can't sell that stuff back to the shop anyway. So, you'll spare my life as you promised, right? Of course, I'll let you live. A man of his word. Thank you so much. He kept bowing his head. Stop it, this is so awkward. From now on, live a proper life. You can deal with these bodies later if you want. / oh yes, I'm taking this girl with me, Lead said as the girl stammered. Let me help. Not necessary. How could I possibly trust you? Let's get out of here. Lee Coco quickly ushered the female owner away. I'm alive, he sighed in relief. Whew, I thought I was going to die just like that. But he let me go, even though I lost a few valuable items. But nothing is more precious than life. The problem is, what is this empty feeling inside me right now? Did I really do something wrong? He stole my items just because I was watching. It's so unfair. For a moment, isn't he completely off guard right now? If Hakao got stabbed in the back, there's no way he'd survive, right? What should I do? If I kill someone with a high rank like Hakao, my stats will increase several times over. That's right, this is a rare opportunity. An opportunity I'll never get again. If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. He uses his power. Don't pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to me, he said to himself. But bit by bit, Hak Hua Long crept closer. At that moment, he raised his axe. Ah, you son of a bitch! A great power. The two of them fell, and Hak Hua Long smirked. I killed Hakao just like that. For real. Hakao was killed by a level 10 like me. You bastard, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high-ranked you are? You're dumb as hell. Thanks for all these stats, you idiot, he gloated. He suddenly froze up. Why hasn't the stat increase notification message appeared yet? Usually the voice message appears immediately. What the hell is going on? Hakao appeared from behind. What's with that look? Hak Hua Long suddenly turned his head. Why do you look so scared? Did you see a ghost or something? Hakao asked. He thought to himself, how I'm sure I just killed him. Does he have a resurrection skill or something? Hakao stepped forward as Hak Hua Long glanced at him. There wasn't even any blood left behind. The thing you killed was my clone. A clone. The ancient language's ability. Replication. It allows me to create an exact copy of myself. The only thing is it can't fight, but you completely fell for it. I guess even if it can't fight, it's still useful. A very good test. You tricked me, the black fire dragon raged. Why are you acting like you're the victim now, huh? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. You're the victim. You're the one who threatened me first. Whatever, Hak Gao cut him off. The black fire dragon thought to himself, why can't I move my body? Listening to you talk is a complete waste of time. Erase traces. The life force is dissipating. No one will be able to tell that this was a crime scene. Except for one person, of course. Hey, Hak Gao called out to the shop owner. You can get up now. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You know you can't fool a player. I can hear your thoughts. Yes. She sat up. I'm sorry. Can I take this off? She was referring to the plastic bag on her head. Number. Keep it on until I leave. Yes. I'm going to ask a few questions. You'll cooperate with me, right? Yes, yes. How many customers were there? Can you remember each of their faces? There were 4 people. One was a man in his mid-40s. I remember his face, because I spoke with him. As for the others, she's telling the truth. Hak Gao thought to himself, all right, is that all? So am I safe now? Is everything over? Yes, you can go home now. Don't report what happened to the police. It could backfire, I get it. You can open the bag in 1 minute. Yes, 1, 2, 3.5, 59.6. She tore the plastic bag open. She looked around. What? What's going on? There's nothing here. This can't be a dream, can it? As the sun set, Hak Gu came home to Wani. You're back. Welcome home. Is that my coat? Where have you been? Well, I just went for a quick walk. I'm so tired, so exhausted. Where did you just come from? Have you eaten dinner yet? Not yet. Let's order something, okay? Wani asked. Sure, order whatever you want. It's spotless, but I can't give it back. Hak Gu looked at the coat. Wani watched in shock as he threw the coat in the trash. What are you doing? Why did you throw it away? It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've worn it for way too long. But I'll buy you the better one to replace it, all right? No, you don't have to. School is closed and I can't go outside anyway. Hak Gu looked at the little boy. You must be so bored being stuck at home all the time and not being able to go to school because of that whole Shim Hyung Taik thing. Wani, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? He turned back looking a bit shy. Yay, really? You really mean it? Okay, let's eat dinner quickly and go to bed early. The next day at the amusement park. It's been so long since I last came here. Because life has been so tough lately, I haven't been able to take him out anywhere, Kim Sung-hyun thought to himself. This place is still open, huh? Lately it feels like far more places are closing down than are opening up. In times like these, hope is such an important thing to believe in. Wani saw a family and exclaimed, whoa. Kim Sung-hyun looked over as well. Wani grabbed his arm. Min, let's go over there first. Hurry up. It's full of pandas inside. What do you think about me wearing a headband? You look so cool. It's so cute. Go with that one. Korea has so many cute things, huh? Yeah. If you like it, just get it. Wani, what do you want to do now? We have to do every single thing there is to do here. They rode the roller coaster together. They played all sorts of different games together. 2 pandas were lying on top of each other. The twin pandas in Korea are so adorable. Kim Sung-hyun looked at Woni thinking to himself. She was so down yesterday. It was a really good idea to bring her out like this. But Mint, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it really okay for you to be hanging out with me like this? Of course I'm having a great time. But you shouldn't worry about a thing. I'll be fine. This time it will be over 10 hours. So even if I sleep for a little too long, don't be scared. After 10 hours, it's not dangerous, is it? You have to come back safe and sound, you hear me? You're such a worrywart. I promised I wouldn't leave you all alone. He thought to himself, that's long enough. What should we do now? Then let's go check out the zoo, okay? Night fell. April 30th at 11:50 p.m. Minutes almost midnight. Sobbing, I'm sure it'll be fine this time too. Let's give it our all, okay? You can do it. Let's go. See you later. She must be really nervous. Don't worry, from now on I'll protect you. It's time to go. The clock struck 12. They walked inside together. Are we at full capacity already? No way. I don't think they are, but still, the number of survivors from the last round was around 500. Man, that makes sense. It feels a little empty. It really does feel empty. Because the first round had nearly 10,000 people. But this empty feeling will pass soon enough. A winged god appeared. Your reactions are so boring. In total, there are 442 survivors who have been summoned. There were supposed to be 521 of you, but we've lost nearly 80. It seems there was some conflict in the real world. We're low on numbers again. It's the same every time. Well, it doesn't matter. What you all do in the real world is none of my business. However, with just a few people, we can't play the game properly. That's why I've prepared something for all of you. The merging of the regions. The guy speaks up, excuse me. Could you explain that in more detail? You can't understand something so simple. You're just making more work for me. It is exactly what it sounds like, the merging of the regions. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are hundreds of regions in your country alone. To be exact, 875. What? 875. There are that many in our country. There's no need to be shocked. Compared to other countries, that number is on the low side. It's reasonable to assume there are 10,000 people in each region. So that means other countries have even more regions. That's right. If there's one angel per region, doesn't that mean there are at least 10 angels? You're right. Are there really that many angels? That's just your speculation. There's one angel in each region. Are you just now figuring that out? How foolish. Doesn't that mean there's someone behind all this? Who created this survival game? What makes you think that? I can't imagine 10 angels would join forces just to create a survival game. For no reason at all. And what if we really did join forces? Would you sing our praises? Stop asking such pointless questions. You'll get yourself killed. I'm sorry, human. He must have struck a nerve. I bet there's a rule that prohibits angels from talking about their creator. This game, she thought to herself. Besides, there's no way an angel, who was so easily defeated by a player, could have created a survival game like this. I will not answer your foolish questions any longer, she said. Just focus on your own survival. I cannot waste any more time. Regardless, I will now begin merging the zones. Remember, I am only doing this because there are too few of you left. So don't go making up any ridiculous stories. What was that, an earthquake? Suddenly the ground erupted in flames. They stood aside and watched every one of them, terrified. The power was immense. Even huge boulders were lifted into the air. Everything glowed red hot as a volcano rose from the earth. It looked as if it wanted to incinerate everything. Is this the end? Those people are... The zone merger is now complete, the winged angel announced. Introduce yourselves. How long are you all going to just stare at each other? Another angel. 10 angels. The angels have gathered. Greetings, humans. I'm sure you already know. But we have merged the zones with low populations. We have combined 10 zones into one. The total number of people here is 4,840. 10 zones. So now we have almost 5,000 people. Oh my god, that's so many people. It's the same in the other zones. That means the region's name also has to change. From now on, the region will be called C.S. Carroll. It's only players from Korea. Is everyone here Korean? At least we can all communicate. But later on, we might have to merge with other countries. That's a given. But the regional mergers will just keep happening every time there are fewer than 5,000 people in each region. Later, when there are fewer than 5,000 people in all of Korea, that's when we'll have to compete against players from other countries, huh? Will that happen in round 11? Or which round will it be? Oh well, it's best to focus on the present. The angel will start the side game soon. But before that, since we only have the main quest, we will create a simple side game to celebrate the merging of the regions. The angel said there's one representative for each region, right? But now that we've merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative. Write a new representative. The rules are simple. The former representatives will step forward and fight until only one is left alive. That person will be chosen as the new representative. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. Oh my god, how cruel. Sounds like fun. It'll be interesting to see who becomes the representative. I wish I had some popcorn right now. They're laughing because they don't have to fight. We have to kill each other to choose a representative, girl thought to herself. Ugh, I really shouldn't have become a representative. Maybe we'll be revived if we get killed. Can I give up my right to be a representative? Everyone had a lot on their minds. Until now, being a representative had no benefits. But from this round on, it'll be different. I have to win this deathmatch and become the representative, no matter what. There's no need for you all to panic like that. You won't die in real life. You'll be resurrected after the game. Oh, this time we won't die. The angel said. You must be thinking that becoming the representative has no real benefits. The new representative will receive the title Position of Dominance instead of Position of Authority. It will grant you the power to dominate players of a lower level. It's an upgraded version of the Position of Authority, and it allows you to control players as long as they are a lower level than you. Of course, you can still only use it 10 times, and the position will be given to the person who kills the current representative. That's quite tempting, isn't it? To get the ability to dominate the rest of them, if their level is lower. Can I control them no matter what, even their class? The angel replied. It seems you all have found your motivation. Well then get ready. Now that the regions have been merged, we must choose a representative. Are there any volunteers for this position? Everyone was silent. Of course I shouldn't have asked. An angel volunteering for work. That would just be an anomaly. We knew full well that no one would volunteer. What should we do? Does anyone have any ideas? How about rolling dice, relying on luck? Not bad, but it's a bit boring. How about we do it sequentially? That wouldn't be fair. The later numbers would never get to be the representative. That's right. The regions will have to merge again anyway. Is there a way that's both fun and fair? How about this? The representatives are about to fight. The angel whose representative dies first, that angel will be the one to rule. Ooh, a fun day, I like that idea. Do we agree? I agree. As do I. Me too. Wait, what about this? Instead of the first one to die, let's choose the angel with the last survivor to become the queen among us. The angel responsible for humanity, the last one standing will become the king. A king. Yes, exactly what it sounds like. The other angels will have to completely obey the king's commands. For example, if they were to appoint an angel as a guide, that angel must carry out the mission, because that is the word of the king. So if our human wins, does that mean we win too? And if we win, we get to play the role of the king, just like our human. Oh, that does sound interesting. A king. That gets me pretty excited. What a clever idea. Online. Daring to propose that the winner becomes king. You seem awfully confident. Of course I'm confident, but who can really say? My region's representative is not easily defeated. My human has never once lost the #1 spot in the region. Oh, really? What a simple-minded fool. #1 in the region. You dare to be so arrogant over something like that? If you knew who my region's representative was, she would probably collapse on the ground from shock. So are you in or not? I see no reason to object. I'm in too. I think this way will be more interesting. Me too. I'm also certain that my region's representative won't go down so easily. Well then, since that's decided, let's get started, shall we? Online, go inform them. All right. We will now begin the special match to decide the regional representative. The battle royale will begin right now. You will either kill or be killed until only one person remains. In this arena, everyone focused their attention. All eyes were on them. 4 angels smirked as the very ground began to tremble. An arena rose from the ground. Everything was ready. A professional-grade arena in the middle of a vast wasteland. Everyone looked around frantically. The battle royale will begin right now. You will either kill or be killed until only one person remains. In this arena, if you step outside the arena, you will not be revived. So, even if it costs you your very life, do not leave this place. Now then, let it begin. Everyone began to unleash their powers. They were all ready. One of them thought to himself, so if I just kill the other 9 people here, I'll become the king, huh? Seeing as how no one is making the first move, it seems they're all being cautious, which makes sense. If they're all regional representatives, they must have some skill at least. Even so, there's no way any of these bastards are stronger than me. He had been confident since the very beginning. I've never once lost my #1 spot in the region. Besides, my disintegration talisman is basically a cheat. It's like a cursed sword. It automatically knows where to strike. Just like that. In the 4th round, I've already killed 312 people. What are they doing? Why are they still hesitating? Hurry up and fight. An angel said, you humans? What's that? Did they make a bet or something? Why are they so impatient? I was planning on making a move anyway. After all, there's no one here stronger than me. I'll just take this opportunity to make a strong impression and make them fear me. And to do that, a man drew his sword. I need a sacrifice. A sacrificial lamb to elevate my performance. Anyone will do, just step up. I'll send whoever it is to their grave right on the spot. Another person stepped forward. It was Hak Cow. So you finally arrived, my first sacrifice. But seriously, this scythe is ridiculously huge. That kind of weapon isn't common at all. I've seen plenty of guys with scythe in their nicknames before. But the number of people who actually use one, Hak Cow remained silent. Hak Cow is his nickname. Hak Cow. Maybe it's just a coincidence. No, it can't be. I'm pretty sure that no one can have the same nickname as another player. In that case, then that person must be the #1 player in the entire region, Hak Cow. The one who reached level 30. An angel asked, what's wrong with that human? He seemed pretty confident a moment ago. Why is he so stunned now? Isn't he your region's representative? What is he doing, that foolish human? Why are you just standing there? Keke, what's so funny, Olive? Sorry, but this is just too hilarious. What can I do? Just look at that human over there. He's staring at my region's representative, trembling like a blade of grass in the wind. Your region's representative. That giant scythe is indeed very impressive. But I don't sense any aura strong enough to make him tremble like that. The very first time he saw him, too. Are you saying that our region's representative was scared stiff just because of your representative? Well, doesn't it look that way? Stop talking nonsense. Online. Do you think being the top of the region is a joke? My region's representative has never lost the #1 spot since the first round. In your region, you mean can't just about anyone become #1 in their own region from the very beginning? My representative has never lost the rank of #1 in the entire region. What #1 in the entire region? How dare you mock me? You still don't realize it. I think any angel who's glanced at the rankings should probably know that name. Hak Cow. I remember that name. He's the human who always shows up whenever the results are announced. Hak Cow is Olaf's region representative. If that human really is Hak Cow, Then my region's representative is no match for him at all. Oh, a single slash flew past and his head fell off. Looks like Priest Liulia has been eliminated. Hak Kao. Why is Hak Kao here? Even if we all team up, we can't beat him. I might even die before I can even react. Just like that guy. How can I defeat someone who's level 30? When I'm only level 13, another person afraid Hak Kao would advance. Hak Kao, it's so great to meet you. I'm truly so happy to be in the same region as the famed Hak Kao, the renowned one, so much that I could cry from happiness. Wait, let's talk about this. Look, I've even put down my weapon. No, I have no intention of fighting you. Hey, angels, I surrender. I give up. Me too. I surrender too. Everyone raise their hands. Me too. I admit defeat. What a shameful sight. Give up. Did you just say you give up? You pathetic humans. They're ruining all the fun. I'm warning you, anyone who even mentions surrendering will have their head explode instantly. And if that happens, don't even dream of being revived. Got it? Everyone was terrified. The girl lowered her head. Everyone got into a ready stance. There are 8 of us. Maybe we can still win this. So those little angels are scarier than I am. It looks like they're all attacking me at once. Hoiku thought to himself. But no matter how hard you try, ants will only ever be ants. Is that bastard laughing at us? Is he acting all high and mighty just because his level is higher? But we're still rankers. We're well known in our own regions, you know. Get him! They all charged at once. Hukgu vanished in a flash. His gaze was like a bullet. Every single one of them was attacked. All of them were bewildered. A single slash defeated a multitude of people. Their heads were all sent flying. The angels were frozen in shock. I didn't think it would end so easily. So it's over, Hukgu won. In that case, as the angel responsible for Hukgu, Olaf must be treated like a king for the entire duration of this unification. Olaf, you knew this was going to happen. Of course I knew. I knew all along. That bastard tricked us. I only made that offer because I was certain he would win. How can you say that so casually? What? I naturally proposed the game because I had the advantage from the very beginning. Why do you think I made that offer? Besides, I didn't force you to accept the bet. Didn't everyone think it would be fun? So you agreed to participate. And now you're singing a different tune. What's with that look? You gonna hit me? Do it. Hit me. An angel fighting in front of humans. You'd dare to disgrace us even more. If the archangel finds out about this, you'll be thrown into the insect bag. The insect bag. Anything but that. So what now? You don't want to fight me anymore. Anyway, it looks like I won, so I'm the king now. Freezer, for now, you'll be the leader. For this union, to do it. For how long? Until I feel better, she said, spraying her hair. What are you doing? Go do your job. To think I had to bet on something like this. Humans, as you have seen, the representative of the unified region has been decided. Player Hak Kao has become the new representative of the region. 4 temporary skills dominating authority. Effect. You can issue commands to players and forcibly control them. The affected player cannot resist the command under any circumstances. Usage is limited to a total of 10 times. You can only command 1 player at a time. This skill has no effect on players with a higher level than you. I knew Hak Kao would become the regional representative. Since he's level 30, he can command anyone he wants. I should get on his good side. Now that the decision has been made, the other players will be revived. The angel wings unfurled. In the arena, only Hak Kao was left standing. Everyone else has been resurrected. What happened? I clearly remember being cut down. You have all lost the match. The new representative of the unified region is Hak Kao. So that's what happened. Because a new regional representative has been chosen, the authority that you players held, who were resurrected as representatives, will be revoked. But don't be too disappointed. You always have a chance to reclaim your position as a representative. With that, the bonus game has concluded. Now I will lead you to the official mission. Everyone look at the announcement board. In the 5th round, the main mission is to kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. The side mission is to collect 4 balance stones. A reward will be given upon success. But kill 300 orcs. And why is the completion rate so low? Only 1/4 again. Why are you complaining so much? Are you complaining because the completion rate is too low? Should I lower it even further? Everyone looks around frantically. So far, you've only gone through the easy rounds. So this time, a more difficult mission has been prepared, with a lower completion rate. Don't be too discouraged. Killing 300 orcs is a difficult mission. Aren't orcs just a bunch of trash mobs? When you face them directly, you'll understand just how difficult it is. I will not explain any further. Is Angel about the side mission? Why is the reward listed with a question mark? Unlike the previous rounds, the side mission this time is clearly stated. But as you can see, the reward is still a mystery. A big one. The reward for the side mission of the 5th round is the balance gem. It's one of the 18 gems that must be collected, and the reward for this side quest will only be awarded to 1 person per region. Hak Kao thought to himself. Of course, since it's region-based, players from other regions also have a chance to get it. However, its difficulty is higher than the main quests, even if they can complete the side quests. How many people out there could possibly meet the condition to receive the balance stone? The side quest for this round is to collect the balance stones. When you have collected all 4, you will immediately receive a mysterious reward. However, only one person can obtain it, as there are only 4 balance stones in this entire region. So, what if no one manages to collect all 4 stones? Wouldn't that make the side quest impossible to complete? That is a possibility. But don't you worry. You can loot the balance stones from other players by killing them. We can loot them by killing them. Just like with the regional representative position, the angel replied, correct. But you cannot loot any of their other items, only the balance stones. And unlike the previous round, you will not be revived if you die. Death is final. I have told you everything you need to know. Now go out there and struggle to your heart's content. The clock starts now. This is going to be a pain until the very end, Hakko thought. I need to hurry up, kill 300 orcs and set a record. Then I can go help Minjuli. He walked away. Everyone watched him go. Phew, he's gone. What a relief. I was so shocked when he got close to me. I thought I was going to die. But where is he going? Should we follow him? Are you crazy? Follow Hakko? Do you want to be controlled by him? He might turn you into a slave for the rest of your life. But isn't doing something better than just standing here, Hakko? Is always the first one to act among all of us. That's why he's always ranked number 1. Everyone's so salty. What if he catches us tailing him? We just have to watch him from as far away as possible. Still, if you don't want to just stay here, I'll go by myself. He walks away. The others hesitate. Screw it, let's all go. That's right. Hakko definitely knows the way. In a small orc village, Hakko enters. Whoa, look, there's a village here. Hakko's already inside. The monster roars. Hakko charges forward fearlessly. He sliced its head off in one strike. The other monster falls to its knees. It dies at his feet. Hakko brazenly walks in. He looks at the orcs in front of him. They're roasting meat. They also charge toward Hakko. He chops off their heads one by one. They showed no fear at all. His power is immense. It's all over. Hakko goes into the tent. The air grows quiet. He walks out as brazen as ever. Everyone outside is stunned. Looks like these orcs weren't that strong. They were probably just as strong as the ghouls we've hunted. It's not that it was easy. It's because the one fighting them was Hakko. Don't get overconfident. That's right. Don't let your guard down. It's getting late. Let's go find a village and clear it out too. Right. So now I have to go with this bunch. All I have to do is wait for a chance and pick them off one by one. It's good to have a few more meat shields. Everyone had their own inner thoughts. Oh, what's this, a village? This one's bigger. It has to be at least 3 times bigger than the last village, huh? A snail is blowing a horn. The atmosphere is really bustling, huh? Why is that snail blowing a conch horn? Is it summoning its friends? Hold on. All the snails that appeared rushed outside. They completely surrounded them. The atmosphere became incredibly tense. This village is a bit too big. There are way too many snails. There must be more than 50 of them, right? And now what do we do? What else can we do? Just try to survive. They're coming. They only outnumber us. Kill them! He lifts his hammer. They attack the snails. What is this? These things are so weak. They also move really slowly. They got incredibly overconfident. Not as bad as I thought, huh? My sword is stuck. The snail attacks back. Die, you damn snails! It was a completely chaotic battle. Am I really getting killed by a snail? One person was in utter disbelief. Help me! I don't see the guys who were chasing me anymore, Hakko observed. 20 people were trying to move in silence. What am I worried about? They have 20 people after all. Unless they stumble into a large snail village. Those villages have some pretty strong snails, so it's best to stay away from them. Like the sentry snail that blows the conch horn. And more than 50 snails will quickly gather there. And if you go deeper inside, it'll be over 200 of them. Furthermore, the snail's muscular strength is much greater than a human's. If the sword gets stuck when you stab them, it'll be really hard to pull out and they're incredibly tough. So the best method is to slice their necks clean off. Take them down in a single strike. Huikwai analyzed every technique. That's for a normal person, though. He slashed another ox and it collapsed right in front of him. Progress window. Time limit. 8.59 minutes and 22 seconds. It took me about an hour to complete the main quest. There's still plenty of time left. Should I go and help Min Juliet? Following the guild master. Are you okay? Sub. I thought I was going to die. Cho Young-ho, a member of the new Challengers Guild, spoke up. Man, these ox monsters are strong. Yeah, but they move really slowly. We definitely shouldn't have underestimated them. The members of the All Challengers Guild were talking. Man, how many have we killed so far? About 50. 50. It took 5 of us an hour just to kill 50. At this rate, we're going to get eliminated. You're wrong to say eliminated. If we don't kill enough, we're going to die. Maybe we have to attack the larger villages. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? He's right. It's already hard fighting 3 of them at once. So how are we supposed to fight in a larger village? I think we should just focus on the small villages for now. You have a point, I'll admit. But if we keep going like this, we won't be able to kill 300 of them, and we'll all die anyway. We have to take the gamble. But remember, a sinking ship won't get you back to shore. In the pitch-black forest, everything was covered in red. Wait, looks like there's a guard post there. Let's go around. Look over there. There's a gap we can slip through. He peeks around. It seems no one is around. They go through the gap. Are they all in the tents? I think there are about 5 of them in one tent. This village is bigger than I thought, you idiot. Should we raid each tent? Sounds like a plan. We're already here anyway. All right. If we raid them the right way, then 5 of them will be a piece of cake. There's an orc on guard. Let's start with this tent. We'll rush in on my signal. Everyone get ready. They start to move in. Standing in front of the entrance, they charge in together. Everyone was caught by surprise. It was the orcs. They were getting up. 10 of them is way too many. What should we do? Let's take them down one by one. Everyone, the ones on the left first, all right? They all shouted in unison. Everyone attacked together. They focused on a single opponent. They ganged up on it. Swords slashed through as one orc was taken down. The next one charged forward. They fought on together. An orc attacked. The leader shouted, "Mankey, you disgusting thing." He charged forward, and the orc in front of him was immediately defeated. But in that moment, the ferocious orcs stood together. They were ready to fight every single monster. Now there are only 8 of them left. But can we even handle them? No way, we should retreat. I think so too. Let's go. They all started to run. The horde of orcs gave chase. They looked ahead to find a swarm of orcs had them completely surrounded. How many are there? There are at least 10 of them. Ha! It's over. We're done for. Is this how it ends? Pick up your weapon, Captain. It's over. It was fun being on a team with you. Hey, everyone. Why do you think the orcs haven't killed us yet? Look at their faces. They're watching us laughing at us. They're enjoying seeing us tremble like rats. Doesn't that make you guys angry? About being ridiculed by these ox, that we're being treated like monkeys in a zoo? Don't give up until the very end. Let's kill at least 1 ox. At least we won't die in shame, all right? Sorry you had to see me in such a pathetic state. I'll fight with you until the end. The ox stared at them. We'll all attack a single monkey. I'll give the signal, okay? Yes, Captain. All right, then, let's do this. The ox turned to look at each other. They suddenly started running away. Everyone watched them go. What's going on? Why did they suddenly leave, guys? They stared blankly at the ox in front of them. They didn't understand what was happening. There are only 8 of them left now. Let's move. Yes, Captain. We have to defeat these 8 ox. One of them sighed in relief. We did it, didn't we? You did it, Captain. That's right. If it weren't for you, we would have all been dead. They were overjoyed. Don't say that. It's because you all worked together and decided to give it everything you had. Without you guys, I would have died here too. By the way, how's your wound, Mankey? He replied, "It hurts like hell, but I can take it. I'm fine." You need to rest. Don't move. You guys hide here. I'm going to find an escape route. Isn't that too dangerous? Don't worry about me. He left. Be careful, Captain. That's strange. Why is it so quiet? I haven't seen a single ox this whole time. He takes a step forward. Huh, what's this? His eyes widened. He looks at the horde of orcs that had been wiped out in front of him. What in the world? Who did this? You are? Someone got here before me, Hakkao thought. His name is Cho Young-ho. One of the professions of this class, who uses close combat weapons, is the mercenary. The mercenary uses a wide variety of weapons, just like a warrior, and possesses a similar set of skills. But there is one crucial difference, and that is only mercenaries can become stronger by forming a contract with other people. Therefore, most mercenaries either form parties with their acquaintances or make a contract with the mercenary king. And the mercenary king is the only class that can give orders to mercenaries through a contract, and the mercenaries receive additional buff effects when the mercenary king accepts a contract with them. So if you're a mercenary, you definitely have to form a contract. The person in front of me, Cho Young-ho, is the mercenary king, that one-of-a-kind class. Can't believe I'm meeting the mercenary king in a place like this. Cho Young-ho spoke up. Hello there, Hakkao. Hakkao asked, "You know who I am?" Of course. Who wouldn't know the #1 ranker, Hakkao? Wow. I can't believe I'd run into a top player, here of all places. Would he hate me if I suddenly tried to shake his hand? He doesn't seem like the type of person who would stab someone in the back. Wow, that's probably why he received the Mercenary King class. To become the Mercenary King, a person needs a kind heart and the mind of a leader. I guess we can talk for a bit then. The two of them were still lost in their own thoughts. All the trolls here? You killed them, didn't you, Haku? That's right. Whoa, that's insane. As expected of the #1 in his profession. Thank you, because you distracted the trolls. I was able to survive. I didn't even know you were here. I know it was just a coincidence, but help is help. Right, Young-ho replied. Haku sighed, I get it. If you're done here, then Hurry up and get your teammates out of here. Go, I've already killed all the trolls inside. So don't worry. Oh, really? But how did you know I had teammates? They both looked in the same direction. You guys? What are you all doing out here? I told you all to wait for me. We were worried you'd leave without us. Come on, guys. You all act as if I would go anywhere without you. Hak-gu thought to himself. Looks like those four are mercenaries, and they're under contract with Do Jong-ho. They must have followed Young-ho because they were worried about him. He already has such loyal followers, just like a true mercenary king. Is that Hak-gu? What brings you here, Hak-gu? What do you think, I'm just here to hunt as usual? Right. Of course, you usually handle all of them. That's gotta be around 100 of them, right? If you're finished here, then go home, Hak-gu thought to himself. Since all the trolls are dead, the mid-boss will appear soon. If they get caught up in it, it'll be very dangerous. Oh, I get it. All right, I'll see you guys later. Mr. Hack-Cow, it's a huge honor to meet you. Yeah. They leave. They talk amongst themselves. Hey, did you hear something? Hear what? Listen carefully. What is that sound? It's the mid-stage boss. Let's get out of here, he says. The mid-stage boss, a giant snail, appears, What is that thing, a Trantin? It charges forward. It looks ferocious. Hak-Cow thinks, so there you are? The Trantin warrior. Even after I killed all the Trantin in the village. I didn't leave at first because of this guy. To get the balanced side quest item, I need to kill it. Once I take it down and defeat the bosses of the other 3 villages, I'll finally be able to complete the side quest. He stands before it. That thing's going berserk, isn't it? Yeah, looks like it. Wee! Young-ho trembles as it attacks. He's frozen stiff. It's like he's been glued to the spot. A punch as fast as lightning. Young-ho gets knocked away. He's terrified. Hak-Cow grabs Young-ho. He was falling backward. Why were you just standing there like an idiot? Hak-Cow asks. Thank you, Hak-Cow says. Get back, if you don't want to die. The Trantin continues to advance on them. I will tear you to pieces. Hak-Cow charges forward, but this monster is no pushover. The two of them fight, and a huge explosion erupts. Such brute force, Hak-Cow says. So what if it hits hard? I just have to dodge. It continues its attack. He lands on the ground. His mind is racing. Stop screeching. Hak-Cow counterattacks. The power is immense. The two are sent flying in opposite directions. He charges in to attack it again. A flurry of strikes slashes its body. It didn't just stand there, it counterattacked continuously. Hak-gu thought to himself, its neck is too thick. 2 strikes aren't enough to cut through it. He flew up again. The next attacks were unleashed. Using its body as a springboard, Hak-gu observed. It was slashed apart, blood splattering everywhere as its head fell. He had defeated it. Hak-gu stood tall. You have defeated the Trantin warrior. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000 and bonus plus 2,000. Young-ho's team stood watching Hak-gu, who had just defeated that Trantin. What, did he take it down? That giant monster? Hak-gu stepped off its body. You have defeated the Trantin warrior. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000, bonus gold plus 2,000. You have obtained the Hwanbin sword. And you have obtained the Trantin heart. You have obtained a low-grade indigo monostone. You have obtained the balancing stone. Subquest progress, the balancing stone. 1/4. Hak-gu thought, just as I expected. The rewards from a boss fight are much more worth it, compared to the rewards from fighting regular monsters. Plus I got a bunch of awesome items. The Hwanbin sword. In terms of raw damage, this sword is stronger than my scythe. I'll have to raise its selling price later. Then there's the Trantin heart. Some people might think it's disgusting and throw it away, but they would regret it if they did. It's a material for crafting a unique piece of equipment. Mr. Hak-gu, thank you for taking care of that monster, sir. My men are only alive thanks to you. By the way, did you know that monster was going to appear? Hak-gu thought. It's best to just give a vague answer. He replied, in the other villages, once you kill all of them. So the Glimmer boss often appears mid-stage, huh? That's why you told us to leave so quickly, right? What a good person. I mean, my work here is done, so I'm taking off. Everyone bows their heads. Yes, thank you again for saving us. Take care, Hak-gu. Let's get going too. We should head out soon. Everyone cheers in agreement. Jong-ho turns back. Young-ho, are you okay? Hyung! I can't do it. I can't take this anymore. What are you talking about? You just told me you were fine. I only said that so you wouldn't worry. I'm at my limit. He trembles. But you have to try and push through this. If you can't make it past this here, you won't make it in the real world either. I know that, Hyung. If I don't kill 300 glimmers, it'll all be for nothing. Just leave me behind. I can't become a burden to you and the rest of the group. No way, there has to be another way. That's it! We'll weaken the glimmers! And you can use your ultimate skill to finish them off. Can you do that? But if we do that, you and the others won't be able to hunt anything. Even if I do kill 300 glimmers, I still won't survive the rest of the time we have. The others cry out. As Hak-gu watches them, a thought crosses his mind. I can't believe it. The future mercenary king, a man who will command hundreds of soldiers, is getting this sentimental over one teammate. Well, if they're like sworn brothers, I guess it makes sense. He recalls a memory of his own past with his younger brother. Hoik Gu turns on his heel and walks toward them. Hak Gao turned on his heel and walked towards them. I have a younger brother, too. Maybe I should help them. Hak Gao spoke up. Looks like you need some help. Do you mind if I take a look at the wound? Young Ho eagerly asked. Is there really a way to save him? Yeah. The wound is pretty severe. Mang Di said nothing. Gao channeled his power into the man's wound, but it's not hopeless. His power flowed into the arm. The wound suddenly began to heal. Whoa, the wound! The wound. It's gone. Everyone was completely shocked. Hak Gao, how did you do that? Hak Gao replied. It's a skill called emergency healing. Anyone can buy it in the shop. Oh, I think I saw that skill before. Yeah, I saw it before too. It costs 20 gold. Right, I had no idea it was that amazing. Two of Yong Ho's team members chatted with each other. Hak Gao thought to himself, you guys have it all wrong. Emergency healing isn't that powerful. All it can really do is stop bleeding and heal minor cuts. It's not strong enough to fix a broken shoulder. However, emergency healing is a holy type skill, so the higher the user's intelligence, the stronger its healing power becomes. Right now, my buffed intelligence stat is 123. Thanks to the enhancement effect of the glorious ancient language, I was able to heal his broken shoulder. Hak Gao said to Mang Di, try moving your shoulder. The wound will probably leave a scar, but you should be able to move your shoulder normally. I can really move it like normal. It's back to normal, he replied joyfully. Just a word of warning, though. This doesn't mean you're completely healed. After all, that was just emergency treatment. If you overdo it, the wound might reopen. However, you should be fine to go hunting. Mang Ji looked at him. Thank you so much. He bowed his head repeatedly. Hak Gao, you saved my life. Thank you. Hak Gao, thank you for healing Mang Ji. His entire team bowed their heads. Thank you for saving our comrade. Thank you, Hak Gao. I don't know if this is useful or not, but please accept this. It's a token of our gratitude. Yong Ho offered him something. Seeing this, all the others became flustered. Please take mine too. You can sell this for a bit of gold. At this shop even. Please accept it, Hak Gao. Everyone competed to give items to Hak Gao. He thought to himself that he should politely refuse. He said, you really don't have to do all this. No, really, Mang Ji replied. Please accept this as our token of gratitude. Please just take them. Hak Gao held a pile of items in his hands. Even though they were all junk items, getting a haul from 5 people combined was still pretty good. But the real profit is over there. Yong Ho looked at Mang Ji. Thanks to Hak Gao, this friend of ours now has hope to keep on living. Mang Ji also smiled and said, aside from the items I just gave you, I will definitely repay this favor one day. Hak Gao watched them enjoying themselves together. He thought to himself, having mercenaries who are indebted to me and also look out for me. I guess in order to learn any skill, learning to gain this kind of advantage isn't so bad. He turned back and said to everyone, all right then, see you later. Take care, everyone said to him. Deep inside the forest, the purple-haired girl wondered, is this really okay? An hour has already passed. The remaining time is 8.55 minutes, 15 seconds. The main quest progress is still at 0. She cried, thinking she was going to be eliminated. Without even killing 300 ogres, she regretted it, thinking this was all her fault. Because I was scared. I missed the chance to go with Hak Gao, she thought to herself after round 5 began. It wasn't hard to run into Hak Gao back then. He was among the 10 regional representatives who were gathered for the bonus game. But after that, why? Why did I end up in this mess? A sword sliced a player's head clean off. Blood splattered everywhere as the head fell to the ground. With just a few swings of his sword, all the players had been taken down. Hak Gao acted like this was just another day at the office. She was completely shocked. She looked at Hak Gao. The bonus game is over. Now's my chance to talk to him. But I probably can't even take a single step. Don't be scared. He won't hurt me. She tried to calm herself down. He's not some psycho who pulls out his sword and cuts people down for no reason. Especially not the first time we meet. She peeked through her barely open eyes. After opening her eyes, she looked left and right. But he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? So I ended up missing him after all. What am I supposed to do now? She recalled sitting and having tea with him. The mission to kill 300 ogres is no joke. Ogres are built like tanks, and they usually move in large packs, even if I'm being careful. There's no way I can hunt them alone. Once the regional representatives gather, find Hak Gao first. Whatever you do, just don't... Thinking about fighting those orcs. Even if I don't find him, I should wait for at least an hour before I move. She thought to herself, I keep telling myself to stay put. So I'll wait. But there's no guarantee that he'll come back to the starting point. Right, I might not even see him before this round is over. She stood up, her heart filled with determination. I have to go find him. She looked around, scanning the paths. It seems he went this way. She pushed aside the foliage and suddenly, is that a village over there? Could that be where the orcs live? In that case, Hakkao might be in there as well. She shook her head repeatedly. No, I should stay away. It could be very dangerous. Suddenly, a giant orc appeared behind her. Startled, she turned around and screamed as it lunged at her. Damn it, she thought. I really don't want to fight an orc. The skill Blessing reduces all stats, starting at 50%. However, I still have two things in my favor. First, there's only one enemy, she thought. And second, I know this orc's weak spot. The rest of its body is just hard muscle. I have to aim for the neck. The problem is, how do I actually hit it? If I miss and hit anywhere else, it'll counterattack. And they say it's extremely difficult to pull the sword out because of its dense muscles. Quick and clean. The orc roared, but it suddenly fell silent when she stabbed it. Damn it, it dodged! She pulled her sword back. Thank God, because I missed the blade didn't get stuck in its muscles. She thought to herself that this was her lucky break. It continued its attack. She also countered every single blow. There's an opening! She lunges at him with her sword. That orc is wounded, good. My skill was effective. Just a little more. Multiple holes appeared on its neck. Then it collapsed in front of her. She let out a sigh of relief. I did it. I took down an orc all by myself. She was startled and turned around. Hakkao had appeared. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What is that? Am I seeing things? The person right in front of me is really Hakkao. How? The man I've spent so much time and effort chasing all this time just showed up here on his own. But Hakkao just walks right past her. She thought to herself, no. Is he just passing by? Damn it, this is no time to hesitate. She immediately turned around. Excuse me? Hakkao looked at her. So Hakkao team up with me, she proposed. He asked, what was that? Let's form a party. A team, she stammered. Hakkao asked bluntly, why should I team up with you? She stammered. I'll show you. She summoned her powers. Hakkao said, She smiled and said, my enhancement skill. The blessing lasts for a full 3 hours. It probably increased all of your stats by 50%. He looked at his status window. Hakkao replied, I've checked. It's just as you said. She asked him in return. So does that answer your question? Yes, my enhancement skill will be really useful for you when you're hunting, Hakkao asked. So if I want that enhancement skill, I have to be in a party with you, that girl. Yes. To be more precise, I want you to help me hunt. Hakkao said, I don't know about that. I have the right to command here. Right now, I can totally use you as support, huh? Can you promise you won't betray me? Hakkao asked. The girl said cheerfully, Of course, absolutely. I'll trust you. Hakkao held out his hand. Level 32. I'm a melee class. He introduced himself. She replied, Oh, I see. I'm level 13. My class is support, Hakkao asked. You just said you needed help. But you seemed to be handling that orc just fine earlier, she replied. Actually, that was the first one I've ever managed to kill. Hakkao froze. That was the first one you've killed. In the last 90 minutes. She gave a strained laugh. Yeah. That's right. In that case, you don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible, Hakkao said. She was taken aback. How Hakkao simply started walking ahead. He said, Get close and follow me. If you're not within my line of sight, I can't protect you. She was startled. Oh, okay. She thought to herself as she walked beside him. He's not as cold as he looks. I'm glad I listened to Min. She looked up. In front of them, 3 orcs were approaching. She was terrified. Orcs, and there are 3 of them. Hakkao readied his weapon. You wait here for a bit, okay? He planted his feet, gained momentum, and charged towards them. Hakkao's eyes were filled with determination. He fought against all 3 of those huge ogres. They let out a roar. She suddenly widened her eyes, watching Hakkao charge in. He sliced off its arm. The monsters screamed in pain. She stood by, not knowing what to say. Leave them to me. I'll take care of them all. He then said, Now you kill them.